Hello, everyone. Welcome to the podcast. This week brought to you by Braintree, Dollar Shave Club, and MeUndies.
We've had 349 podcasts.
349.
They called, this is our 349. That was our 349 show.
That's
Yeah. They said 5 seconds left. These two went, uh-oh, what? They started, like, putting on their clothes. I don't know what you guys were doing. You guys chose that moment to get dressed. And Gus goes, I should probably look at our sponsors.
I looked at them, already read the copy, but then I forgot.
Do you not practice like an hour before the podcast?
No. I've read these before. They've all been sponsors in the
Do you
past.
think Gus practices anything?
What was the last thing you practiced?
The last thing I practiced... That's a really good question.
Did you practice your lines in Laser Team?
You do math for fun?
I practiced my lines for something that we shot that is not out yet.
Ooh.
You could probably say the show.
Maybe?
Maybe.
Is it a show?
I'd rather not say.
Yeah, it's a show that
Okay.
we've already...
You don't know what I'm talking about.
You
I
have
do.
No idea. You have no idea what he's talking about.
Because I was there when you were practicing them.
Maybe it's another thing.
Let's not fight. It's our 349th podcast.
Oh,
Right.
let's fight. Why would we give up
So,
tradition 349 episodes
Since
in?
350 is kind of an important number, and you're gonna not be here on Monday.
I will
next
be on
week.
vacation.
We should pre-tape it. We'll pre-tape. So we'll pre-tape 350 sometime
Nah.
before we go.
Oh, we'll pre-tape it at some point before. Okay. All right, I'm done with that. I hope everybody else is.
Hopefully.
I think they will be.
Why would they not be okay with it? Because our topic could be like a couple days out of date.
The podcasts
I'm just
are
saying,
timeless.
Yeah.
They're like, you'll put them in a time capsule.
Well, we will put that to
It's going to be on tomorrow.
I'm gonna miss
Bernie
you.
will be there.
I'm gonna miss you. I missed you when you were on the live stream, Gus. I somehow missed that.
I was on the live stream.
Yes! I'm so happy you got to this right away.
What
Where
else?
was
are we-
that?
That's what everybody's gonna want to talk about.
Is that why I was vomiting nonstop yesterday?
So,
Yeah.
how many times did you vomit?
It would be easier to tell you the number of times I
Oh,
didn't.
no.
vomit.
They have
Said
a
it.
clip ready.
So there's you not vomiting.
Look at
Oh,
Gus's
yeah,
face.
one
Look at
side
it.
left.
Oh, did
Look
they
how
do a
happy
body
he
shot?
is.
Did Blaine do a body shot?
He
Yeah.
says for the kids.
Oh my God!
The look on his face is amazing.
Look at
So,
your
I
face.
can tell that feeling because it's not gross. It probably wasn't gross.
Coming in. No. Cole's so happy in the
Everyone
background.
refer to it as Hurricane Gus.
Are you trying to straddle him or wrestle him?
Poor
We're trying to
Miles.
love him.
God, poor Miles.
Cole comes in. It's my favorite
We've
part.
told the story of. We've told the story of London where we had a wrestling fight and I tackled you. That was like similar version of Gus.
Yeah,
that night.
very, very.
But you get very sort of like shovey and forceful.
You know how I knew you were drunk? You had no respect whatsoever for any of the microphones.
Because it was all.
You were like grabbing them out of it and like yanking it off
Me.
the wire and everything. And I'm like, gosh, you're gonna pull the microphone. You go, don't you think I know how the microphones work, Barbara?
Alan,
I've just
come
seen
back
Miles
to
walk
Discord.
up.
I'm okay.
Miles.
I'm okay
Miles,
with
can I
everything.
talk about
Just
your
come back to
experience?
So hard in the
Discord.
stomach that I had a handprint on my stomach the next day.
That's the photo that I saw.
It was crazy.
What's up, Cheese Master? How you doing?
Making cheese. I thought about showing up today with like a whole bunch of like Tillamook cheese or something to start passing out to everyone.
There was a moment where
Is that gonna be your thing from now on?
I guess so.
Cheese stuff.
You're the fulcrum and I'm the cheese master.
You pass out
Came,
Fulcrum.
it was like a Jekyll and Hyde thing. You became
Alan.
a Gus that I had never seen before. Like it was when he marched over to the wheel. Suddenly, like your giddiness.
You can't
and
just
excitement
ditch me
and
for a
everything you put on it
podcast.
Just took over.
Come
I also
back.
I never got you back.
I don't
I've
know
seen
if
that
you
go.
know this, but every time we weren't in the area and Miles said like something about Gus, he's like,
It'll be like we're
you
our
would
own
just see
little
you, like,
podcast
walking in, just like,
with
what?
blackjack and
Is he-
hookers.
Is that Gus?
Coming back.
We were afraid of you.
No, it's not. It's good. It's for the kids, right?
Hurricane
It's all for a good cause.
Yeah, I mean, you were here, what? Because I didn't even see you. I was
I was
gone
here
about 9?
midnight to about 3, I think.
Yeah, you showed up in the middle of the night.
Well, because we did the Amiibo cockfight at midnight, from midnight to 2 with Screw Attack, which I thought went really awesome. And then after that, I just kept drinking.
You had the gold Mario.
You
Yeah.
said that you were vomiting until like 7 p.m. last night.
think the
How
last
many
ti- the-
hours after drink was that last vomit?
That would have been 16 hours.
God, what an awful day you must have had.
Yeah, I mean, I slept till about, I think, 11:30, and I woke up and I felt fine. And I came back to get my car here, and I ran into Bernie and Ashley. And
that was really. I mean, Gus was like walking back up, and you know, Gus, I admit, I'm a little fascinated by you. Like, I'm always curious, what does Gus do when he leaves here? I always want to know that. And so Gus gets dropped off and does like this slow walk into the complex. And like Ashley's snapping photos of him. Felt so
I
bad
like how you
for
were
him.
covering your eyes
Yeah.
too.
Yeah, and
as
he's
if,
like,
you know who it was.
it's just like he's walking so slow, one step at a time. And then the car that he came in like pulls away, and Ashley makes a joke about the walk of shame. I go, well, who drove him here? Who did he go home with? Who did he stay with? And it looked like Matt's car, but it wasn't Matt. So I followed the car for like 4 blocks, and I'm like, who's Gus going home with? And did he crash at somebody's house? And I'm following, and I'm like an idiot. I was in Home Depot like an hour later. I was like, oh, there was a fucking Uber.
It was, by the way, the nicest Uber I've been in. The fucking guy shows up in a BMW 5 Series.
Yeah.
And I was like, what the fuck?
What's the Uber car, do you think, that you get picked up in the most?
Probably some kind of Toyota.
Hyundai Accent.
Hyundai Accent. Toyota Camry.
I get that one.
Oh,
so
there's the
much.
walk of shame.
There it
Such
is.
a great shot.
What fucking terrible timing. I was like, I'm just gonna get in my car, take off, nobody's gonna notice. You fucking Bernie and Ashley are right there, driving out. Perfect timing.
It really did get too spooky.
I was so sad I'd already gone home for that.
Yeah, I was sad I didn't go home.
It was amazing.
You know,
I remember
Blaine killed it, dude.
Yeah.
I remember waking up the next morning, and on the comments I saw like tons of different posts about Gus, like tiny little thumbnails, all of Gus, and I was like, what did Gus do? And the first one I clicked was a GIF of him just chugging vodka, and I was like, oh, I missed drunk Gus, damn it!
It was more than drunk Gus.
It's
It
an
was
understatement.
it was like that was it. You all witnessed the last time I ever gonna drink alcohol.
Dude, I had that feeling too whenever, like, I mean, the cat bug, I am cat bug started, was a long time ago, and that wasn't broadcast.
30,000 people didn't watch you do that.
No, they didn't watch me do that.
Do you hate hearing about it?
But it's not as embarrassing as when I'm like stumbling into a wall and turning down the lights or turning up the lights in an entire restaurant.
I always hate it if I've been drinking when people are just reminding me of stuff I did. Do you hate that when people
Not
do that?
reminding you, informing you.
Yeah.
No, I've always tried to own it. Like I don't ever want to be embarrassed by it. Like I don't want to feel bad about it. So it's like, yeah, I did that. So what? So what?
I've
of it?
never seen you
raised
embarrassed.
so much money doing all of the crazy things that you did. Like, without question. We got thousands of dollars because of Drunk Gus Cheese Man.
Thank you, everyone who donated for the extra live stream. Where do we end up with that?
So Jack put out a journal. I believe he said we ended up. You probably know better than I do, Barb, but $365,000 were raised by the community in donations.
It was even more as of today,
And-
because people could still donate.
Yeah, because they can still donate, and then I think very close to 21,000 posters, like just under 21,000 posters.
Yeah, with all of that, and today there was more raised. I think we were at $562,000.
That's the number I was thinking of, not 365. Let me look up the actual number, but it was,
Yeah,
the
I'm pulling it
grand
up right
total was
here.
565-ish, somewhere in
Yeah,
there. Yeah.
which is like ridiculous. I know the goal was 500, and even that was like a hard goal to attain. So awesome job, community.
Let me look
Yeah.
out Jack Patillo.
I'm gonna get back to work.
Good job, Cheese Master.
I knew that we had
Let's get some
lost
cheese
Gus
later.
the second he tried to kiss Jack.
Also, congratulations to Miles.
That was good.
Miles has been promoted to the head writer of animation at Rooster Teeth. So congratulations to Miles, who will now be
Where's he
he'll
coming?
be doing a victory lap here in a moment. Here he goes, victory lap. Oh, I get a hug. Mwah.
It's like me and Jack.
That's it. You're in management now. That's inappropriate. You can't do that. Congratulations, Bob. Well deserved.
Yeah, you have to disclose that relationship.
What
now.
about when Gus rubbed his naked belly on my arm last night? What does that count as?
What's that? No, that's
It counts as a bonus. You're lucky for working
that's
here.
good luck in a lot of Asian culture.
Yeah.
This is true. He was also holding his tits at the same time. Does that
Yeah,
count?
well, I want it to be decent.
You were like Janet Jackson on the cover of the Rolling Stone, just holding your boobs.
There's someone else holding her boobs, I think. There's someone behind her, right?
That is correct.
I remember that.
Hopefully, no one will do that to you.
Do you think that was our most extreme live stream we've ever had?
I would say without
Like,
a
how are
doubt.
we gonna topple that?
I'm not gonna listen. I mean, when
More vodka?
it's Sunday or Monday morning, and no one is talking about the fact that Michael got, or less people are talking about the fact that Michael got tased twice. That was one of the most intense things that I have ever watched in my life.
You were there in person, right?
No, I was at home
shit.
watching. I was at home watching.
It was me. I didn't want to do it because I didn't want to kill him. So that was me explaining to Jack how to use a taser.
I love how they chose Matt Bragg and Trevor to hold him. They're probably two of the like scrawniest dudes in existence.
Oh, there he goes. And,
I got
I wish we had
the,
Michael here to describe it. Oh, look at him, he's shaking.
Well, we're gonna put up a video. You can see me there filming him from the front. Like I got his face, and you just like it's the kind of thing that just strips all of your layers away. Like, you can't put up any defense when you're getting hit by a taser. It's like you're looking deep into that human with just like raw pain. Like he can't control himself in any way.
That was
That's
It's like
top
when you're
was
asleep.
right on his spine too.
Yeah.
It was like
It also, it didn't come out very easily, right?
Oh, let's not show that. Let's ignore that part.
I was watching that stream. I wasn't here. I was watching from home. I was like,
Also, the medic was
cringing
such a
watching
freaking troll.
he was.
Yeah.
The dude
It was
like
hilarious.
That dude came camera ready.
Well, it was
Yeah.
his idea to get him again after he'd already been hit by him.
Yeah, that. And let me ask you a question, because I was at home screaming,
Yeah.
"Stop!" when Michael was getting hit, because it was like I felt like the charge went on forever.
Yeah, it lasts for 5 seconds.
Yeah.
And there's no.
You can turn the safety on to stop it, but
Okay.
by default it's a 5-second jolt and then it stops.
That's the
And
longest
then
5 seconds of anyone's
You
life.
can get him again.
On the second time, I remember Jack hit him again, and it was going for 5 seconds, and he had already let go of the trigger.
Yeah.
And you hear Jeremy going, "Stop! Stop! Stop!" And
Yeah.
Jack's like, "I already
I'm
put
not
my
doing
hand on the trigger."
anything. Oh my
You can
God.
actually, in my angle on the video, you can hear Michael like eke out a stop. He's like, yeah.
That's horrible. Oh my
I
God.
can't.
Also, his
I can't
nipples were
believe
so hard.
It did. It hardened them up real nice.
They were like, they could cut glass.
I would not want to do that though.
No, I
I
would
would
not want to
not
do that.
wanna do
Listen, yeah, I mean, I thought you guys were champs for doing the milk challenge, which was great because you colored milk. That
Oh,
made
let's
me
get
laugh.
a shot of that.
That made
yeah.
me laugh so hard. Mike,
You put so much food coloring. in
Michael
your
did this one video one time where he puked a rainbow, and this actually looked like he was puking that same
And I
rainbow.
gotta say, when,
Oh, yeah, there it is.
Look at
Michael
this,
had
the best shot ever. The shot of Barbara is
look
just
at that
like,
pull focus is great.
because there'll be one
My
in here in a
favorite is
second
Adam
where he goes
Kovac's
back
face,
in,
too.
but they don't refocus on Michael, they just stay on Barbara. Oh, but then, oh, it's awful. It was so
There
awful.
was there's a screenshot that someone sent me later, and it was you. I guess you were like looking at the laptop and not paying attention. It's just a picture of you with my stream of green vomit, like coming down like a
Covering my head.
waterfall in front of you.
Yeah, you
Michael
showed it
got
to
up
me.
with
You're like,
that
this is our
taste.
favorite.
Yeah.
It's just like, I just,
We had, I forgot who
that
was
will never
talking
not
about
be
it.
amazing to me that he did that.
Like we
The
had
tasing?
meetings talking about this ahead of time, like weeks ahead, like, oh, you know, what do we need to do? How should we organize this? You know,
Yeah.
so much thought went into just hurting someone.
And after it
what
was
it
done,
was.
I just grabbed the taser. I was like, done.
So, let's be honest here. Next year, somebody's gonna have to get naked, right, or something,
Or die.
Like it's gonna close.
Yeah, like what are we gonna do? You gonna like shoot someone with a crossbow?
I
Like,
don't
how
know
do you-
what's gonna happen. Yeah, we're gonna have to like cut somebody's head off or something like that.
Live surgery.
Oh my gosh. I don't even know. We had live surgery when Michael had the barbs removed from his back.
Gus will do the whole stream in what he wore in those pictures in Frag Dude.
Oh
The
God.
controllers covering your nipples.
Or you, the famous picture of you. You should bring your tiger outfit here. Your little tiger costume.
Photoshop.
I recently learned who it was that created that Photoshop.
I know who it was.
Was it Finch?
It was.
It was
Ah.
Finch. Was he Finch Lynch back then, or was he
Mojo pin.
Mojo Pin?
I don't
Their
know.
name.
I was so mad.
Finch Lynch
I get that
is-
picture tweeted at me all the fucking time.
Finch Lynch is a legendary member of the Rooster Teeth community site, and he would just like he was one of the best photoshoppers
He's really good at it.
I've ever met in my
But you
life.
remember
yeah.
on the old site, there was always a running thread that was constantly being posted in, and it was just Photoshop Gus,
Yeah.
the thread.
And there's one that came out of it that Finch Lynch did, which was a dude in a Tigger costume and bikini briefs, like this. You can look it up, you'll find Gus. Gus gets it sent to him all the time.
Isn't it on your Wikipedia page?
Is it really?
I don't have a Wikipedia page.
Oh.
So no.
Look up
it's not.
Yes, somebody targeted Gus's Wikipedia
They,
page.
yeah, they came after me repeatedly saying that a computer technician does not deserve to have a Wikipedia page.
Man, they really don't like you.
Yeah, they kept deleting it. It kept getting restored, kept getting deleting it, but eventually, I guess it was just
They just
gone.
gave up.
So fuck it, who cares? It's Wikipedia. All that shit's fake anyway.
It's true.
Yeah, so yeah, it's a really weird, awkward photo. But if it were me, I would own it. I would fess up to it. Yep, there it is.
There it is.
That is not me.
It's like
It's such a great Photoshop, though.
It's good.
I
that is-
forgot that you had on Spider-Man underwear in this
I think you
photo.
forgot that I didn't have on Spider-Man briefs.
Why don't you
I don't
just?
think I forgot that.
Why don't you just replicate it? Just do it.
Maybe stretch goal for next year's.
see
I
how
love- I
pale
love
you
that
are
idea
in,
of the stretch
in
goal.
reality compared to that guy.
See how much more heat I'm packing down in my spider dick.
Spider dick.
It's got 8 arms, baby,
Oh, shoots web
and it's filled with venom.
and unborn children.
and unborn children.
Do you think your human specimen cuts through metal like your sweat?
My human specimen? What does that mean?
Jizz.
Oh, okay.
Like, do you think if you jizzed on your MacBook, would it eventually eat through?
Let's find out. How long would we have to? It would have to leave
Once
it there
a
long
day.
time.
Every day.
It have to be hours and hours. Yeah, that would not be a laptop you'd want to use. That would not be like a daily use laptop. That'd be like a laptop. I don't even know where you would keep that.
There's a whole new meaning to sticky keys.
Isn't that the meaning?
When like keys stick, you know, like when you're
Wait,
click something too long,
you talking about pressing shift 5 times?
or any key. If you hold down any key too long, it like errors out. No? Like, that's just me.
I think you're alone.
Cool. Glad we're having this conversation.
Yeah, no, we are too. We're here. That's what we're here for. So one of the other things that's out here, I put that book out here. Someone sent me this book. It's What If. It's like a hypothetical situation book. I put it out here because I wanted people to know that I'm aware of it, and I feel bad because people send me this book fairly regularly.
They send you the physical book?
They send me. Some people buy this book and gift it via Amazon.
I have
Oh, really?
Yeah,
I have
so,
several.
So I brought it out just so people know. Thank you. I really appreciate it. You don't have to.
Is this a sponsored book there?
No.
Oh, let's go here. Check this out. Red vs. Blue, the book. Comes out November 17th.
When did you say it comes out?
November 17th. A very short reading we did of it. It's I mean, a lot of times you see like the art and everything else. It's really cool in there. Like the hold on a second. I'll pull up the schematics. One of my favorite sections.
It's a great coffee table book.
Boop boop boop.
Or a back of the bog.
Back of the bog. That's
Back
a good
of the
place for it.
bog.
Where's the plans? Oh, here we go.
Do you keep
This
the
is
books on the back?
all the plans as drawn by Caboose for different operations in Blood Gulch.
Wait, do we have an audiobook version? Read by you?
We could I think
I
it's
would say
called
read by-
vs. Blue.
read by Joel.
Yeah. So there's original stories in there. There's compilations of like in data from the whole series, and then some new material as well that we wrote.
So cool.
That we writ. We're the Ritters.
Hopefully, you had a good editor.
Man, that was Eddie. Eddie did a lot of work on the editing, and it was like, I want to say the first draft of the book when it came back had something close to 500 like notations on it or something like
Jeez.
that. So it was making a book is a tough process.
So, book coming out in November. Big accomplishment.
That's really cool. I'm very excited. Never had a book before.
You talked about this on the vlog of what's happening November, December, January. I don't know if you
Right, November we've got the book coming out, and then we announced last week that Red vs. Blue is going to El Rey Red vs. Blue will be televised now on the El Rey network, and then in January we have a movie. So we have a book coming out, a TV show coming on TV, a network, and then a movie coming out in
You
theaters.
phrased that in the weirdest way.
I know I did.
Coming on TV.
TV and a TV
TV
network.
coming
You
on
want to see if
TV.
my specimen can make TV?
So that's really awesome. It's one of those things I didn't have either of those things, any of those things, 2 months ago, and now in the next 3 months we'll have all of them.
Is that a meal you're eating, or is that just water?
It's just water. I'm just using the container.
We also, I think we're allowed to talk about Laser Team since the backers got the
It
email.
was announced today. Why don't you tell us that? Unless
Sure.
Gavin, you'd like to tell us.
Gavin, would you like to answer?
Laser Team in theaters.
When?
27th
Of?
of January.
And we will be in, all of us will be in Australia, I believe, at that time. No, we'll be back by then.
We'll be on our way back, probably.
We'll be coming back. Yeah. Well, we'll have already had our Australian premiere.
Yeah.
Right? That's
Yes.
been announced. Okay.
Yes.
Just want to make sure. Yeah. So we're super excited. I can't wait to actually. It's gonna be crazy to go down to Australia with the amount of people that we're going down there with.
It's a lot
I saw
of
the
people.
list the other day. It's a lot of
A
people.
large showing. There'll be a lot of us there.
Very large.
Sorry.
What?
Being sarcastic.
Oh. I don't know. I don't know if it was your Canadian showing or not.
Sorry.
What was I say? There's something I was gonna say about that. Laser Team,
I guess
Australia.
I think it's gonna be a little bit slower today.
Australia, yeah.
It takes a while to recover.
Yeah.
Want some water?
I've got water.
You drinking
right
water?
here.
Drinking
Not-
it slowly.
Not vodka. Water.
Jeez.
What do you do for a hangover?
Sleep.
That's
Slept
it.
Yeah, I slept all day, pretty much all day yesterday.
The thing I found that works really well is just before you go to bed, just take 2 Advil and drink as much water as you can possibly stand, and then just go to bed.
I was beyond that.
Yeah, it's really scary when you drink like 4 glasses of water, and then wake up in the morning and you don't have to pee.
Gus couldn't even order himself an Uber.
That's pretty scary.
Uber.
It's one of the worst feelings if you go to bed and you've just forgotten to drink water, and like as you're waking up, you realize that you forgot, and you're like, my head. It's a horrible feeling.
just
Don't
did
you?
something
You
just
have to
pop
sleep
the
with a
smell.
glass of water. Isn't that a big? Is that like one of your nighttime rituals?
Is this a thing you know about me?
I say, yeah. Why is he shocked?
Yeah.
You probably
I know
mentioned
this
it
about
before.
you. Don't you sleep with a glass of water?
Yeah, I mean,
Like
that doesn't-
every night before you go to bed, you have to get a glass of water and put it next to your bed.
Yeah, but I don't think you know that about me.
I just
Apparently
said
he
it.
does.
I just said it.
You probably mentioned it on a podcast
Oh.
before.
Did I? Well,
Or
yeah. I
also,
do.
you spend a lot of time with Bernie. You probably mentioned it in passing.
I do that.
Yeah.
But don't you? Don't most people go to bed with a drink?
Nah, I just like brush my teeth and then I have like a copper cup in my bathroom and I just drink like 2 glasses of water and done for the night.
Apparently, it's good to have.
I
ice
also, when
water
I fall
before-
asleep, I don't get back up until the morning.
So you
Yeah.
just drink out of the tap?
What? What part of copper cup didn't you hear?
I think he
Oh.
means is it not filtered or anything?
Oh fuck no! No, God, this water's out of the tap in the kitchen here.
It's
We
disgusting.
live in America.
No,
Tap
It's
water's
awful.
fine.
It smells
It's
bad.
totally fine.
you're mental.
Speaking of which, when's the last time anyone has changed the filter in
See,
the refrigerator?
There you go. When was the last time somebody changed the filter in that refrigerator? Have you noticed it comes out at a trickle?
That's why
Yeah.
I was bringing it up.
It's
I
probably
think-
like coming through like 40 years of algae. to
Yeah,
get
but it
to you.
still tastes better than the crap from just the tap.
Yeah, you're very sensitive. We've talked about this before.
Well, we identified it, didn't we? We
yeah,
did the test.
he did it. I think it took me 2 minutes to fill up
Oh, you'll be there a long
this,
time, yeah.
just
Yeah.
because it's so fucking slow.
Get yourself a Brita pitcher. The toughest part for me is like living or coming to work at a place where there's a beer tap like 30 steps away at all points of
Oh,
time.
yeah.
That thing is fucking dangerous.
Mm-hmm.
That
The
came
one
in
that's
handy.
on the off-topic podcast said.
Came in handy on the live stream though.
Oh shit! Is
That
that
thing's
empty?
gotta be empty.
I don't
though.
know. I don't know how many people.
We should
used
keep a
it.
stat. There should be a board, like a chalkboard on the set. How many times you've replaced the K?
There's a yeah, that's a good one. Have
That's
you
a
been?
good
There's a bar in Las Vegas
Never been to a bar.
at the Aria. There's the Todd English Pub.
The
And-
Aria.
They have
What's the Aria? Is that the one that's by the Cosmopolitan?
yes, it's
Okay.
like right next to it.
That was where we played craps.
Yes,
I thought it was Asian themed. Vegas, everything has a theme, like Paris and all that stuff.
Uh-huh.
And Aladdin is Arabian themed. I thought Aria was a Asian themed casino when I went there the first time because I just didn't know I was there on Chinese New Year.
Oh.
So they had up all the
Yeah, they go
decorations for it.
crazy at Chinese New Year with the
Yeah.
decorations. But at the Todd English Pub, they have tables with a tap in the middle of it, and it's serve yourself beer, and it's just got like a little counter on it. And
So
anytime
it's
you
like
pull
getting petrol.
it, right, and anytime you pull it, it just like spins, or like the counter goes up and then stops when you stop filling.
That's
it.
amazing.
See, we were talking about this earlier, Gus, and it's the thing that happens to me with me when I start drinking is there's like, if I'm in a place where I'm drinking. Last time I got really drunk wasn't actually the cat bug story. It was at New Year's when I got super drunk at New Year's. But I was
when
at
you
my,
were doing your vampire thing with
I
your
was. It
coat.
was a spy. I was. It was a
You were
spy.
saying you were a vampire.
Oh, was I? I was invisible.
Yeah, you're invisible when you do this.
But there's always this thing I do when I'm drinking, and it's like there's this voice, and it's not really strong. I have to like think about it, but there's a voice going, "Stop, stop drinking right now. Do it right now. Just stop drinking." And if I
You sure that's
stop at
not
that
Ashley?
point, great night. If I don't stop, if I have one more beer after that voice, done. That's like I can't remember the rest of the night. And you said you stopped 10 minutes too late.
I probably should have gotten off camera about 10 minutes earlier,
Or 20.
or 20, whatever.
Don't
You were
let,
like,
don't let
"No,
what I
don't
just saw
quickly
happen in 10 minutes.
I was just nervous because you kept trying to get people to do 3 shots with you.
Oh God, that's the worst.
And my favorite is when we spun the wheel and it landed on 3 shots and you got so excited. And you went, I'm gonna do 3 shots. You guys are gonna do 3 shots. And then I'm gonna make you cheese. It's just like,
Gus was so
That was
happy
the
we were
night.
away from this
Oh
conversation.
no, it's awesome. I
It's
love
gonna
it.
come
I
back.
love it.
I liked it when you were spinning the wheel and just random crap. I don't know who wrote it.
Oh,
it
what
like
was it?
landed on like Howie Mandel and stuff.
Oh yeah, yeah. You don't know what Howie Mandel is?
No,
On the wheel?
It's
No.
like-
I know who the person.
I know who he is.
Well, Howie Mandel, used to do the thing where you would put like the latex glove over his head and inflate
Oh
it.
sure.
Howie Mandel used to do that, but with one of the condoms that we had left over from earlier.
Oh, is that why Blaine had a Johnny on his head?
Yeah.
Yeah.
So I realized at that point when I was writing all the stuff down on the wheel that I was getting to the point where like information wasn't going to be sticking anymore. So as I was writing it, I was explaining it to like various people. Like I think Gray.
you gave
I-
John.
The
and
translator.
John, like I had to tell him like you're going to decode this later. And when the double down came up, John had to decode
No, it was the Dracula one.
Oh, okay.
It was like kill Dracula or something.
There's Howie Mandel.
Oh, I haven't seen that before.
Man, he used to have hair.
Yeah. So that was me showing my age then.
Oh,
with
yeah.
With the Howie
Yeah.
Mandel. Here, I'm gonna
He
read
used to be
this.
He used to be like his early material. Like a lot of people say, oh, I liked his early stuff. That's not the case with Howie Mandel. He was really like super annoying comedian. I don't know how else to put it. Did you ever see his original?
Oh, yeah.
Like back when he put the glove on his head and all that stuff. It was. You gotta go watch some of his early.
Did you hear the story
tapes.
when he pissed off Letterman? Was it Letterman? Or was it?
Leno?
I don't know. It was one of them. He like brought on this giant rabbit with a carrot, and I think it was Letterman was like, "What's this?" He's like, "I don't want to talk about it." And it like really pissed him off, and he never had him back on the show. Because I
Really?
think it like because it blocked the camera's view
No.
of him. He was like, "No one ever blocks Letterman."
Don't do it.
Okay.
Yeah, fuck you.
Don't block me. I'm going to read this. I want to remind everyone this episode of Rooster Teeth Podcast is brought to you by Braintree. Developers around the world have embraced the Braintree V.0 SDK as the easiest way to add secure mobile payments to their apps and websites. No matter what payment type, Braintree accepts it. Apple Pay, Android Pay, PayPal, Venmo, credit cards, even Bitcoin. And if something new pops up, Braintree will support that too. It's the same payment solution used by Uber, Airbnb, and GitHub, so you know that it scales. Developers, don't worry. Developers, they got you. Don't worry about it taking days to integrate your payments. With Braintree, it's done in minutes. The Braintree code supports Android, iOS, and JavaScript clients. Integrating it into your app is as easy as inserting a few lines of code. Try out the sandbox and see for yourself at braintreepayments.com/roosterteeth. It's braintreepayments.com/roosterteeth. Go earn some money.
Twitter's telling me my glasses are crooked. Can I get a second here?
You want to get the camera on you? That way you can...
Yeah, that
straighten
view
your
helps.
glasses.
Oh, get
He's
fucked,
new.
Michael.
There we go. Got it.
We got new people in the control room.
Oh, Michael.
Yeah.
It's Michael, the handsome devil that was getting shout-outs in the pre-show.
Pretty
Yeah,
sure people
I
like
told
them.
him to give him a wink, so you're welcome, ladies. That one was
Does a
for
wink
you.
do it for women?
It depends on what kind of wink it is.
It depends if it comes from an attractive
Yeah.
dude.
Hey, Barbara.
Also that. Nope, not doing it.
How about this one? Wait, this one.
Maybe a little bit.
Hey, okay, that eye. Okay,
Yeah.
good. So Patrick, this morning at the All
does
Hands
feel-
meeting, Patrick was saying that this extra live stream was the 4th day of work for both of the new employees over here in broadcast.
Really?
So their 4th day, it was a rude introduction.
Yeah, and one of them stayed 23 and a half hours, and the other stayed 21 hours. So
What a quitter!
kudos.
Almost 24.
I know.
So close.
Half-hour nap, maybe?
I don't know.
Day 10 is the group sex day, just so you guys know. We call it Wednesday. Patrick wooed.
Yeah. So welcome and learn to cut to burning a little faster.
Why is...
Oh.
That's a good lesson in life. Just learn to cut to me faster. The Twitter's telling me you ate Jack's beard. How
I
did I
did.
miss that? What is that?
It was the double down.
Well, there's also
Don't say that like it's a
Casually.
regular thing.
the double down
The
wasn't as bad. You had 2 pieces of chicken with just a little sprinkling of hair in there. But later on, you guys took 2 pieces of bread and just filled it.
Yeah.
Filled it with hair.
Ugh.
It looked like a hamburger of hair in there.
Did you eat that?
That's the way I like it.
Did you eat that for real?
Maybe, yeah.
He did.
Oh my god.
He
What a
did. Miles
nightmare.
did. I think.
you
I
Carrie
felt
swallow
like I felt like a bully. Like when Miles tweeted me the next day, he's like, "I just remember Gus made me eat a hair sandwich last night." And I was like, "That's totally something like a bully would do, like in elementary."
I just remember Carrie took a bite and looked at Jack and went, "You're inside me now."
Who said that?
Carrie.
Oh.
Yeah. It was,
Does hair even digest? Or does it come out as a hairball?
Yeah, could you tell us if your poo is hairy one day?
I'll let you know.
Okay. I'm excited.
Mine was green.
Was it really?
Did you say
Yeah.
green poop? Oh, that's awesome. I thought
Yeah.
Michael took a
It-
red poop.
Because
Gross.
Michael put in like this much red
Pink.
food coloring because the bottle was mostly empty.
Yeah.
And he gave me green, which was full, so I just like put it all in. It like my insides must be fully green because
bet
what
they
came
are.
out of me was green. It wasn't like green brown. It was green.
One time,
Like the poo?
Yeah.
What do you mean like the...
Like neon green? Like your color shirt green?
Well, the color of the vomit, the milk.
one time I went to a kid's birthday party and they had cupcakes with like really brightly colored frosting, and I ate one that had blue frosting, and then like I don't know, the next day, 2 days later, I took a shit and it was blue, like you're talking about, just like blue, and I was like, what the fuck was wrong with me? Like I was googling like, what does blue shit mean? You know? And I was like, oh wait, I ate that fucking cupcake.
Wait, how old were you when this happened?
33, 34, I don't know, wasn't that
How
long
much
ago?
icing was on that cupcake?
It was a lot. They
And
they
did you
sell it
just,
at
like,
HEB. If you ever see like the really brightly colored frosting cupcakes at HEB,
Yeah.
and then you see the blue one, don't eat the blue one.
Now I just want to try.
So if you
I
eat
want to have blue shit.
if you ate a ton of green food coloring and then a ton of red food coloring, would your poo be brown from the poo or from the food coloring?
No, it would be like striped, like a candy cane.
Like the barber
Like
things.
that
Yeah.
ice cream that comes out.
Yeah, just like that,
Twist.
like a swirl, green and red.
Number one causes for blue poop is artificial color. There's no thing else that can cause blue poop.
Can you look up green just to make sure I'm
Green
fine?
poop, I think, is a pancreatic thing.
Oh,
If like your pancreas is failing. Hold on one second.
no, it sucks.
You know what is the most dangerous color of poop? If you see it, I'm
Like,
scared.
red?
White, I believe. Hold on one second. What does green poop mean? In adults, okay.
A rainbow of poop.
Like maybe it's just covered in mucus?
Huh. Poop means it's passing. Green poop means it's passing through your system too quickly.
Like
Green
you're
means
digesting
go.
it too fast?
Yeah.
Passing
So, like-
through
Well, it should say stop.
Yeah, it should stop a bit. Take your time. If it's passing through your system too... Okay, we don't have to get into it.
Wait, go for it.
Say, if it's passing through your system too quickly, isn't that just diarrhea then?
No,
I think
no, it's something different.
diarrhea is like failure of the
Welcome
large
to
intestine.
the Rooster Teeth podcast, everybody. White poop may indicate a lack of bile, which may indicate a serious underlying problem.
Ooh.
What about clear poop?
That's not what we're done. Plaid poop. I think used to be the most scared of. A nice healthy
I'm trying to
tartan.
imagine clear poop. It's just like the outline of the shell of poop, but it's see-through.
It's gross. This is a award-winning podcast.
I know.
It'd be
right?
like wrapping a poop in cling film and then deleting the poop.
In what? Clean film? What's that? Cling film.
Yeah, what
I
did I
they
say?
said clean. Sorry.
I think
Oh,
it's clean
saran wrap?
also,
Oh,
yeah.
yeah.
Yeah, saran.
Saran wrap.
I see too many tricks like pranks with that. I would be furious if somebody tripped me with saran wrap. That's just like I'd be furious about that.
Don't most people wrap the bog hole with it so you piss all over yourself?
Oh, that's a great prank.
It is a great
I
prank.
want
It's
to take
really
that
funny.
one home.
The best pranks are when they'll put it like at eye level through a door,
Yeah.
and someone just walks right through, gets a fucking face full of saran wrap.
It's classic. Just the head goes down.
It's so
Snaps their neck,
unexpected. It's
no
like
big
it's like you get stopped by a force field.
I'm gonna get beer from the off topic.
There's a beer right here.
He doesn't like this.
Should we just start wheeling in the back wall of the other set behind this
I
one?
would love to push that thing like over here to get my beer. Like push it in front of you.
Well, we talked about getting a new Rooster Teeth podcast set, right?
It's coming at some point.
So could we just get a beer tap on that one?
2.
2 beer taps?
Yeah, for you guys, not for me. He has to reach. That's sad. So, Fallout 4 comes out tomorrow.
I'm so excited.
Super excited
Technically,
about that.
because of the time zones, it comes out at 11 p.m. tonight.
Oh, is it gonna unlock on the on the Xbox?
Yeah,
at 11
I'm downloading it as we speak.
I saw
Pre-ordered.
everyone talking about it today, though. Oh, you guys got an early.
Oh,
p.m.?
yeah.
We've had it.
Okay.
I wrote a long journal on the Rooster website about it. So if you're interested in the game, check it out. People are upset. As I said, I was going to write a spoiler-free thing, spoiler-free journal about Fallout 4, and people were upset that I gave a spoiler. And because I talked about what happens literally in the first 3 minutes of the game. Essentially what you saw in the E3 demo.
Oh.
That's like uploading a screenshot of the title screen and calling it a spoiler.
Yeah.
I
So
think people just want the experience of experiencing it all first.
Just don't read a journal about the game then.
yeah.
Well, I mean, they thought it was spoiler free.
and it okay, and it I
To be,
and
I'm just taking.
I
their
think
side.
once they play the game, they're going to realize how non-spoiler that is.
Right.
But yeah, so whatever. I think a lot of it's funny to me because I think the game is very highly anticipated, and I had a lot of fun playing the game. I'm still playing it, by the way, and I think there's a lot of people wanting to dislike it or wanting to say bad things about it for some reason.
Just because everyone's so excited about
Yeah, I think it's like the people are like, oh no, it's going to be shit.
There's
Like
people who
they
just like
want
to
to be
shit on
cool,
people's parades.
right? They want to be cool by not liking it or by saying
it.
it's
My
bad.
first impression of it with it.
Or to like someone's urine.
Yeah.
Yeah,
Oh.
Do you think? Oh, you could easily fill that with piss. Couldn't you?
yeah.
We should do
Yeah,
that.
probably.
We should prank it.
That'd be a good one. Yeah.
What's the biggest piss that anyone's ever done? Is that on record?
Somebody's done it. Every day somebody takes the biggest piss in the world that day.
It's true.
Every single day.
I wonder how often that happens to you. Like, how often are you like the best thing that happened that day?
That can't
in
be.
that field.
That probably never happens. You have never taken the biggest piss in the world on any
Maybe
game.
not
Not
that
not
specifically.
piss because I'm not that
Just
big.
something. Like the
But I might have
biggest
done.
something.
I might have done the best thing one day. in my
I would
life.
say I could tell you what Gavin's done. And that's beat everybody else. He probably several times in his life has been the person who shot the most frames of footage that day.
Yeah.
Also, hasn't he been #1 on YouTube in terms of views certain days or subscribers or something like that?
It's a worldwide thing.
That's true.
Yeah.
Yeah, sometimes I just leave the camera going at like 10,000 frames a second, and I'll just like stand in front of it for like a couple of minutes. It's
you
like
ever
there's
test
more
things?
pictures of me today than anyone else.
Do you ever test things with your own face or body with your own slow-mo camera?
No.
Like shaking your face or do anything like just on your off time?
Like sex moves.
No, not really.
I don't believe you.
Like shake my face around?
I feel like if I owned that camera, I would like fuck with it
No,
every day.
I don't. Not with my own face, but I do sometimes just turn it on and point at stuff, see what it looks like.
Yeah.
Just like household stuff.
Immersion's not coming out this week. The season finale of Social Disorder's coming out this week.
It
right?
is Wednesday for sponsors, Thursday for the public.
Is it the one I think it is? Where they go?
They've talked about it before. You could.
They go to the reunion.
They go. They both go to each
I've
of
been
their
waiting
reunions
months for this one.
because they happen to
Nightmare.
fall within a month of each other.
It's a nightmare. It's a nightmare. It's,
I-
I felt so bad for both of them.
Have you seen it?
I have.
Is it the worst thing
It's
ever?
pretty
I
awful.
have
I
not
felt
seen
worse
it yet.
for
I'm
Aaron.
so
You
excited.
feel worse for Aaron?
Worse for Aaron. Yeah.
After what he made Chrissy? Chrissy wants to cry on his front porch.
Aaron was closer with the people he graduated with, though. So it was more of like
Not anymore.
hitting home.
I'd say they're about even now.
I wanted to cry. I felt so bad for him. And Chris too, I guess.
Well, if he was that close with him, they would have kept up with him.
Here's the
No-
thing though, Chris is weird. Everyone knows Chris is weird, so it's not that weird that he
Not that weird, Barbara. That was,
It's
I
pretty
mean,
weird.
when he comes to his front door, anyway, and Aaron tells him what he's going to be doing, you'll see it this week. It'll be awesome.
Yeah, they're also doing a Q&A on our Facebook page after the finale, 4 o'clock on Thursday Central Time. So, do you
Why
want
on
to ask some
Facebook?
questions?
Why not on our site?
Just, to get our Facebook audience a little more involved as well.
Let's get up.
Yeah.
The episode that comes out after that. So that's the season finale of Social Disorder, and then we have an episode of Immersion that we haven't talked about yet that we filmed as well. People kind of surprised people with the Immersion Fallout that we did. That was a two-parter. Then we have another Immersion. Then we have a third Immersion that we shot it and we're making something out of it. We shot it the other day. But the one we shot next, I actually think it'll be a bigger deal than even the Fallout one. I really do.
I forgot
I
that we
really like
hadn't-
to make those predictions, but
I forgot that we hadn't really talked about immersion. Like, because we've been making them for the last few weeks.
yeah.
It's kind of like fresh in everyone's minds, like, oh, we're doing immersion.
I'm really excited about
But
the next
nobody
one.
in the audience knew. Like, we just put it up and it's like, immersion? What?
Right.
I was like, oh, we must have been really good at not talking
And
about
also,
it.
the edit got finished at like 11 p.m. on Sunday night. So I was like, hey, immersion. Whoa! Thought you were going to bed.
It was really fun, though, to do that.
I had fucked up. I don't remember that right after we had filmed that, we were recording the sponsor version of the podcast, and I showed a picture. We were talking about when we were talking about live photos. I put a picture of myself in the makeup
Yeah.
onto the
Apple
onto the
TV.
feed onto the Apple TV. But since that portion's not live streamed, it got cut in the final
You would
edit.
have blown it.
I was so fucking mad at myself.
But that was like probably the most different immersion we've done, where it wasn't really about a specific mechanic. It was just like cameras are rolling, just go, just like experience this world.
Well,
Also,
that was
you
the
guys were
open world
working
thing. That
Yeah.
was we were just testing without any guidance really what
Like
happened.
Michael and I were really worried while we were making it because we were having so much fun, just like the camera crew following us around, and we could just say and do whatever we wanted. We were worried that we were having too much fun and it wouldn't come across in the video. Like it was more fun to make the video than to watch it. But I'm really happy people like that one.
Some of those locations were my favorite locations we filmed at. Like all of the interior stuff. Just like how dilapidated that
The
building
one with
looked.
the location where Barbara was especially.
Right.
So, yeah.
Yeah.
That was an awesome
People
location.
were wearing like gas masks.
We were
in
like
there.
worried about our health, like
Yeah.
being in that building.
And I'm just standing there like breathing in all the air while everyone's covered up, and I'm like, let's get this shot.
I can't believe that building exists and that it already looks like that.
I know, we were talking about that. Like, if we wanted to, Patrick, I'll send you a photo here in a second. If we wanted to find that building, I mean, finding the building was a godsend because we want to make that set.
Oh,
There was
yeah.
like, $100,000 worth of production value that we
Right.
could do, like paint the walls and then heat them up so the paint peels and everything else. So
Shout out to Marcus on all the props and costuming and everything like that.
it looks so
It
good
looked amazing.
that even when I see pictures I know I took, they look like screenshots from a game.
I broke the laser rifle.
Did you really?
Yeah,
What?
just like a little thumb thing. I
You
popped
did
off
that?
of it, yeah.
I was really impressed with all of our sort of other characters we had stashed around and how quickly they were able to adapt to stuff that they didn't necessarily see coming.
Well, like getting shot in the chest.
Yeah, like I guess. What's spoiler for the
Tyler.
video? I killed Tyler by accident because I was just messing
I
with
think
the
that's my
triggers.
favorite part.
What?
That whole scene with you and Tyler.
Oh yeah.
Yeah.
I almost had two photos. One thing I don't think came across. Patrick, I'm gonna send you this one real quick. One of the things I don't think came across very well was the radiation effect that we put on Gavin.
Oh,
like
yeah.
we could show what it looked like from his perspective. From our perspective, it was nuts.
The
Patrick,
the
I'm gonna-
video
I'm gonna-
effect.
I messaged you that. Is that okay? Okay, I'll send you
The
another
video
one, too.
effect wasn't nearly as bad as what it actually looked like. Like it basically like radial blurred all of my peripheral, and then like super magnified the bit that I could see. So all of my depth was like I was like just walking around doing this the whole time. But I actually accidentally shot Tyler because
Yeah.
I didn't realize the gun was cocked.
People
and I
thought it was
just like,
fake, and it's just
Yeah,
like,
people thought I faked
do
it.
you know Gavin?
Yeah, but I was just like squeezing the triggers, like, yeah, I look like Arnie or whatever. And one of them, it hit him. I wasn't even looking.
Is it because
just
it's
hit
the
him right
trigger that flips the
Yeah,
the
it
darts
might be.
around to the other?
But he was
holster?
just like, obviously not expecting to get killed because he's a quest giver. He was just like, I
Yeah.
totally went with it.
I love how he played with it.
I think there's a lot of cut out of me just looking at the crew, just like, can we go on? Like,
What do I do?
Yeah, I know.
and everyone just kept silent, so I was like,
Yeah, later, some of the crew came in because I was getting my makeup done.
Yeah.
While all this was going on, they were like, he shot Tyler. Gavin shot Tyler. I don't know what we're gonna do. They were like genuinely upset. Like it happened.
and then we realized afterwards that we failed this quest.
Oh yeah,
Yeah.
He didn't even, his dying wish, and you guys were like, hey, let's make friends. And did you drink a beer?
Yeah,
with the guy?
well, because Michael found beer on the shelf.
That was disgusting.
which Marcus or someone else
30-year-old
said-
That was not placed
top
there.
beer.
Yeah, it was just like it had been there. It wasn't like it was placed. It was like 33-year-old beer.
Wasn't it like red? I saw like a color dripping from
Oh
Michael's
no, that was
lip.
the Mentats.
Okay,
Yeah, that was
I got so afraid.
the sweeties.
But you look sharp in your vault costume, your vault suit.
Yeah.
You guys were talking about, when I was grabbing a beer, you guys were talking about Fallout 4 coming out. You haven't played it at all, right?
No, I've just watched the first couple of hours because we did a stream earlier today.
You have, though. You got a copy.
Yep.
I got
Quite
a
bit.
copy, and Jeff got a copy?
Yes.
And then I played for like 2 days, and then I handed it off to Matt Bragg because I wanted him to test the building stuff in that. Because there's a whole section of the game, this is from the trailer, where you build like things.
Right.
And
It's very vibrant looking. Like it looks
Oh,
a lot
it's
more
great.
like saturated and colorful.
people who
than the
don't
other.
think it looks good they're nuts.
The building is absolutely amazing.
Oh, is it?
The building mechanic and the way all that works, it's
Do you
crazy.
have to have played the first Fallout
No.
games?
I would say no.
Okay.
Nope. I like the VATS better in this one.
Yeah.
The VATS
Slow-mo.
doesn't stop it. They keep moving. And
Also-
as a result, they're like very slow like this. And as a result, the different parts of the body change percentages. So it's almost
Yeah.
like you have to lead with VATS a little bit. Like, oh, the torso's about to be exposed. I'll target the torso. Then you fire, and sure enough, you get a much better shot.
Well, that would happen in Fallout 3 a lot, where you would go to vat someone in the head, and they might just like raise their hand in front of their own head, and you've got 0% chance on your head.
Yeah.
So you'd have to like leave VATS and come back in when they've moved.
Nope. No, you can
But now-
actually. I don't know if you can move. I never tried that. Like, if you can move yourself.
No,
too.
I don't think so.
Yeah,
Yeah.
you can select which part.
No, yeah, but you can't move your character like
No.
like to rotate around. But it's great. I was a huge fan of Fallout 3. I got 100% of the achievements in Fallout 3,
Brag about
all the way through, all the DLC, everything. And I mean, I didn't do the same thing with Fallout New Vegas. I didn't like that one as much, but I love Fallout 4 so far.
There were some elements in New Vegas that I liked that I wish that they'd included in 4 that they didn't. But yeah, overall, I'm really pleased with it.
Yeah.
Thumbs up.
No.
And we talked a little bit about Halo 5 too. I mean, it was, you were not overly impressed by the story, I don't think, the campaign part of it. Have you been playing the multiplayer though?
I haven't.
No.
I've been busy recently. I haven't actually played much of anything.
It's crazy when you get to that point in your life. Wait, you play games all day at work. Did I see that you guys?
anymore.
I saw some spoilers. Somebody was looking at your profile and spoiled the fact that you guys were going to be playing a
Yeah.
WE game.
I always forget that people can see what we're doing.
That came out
I was in the Superstar Creator, but it came out today.
for sponsors.
Is there
I
no
think.
way to hide that?
You
Yeah,
can-
I always forget.
I feel like my privacy settings keep resetting on Xbox.
Every
Xbox to
different
Xbox, it's different on all of them.
Oh, that's not good.
Yeah, it's,
So then, like, if you're blocked on stuff, like, when you have a pre-release game, it's a courtesy to block achievements so that people don't see them.
Right.
You know, because in your friends feed or people who follow you, then, you know, they see your achievements. So when I log into an Xbox where I don't have that stuff blocked, then it just goes, oh, here's all that stuff that he was doing before.
but some games now just auto block.
Probably, right?
Probably. Yeah.
I know that because when I got on a different Xbox, all of a sudden people were messaging me, asking me to join a party.
Oh, because you don't have that blocked on that Xbox.
On the other, apparently not. But I felt like my settings were resetting. By the way, you ever join a party when some random person invites you?
No, never.
I do it, and every now and then, it's always the same experience. I'm like, what's up? Like, hey, is that you? And I'm like, I just beep, and I'm out. It's just like, it's like, you should have been ready. I was like, you know, it's like going fishing. It's like, the fish is pulling on the line. You're like, that fish?
There was a moment there where I thought you just forgot what you were going to say.
No, that's what it is. This big long silence like
I don't
that.
do that because every time I wear a headset at home, it costs me $30.
Why?
Throw it.
Nope, because my cat jumps on my lap, takes one bite out of the wire, and it's completely in half. And I
Oh.
always forget that the cat goes ape over the headset wires. So every time I'm playing Destiny or doing the raid or something, I'm always like, keep an eye out for the cat. I'll put the controller down, maybe go and pee, come back and it's in half.
Why don't you like?
I've lost 2 of the full stereo headsets, and I've lost probably 7 of the cheap.
Why do you like
Jesus.
put the wire like in your hoodie and like zip it up over the
I
wire?
could. I mean, if I wasn't just gaming in my underwear, I would do that.
No. Touche.
My cat, Joe, as you know, he's got mental issues. You know, he's a very relaxed cat, but he has like these little neuroses. The worst thing by far that he does is he hates one thing, and he pees on one thing. What do you think that one thing is?
If past experience has taught me anything, it's lighting kits.
It's a lighting kit, which is what? What is the lighting kit? What is it? What does he pee in?
The bag.
Right. So what would be the equivalent of that in my home?
A suitcase?
He pisses in suitcases all the fucking time. It's like if I leave a suitcase sitting on the ground, it's gonna get pissed on, and it's like
If it's open or closed or either.
it doesn't matter to him. Apparently, he loves pissing on suitcase. I think it's his way of expressing that he doesn't want me to leave and travel places. And I'm just
nice.
like, you fucking cat.
It's a sweet sentiment.
It's like $150 every time he pees on one.
Just line all your
power wash
suitcases.
it.
Do you know what it's like to like? I've tried to go on trips with a washed suitcase after, and you got this cat pee on it. Oh, it's the worst. It's awful. I probably spent like
It's a
seriously, I
wet
probably spent like
suitcase.
$500 replacing suitcases.
That's
That
one of the reasons
dopey-ass
I used
cat
to
had pissed
rally
on.
to get rid of Joe the cat at the annex, because he was always pissing on the fucking light kits.
Yeah, he pissed on the
Yes.
light kits for whatever
He
reason.
did that in Congress, too.
Yep.
I'm also really impressed
Matt
that you were able to get that.
Because I know what Joe the cat pisses on.
Yeah, no, I know because they always complain about it. He got in the light case, the light kit case, and took a big pee.
Has anyone ever seen a cat dick?
Anybody? I'm sure the cats have.
You just don't really see them, or like nobody talks about them.
Nobody talks about him.
Like a dog dick is
Well,
there.
Cat pics are big on the internet. Dick
I
pics
saw-
are big.
do you
so
know
there's no
Alan's-
cat dick pics?
Alan's dog, Otto. You know that dog, right?
Yeah.
I love Otto.
It's like a pug,
Yeah, half pug, I think.
half pug. And it has the giantest underbite I've ever seen on a dog.
Yeah, it's like half pug, half orc.
That's a good way to put
But it
it.
was
Yeah.
sitting on my lap
It's a
the other
pork.
day. It was sitting on my lap the other day. I was in Eric's office, and like I'm petting him, and he's like hunched over, and he's going, and like whimpering, and I'm like, oh, he's sad because Alan's not here. And then I like go to like lift him off me. He has the biggest boner I've ever seen on a dog, and I'm
Ever
just like,
seen on a dog?
well,
Yeah, that's horrifying. That's really horrifying.
Half bug, half horse.
Hey,
Something like
speaking
that.
of orcs, though, what did you think? I want to know. What did you think of the Warcraft movie trailer?
It's okay.
That's pretty much the reaction I had. I was like, yeah, okay.
Yeah. I mean, it's not,
What happened?
not terrible. Not.
You laughing about dog dicks over there still? About me?
Fumbled the thing.
Is that a big deal? Did I fumble that a little bit?
I don't know.
I don't know. I think it just hit us in the right spot.
Watching people who are like usually quite smooth be clumsy is funny.
I think the
Whenever
best thing
you
is like when
fall-
people miss high fives. It's just so much fun to watch that.
And whenever you personally fall down, it's the funniest.
So great.
Hold on. I feel like I'm actually a really clumsy person. I really do feel that way. I just like cover well. I have fallen downstairs more in the last 2 years than I have like probably the rest of my life combined. Because my house, the house where I just moved out of, that had a staircase, and I would just like start running up and down it in socks, and it's like and when you go down. And like you just go out from under and just wham, go down like a ton of bricks. Listen,
I was just imagining you in like boxers and nothing else and socks and just like running up your
where the fuck did you get that from? No, Ashley will not let me do that. When we first started dating, she said it's not a big deal as I think
You're
it
not allowed
is.
to be naked?
No. If I don't have pants on, I can't have socks on. Like that's like she's
Wait,
like,
that's
no.
a real rule?
No, like
No, she doesn't like that. Like if I'm in my underwear or whatever, like
Uh-huh.
just like around the house, and I have socks on, like I didn't take the socks off from the pants, it's like that's not gonna happen.
See, that's the first on the weekend. If I wake up in only underwear, first thing I do is put on socks and walk around for a bit.
I love
It's like
wearing
the
socks.
nicest feeling.
Yeah.
But
Do you
then
put
go-
on like no-show socks or like calf socks?
just like full on, fully blown socks?
Like
It
that?
is.
You put
Yeah.
that on and you're walking around
It
underwear and
depends-
those black socks.
It depends if I'm gonna end up wearing jeans that day.
Right. Like I
I'm
think the
wearing
no-show
shorts.
socks she's okay with. But it doesn't matter anyway because I don't wear socks anymore because I bite going down the stairs. Just like complete like
So they're
fall
wood
on my
stairs,
ass.
I guess.
Dun 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 dun. Everyone in the house comes running. What happened? Sounded like the house is collapsing. Hey, Patrick, you got those pictures of the Fallout set that we sent?
We're pulling them up.
So that's
Oh my
Gavin's face.
God.
That's Gavin's face through the Fresnel lens that we had.
I've never seen.
And if you're listening to the audio podcast, we'll post it somewhere.
You look like a cartoon.
That's what Gavin looked like. Now, I don't want to spoil anything, but there's a bit in Laser Team where your helmet does that to you.
Yeah.
A little bit. It's a little bit of a spoiler, but it's in the clips we've released so far,
Yeah.
I think. We actually were going to do that with, that was the effect we were going to do at first.
I would have vomited.
We were testing it on you.
That would not have been pleasant.
What's the second picture you sent?
Then I sent the picture of the set. Like, that looks
Oh,
like a
yeah.
screenshot from the game to me.
Yeah, and that was just.
That was.
We just walked into that room, and that's what it looked like, except for the chalkboard.
Well, they probably
Marcus,
flipped over those chairs.
You think so?
Probably.
I don't know. Man,
Do you remember that
yeah.
that paper we found?
Yeah, Barbara and I were like, it was a medical facility for assisted living, and there was like all these forms from like the 50s, and it was like they were writing about like this, you know, patients and everything. It was just like Barbara and I read this one form, we were like, holy shit, I'm not reading any more
Really
of this.
creepy.
Yeah.
Why, what was it? What did it say?
Just like patient is, 19-year-old female, incapable of saying her own name.
Like there's all these like checklists of things that you're able to do, like say your
Right.
own name, jump on one foot, recite the alphabet, like all these like really simple tests that like a 5-year-old should be able to do,
Yeah.
and like so many.
And then
people
like
should
notes about her personally and stuff like that, which I don't feel comfortable saying because who knows if somebody can be identified from that. But it was just like just abandoned stuff, and it was like it was really a tough moment to get a snapshot of somebody's like difficulty in life. You know what I mean? It's like just to see that and just like it's just a form. That's how it ends up. It just ends up a form
Yeah.
sitting in a
That's
room
forgotten.
that nobody's been in 20 years. You know what I mean? It was just like something about that just really just
And it's
got
from
to
the
me.
50s, right? What you said?
Yeah, I was thinking it was from the 50s was the date on it, yeah. So, what's the last one? Oh, this is just, that room was just like that. Like, there was a whole hallway.
That's where I
with
got to wait for you guys
the
to
peeling
arrive.
paint on it.
Well,
yeah.
that was one of the worst things about drinking the brown stuff from the toilet, which I think was like prune juice and just brown crap.
Yep.
But because Michael's leg was taped at that time, he was leaning on the wall, and every time he leant on the wall, tons of those little
Ugh.
paint strip things would just
Yeah.
fall into the
Which
water,
isn't
and we
good
were
because
like,
it's probably lead-based paint.
Yeah.
It's probably lead-based and with
Yeah.
asbestos in there,
that's
too.
why I spat it out.
Yeah, good call.
Disgusting.
Good call.
That was a really fun shoot, though.
No, that was a good one.
I had a really good time.
And I think the next one, which you're in,
That's what I thought you were practicing for.
You're in. The next one is I think great, and we filmed some extra footage. We're doing some stuff with immersion this season that we've never done before. But you know, we'll see how. And then the fourth one, I don't know. The Fallout one was 2 parts, and the one thing we got for feedback on the Fallout one was do more. Like they wanted to see like
You want to do a whole series.
a whole series based on just that. So
It's
I don't know.
basically all of us
We'll
just
look at that.
playing dress up.
It was fun.
Miles is the tunnel snake. Miles and Blaine is the tunnel
That was
snakes. Were
great.
fucking awesome.
That had one of
I
the
like
best
Shannon, too.
camera moves ever in the history of our company. When Miles goes to say, "With the tunnel snakes," it's like they did this like zoom in on
Oh,
him like
yeah.
really fast. Goes, "With the tunnel snakes,"
But
and
I
it was
don't
like
think that was.
perfectly timed.
I don't think it was planned. It was just like it just happened to be.
Yeah, because he was doing this thing where he's like, "Who are we? Who are we?" With the tunnel snakes. It was
Yeah.
like, man, I was really impressed by that. I gotta find out who the camera person was that
Our
day.
camera work has been on point lately.
I like-
Broadcast, Fallout.
I like the stuff that we add in voiceover to make it look like we meant to do that, but you say something about we found the first supply cache or something, and it was just like some old barbecue with some tongs. That wasn't placed there by us, was it? Like,
Yeah,
we
all the
placed
junk
that?
out there was placed by us. Yeah.
tongs?
Yep. Marcus did all that. The art department did all that stuff. I mean, the art department like built entire like metal fences that ran along some areas so that you guys would be guided.
And
Like,
Michael
it-
was so happy that he picked up those tongs because he thought that he was just fucking with everybody. That there's no way it was placed out there.
I keep
I
keep
didn't
talking
realize
about
they
the
were
next
out.
one, which we haven't announced yet. Hopefully they'll put a trailer for it at the end of Social Disorder this week. Maybe they can do that.
Hopefully.
Get people
That'd be
like
great.
to see that what's coming. But
I'm
Michael
so-
during that one, he's just like the whole time. I can't even describe it, but it's like just seeing the look on Michael's face just like makes me so happy.
It
about
was
that
the
video.
most immersive immersion I've ever been a part of.
They're the one coming up. Yeah, it was a good one. I think.
I think I've never been more impressed with our crew than in that moment. Seeing all the production value that went into everything and like the tech that went behind it
Yeah.
too, I was just like blown away.
Yeah, it
and
was
the
a lot
art
of fun.
department too. Again.
Well, it's also too. It's like I've been doing a vlog for sponsors, and Gavin, you're gonna do one of them during my vacation, right? And Matt's gonna do one as well. But I said this on there, which is like, we do a lot of sponsored videos, and spoiler alert, we don't wake up in the morning to do sponsor reads and sponsored videos. We don't. I mean, they're a necessary part of our business. And we would prefer to just put at the end a card that says brought to you by so and so. But like people were saying, this is a sponsored video. The Fallout one that we did, that was sponsored by Google and Bethesda. That sponsored that one, and that made the whole rest of the season of Immersion that we're now shooting possible. So we weren't even going to shoot a third season of Immersion until that came along. And people were like, oh, this is what every sponsorship video should be like. It's like this. It's like, well, not every sponsored video is going to be sponsored by Fallout.
Right.
You know what I mean?
Yeah.
That's something that everybody wants to see. It's like, if we get Fallout and Halo and Coca-Cola and all the, all the time, that'd be great. But it's those things, little things that make all the other things possible.
We should talk
Dude.
about the
All-
Scorpion short, Scorpion Dojo short.
That was great.
That was, I think, that's one of my new favorite shorts that we've ever produced.
That was really great.
Who was Scorpion?
That was just an actor, I think.
And Miles was
But
the voice.
Yeah, Miles was the voice, and then they had an actor actually playing.
Dude,
it.
his Get Over Here was great.
Yeah, Miles did a good job with that.
He really did.
That actor is actually in the next episode of Immersion.
Really?
I can't tell you who he was or what he did or
Yeah.
anything like that, but
Yeah.
Well, he was good. That was
You
a
didn't like it,
really
Gavin.
funny short.
In that next episode of Immersion, you didn't like it.
That was a really funny short, the Scorpion Dojo.
yeah.
Well, it's just like, we were talking about it recently, is that, there's been some stuff. We've been doing a lot more sketch stuff with, like, shows like RTS does a lot of sketch. And sketch stuff can totally be hit or miss. And our audience is very used to a lot more hits than misses, right? But when I watch, like, Saturday Night Live, it's like, I watch 12 sketches and I like 2 of them. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
That's a pretty normal batting average for sketch stuff. But it's like, it's funny because when you read scripts, it's like some things can read the exact same on paper. Like the Mortal Kombat sketch on paper is, hey, it's Scorpion, he runs a dojo, and he makes a bunch of Mortal Kombat references while running a dojo. It's like, that video can go 1,000 different ways.
Yeah.
It could turn out to be the lamest thing you've ever seen. And a lot of times it's all about execution, and they fucking nailed the execution of it.
Yeah.
Yeah, in fact, I was worried because I added, like, it was like, I thought the video was perfect, but I was like, but my favorite moments were, like, all the, like, the things where they directly referenced Mortal Kombat, like the fatality and flawless victory and all that stuff.
Get
I just-
over here.
Yeah, I just felt like it resonated so well that I said, I asked him to put the toasty thing in, like, try it.
Yeah.
But I was like, but if it doesn't work, just don't even take my note, because this thing is like, don't mess with it too much. So
Who directed that one?
It was
I
Blaine.
believe Blaine did that one. Yeah,
He's good.
Yeah.
he's good.
I think he wrote and
I
directed
like
it.
that Blaine.
I felt bad because he was in Australia, and I actually asked that he had a whole scene in it that didn't really add anything to the thing, so I asked him to cut Bladen's scene from it, so he gets like his next snap.
It was a good length. It was like right about 2 minutes.
That's good for that kind of video. A concept-driven video, that's a good time because, after people get the concept, you're like, you can't stick with it too long.
Yeah, it's still going.
Yeah.
Here, I'm gonna read this. I want to remind everyone this episode of the podcast is also brought to you by Dollar Shave Club. Stop shaving with an old razor, it's gross. Why are you torturing yourself with a gross old blade week after week? Probably because you don't want to shell out $20 for a pack of new ones. DollarShaveClub.com has revolutionized the way men shave. With Dollar Shave Club, you can shave with a fresh blade as often as you want because they deliver a whole sleeve of amazing razors for just a few bucks a month. The razors are so good, millions of guys have joined. Even the billion-dollar razor corporations are freaking out, but instead of lowering their bloated prices, they're trying to fool you into milking the same blade for an entire month, and that's gross. Never go back to squeezing weeks and weeks of shaves out of a disgusting, rusty blade. Join Dollar Shave Club and use a fresh blade whenever you want. It feels amazing, and it's a third of the price. Join the millions of others who figured out the smarter way to shave. Join Dollar Shave Club now by going to dollarshaveclub.com/roosterteeth. That's dollarshaveclub.com/roosterteeth. Right there. Thank you to Dollar Shave Club for supporting the Rooster Teeth podcast.
They are disrupting the blade industry.
Absolutely.
In much the same way that a company, one of their big competitors, Gillette, disrupted it years and years ago, decades ago. In fact, I believe it's Gillette that has the famous sales mantra, which is give away the razor and sell the blades.
Oh, really?
Right? I believe that's Gillette that came up with that. Yeah. But now, Dollar Shave Club has come on the scene, and like major pillars of that industry are like constantly running ads to like directly referencing them, essentially. It's on the level, I think, Dollar Shave Club is something like Uber at this point.
Absolutely.
On an industry that people don't honestly pay that much attention
Uber.
to. Yeah. Man, Uber's like, Uber and Airbnb people are
So HomeAway just got acquired.
Yeah, for like $4 billion.
By who?
Good job,
Expedia?
dudes.
Oh, wow.
Expedia did it?
Yeah. Which is funny to me because
Expedia had that much
I
money?
think of HomeAway as being the first company that did that
I do too.
rental sharing.
They're also
business.
based in Austin.
But Airbnb just like swooped in and, in my opinion, took over. Like they are the company that does that now.
Yeah. You know who I always think about in Austin, which I'm sure it's other places as well, but there was a car sharing service called Car2Go. And in other places, there's like Zipcar as a competitor of theirs. And Car2Go is all smart cars, a fleet of smart cars. Those things were everywhere. And I joined it when Ashley first moved here and we were like on one car. Car2Go is really awesome, but like Uber's just so convenient to not have to drive yourself or anything like that. That Car2Go, the email updates I get are basically them shrinking their service area
yeah.
all the time. It's like slowly shrinking in Austin. I feel kind of bad about that, but it's the way the world works, man.
Yeah, and I think I just got another update from them that was like, we're cutting our rates in half. So now it's like 19 cents a mile to drive it or something.
Oh,
Really?
Yeah. It's
Wait,
crazy.
Uber?
Well,
For the Car2Go.
Okay.
well, the other thing too is that and smart cars honestly, they're not a lot of fun to drive. They're like really noisy, and you feel like you're like on.
Don't they get like blown around really
And
easily?
you will
too?
die in it.
You feel like you're on the engine. No, you didn't. Did you do a Top Gear test where you tested a smart car smashing into a barrier?
Yeah, it was fifth gear, but
What
yeah,
does
I
that
mean,
mean? Sorry.
it was. There's a whole thing with Top Gear, like they switched channels, and the BBC kept the name Top Gear, but the production moved to fifth gear. Anyway, but the actual smart car is really solid. You'll just still die in it. Like it doesn't crumple. You just rattle around.
Yeah,
it
I've
like
seen
a-
the safety ratings are not that great.
Yeah.
Really?
For it, yeah.
Not so smart to drive one.
Take the mic away from Barbara.
Barbara, stop.
Take it.
Oh,
Sorry, Barb.
that was pretty
good
smooth.
move. Out. Coming back. There you
I was
go.
prepared.
Right there.
Yeah, I think what happened is Top Gear was
I'm done.
Top Gear was failing.
With apologies.
Then a different channel bought the rights to make that program from the BBC. So they started it, but the BBC kept the name Top Gear, just dormant. The other channel called it Fifth Gear, and then that went on. And then BBC just relaunched Top Gear
Yeah.
with like a big fanfare, and
The
it got really
more
popular.
you know.
And there became like a 20-year waiting list to get in the crowd,
Oh, really?
Yeah.
Yeah.
and then it got cancelled again.
Yeah.
It's coming back though, right? Or aren't they doing something new in the U.S.?
They're doing a thing with Amazon, I think.
I think that's it. Yeah.
Like a whole new show? Well,
Yeah, it's
obviously.
just Top Gear again, but with a different name.
Hey, entertainment's very difficult.
Sixth gear.
It's
There you
it's
go.
hard, it's hard to have a career that lasts a long time. It's even harder when your show sucks and all your hosts are cunts. That also hurts your chances of getting renewed from time to time.
But
Hey,
sometimes,
fuck that guy.
sometimes you make it 349 episodes.
That guy punched somebody because he didn't get lunch. That's what happened,
You
right?
can get
That's
lunch.
the story?
Yeah, Jeremy Clarkson,
There's
right?
got to be more to that than.
I will
than
read
just
the
that.
story. He called him an Irish slag or something and then punched him.
Sounds.
It's all just
punched
hearsay.
someone.
And it's like one of those things that's like,
Because he didn't get lunch.
it always frustrates me because the BBC lets them go, which is like the BBC's almost obligated to because there was this fervor about him punching somebody who works for him.
Even though that show gets something, I think it's something like 600 million viewers per episode.
Isn't it the #1 show,
I think
basically?
it's one of
There
the
aren't that
number.
many people in the
Isn't that the
world.
one-
Yeah,
Number one-
Clarkson punch out over catering.
#1 show in the world, isn't it?
I think it's one of them. Like
Or like the #1
internationally,
show
it gets,
everywhere except the U.S.
Yeah, it gets a lot of international views. And
Clarkson
there's only
punch
60
out catering may threaten Top Gear. Reports say Clarkson swung at a producer when his dinner wasn't ready on time. Putting
Swung
all
at
Top Gear contract negotiations on hold. So good job. You didn't get dinner that day, so you put like probably dozens of people's livelihood at risk.
I worked with him a few times, and he was a bit of a grumpy bastard.
I mean, I know that's his reputation. He's a very smart dude. He's very,
Yeah.
appealing on camera. He's obviously got a great career.
They have
People
great
love
chemistry.
to listen to what he has to say.
Yeah.
And it would that show would make or break the success of a model of car.
And don't get me wrong, I think we live in a society where, you know, a punch in the face can happen and it's not the end of the fucking world. That can happen, you know?
Well,
Like, but over your dinner not being done. Like when Buzz Aldrin, when that reporter came up to him, the dude with a blog, came up to him, was like yelling at him about the moon landing being fake.
Yeah.
And he's standing in Buzz Aldrin's face, calling him a liar. It's like, the dude's gonna fucking hit you.
Right.
And that's
Punch him.
totally acceptable
Yeah.
to me. It's like, if you stand in another guy's face and you call him a liar, and that dude happens to be Buzz Aldrin, you know, who's from an era where, like, test pilots were maniacs. Chuck Yeager's breaking the sound barrier with broken ribs. Did you hear about that?
Oh,
What
yeah.
happened? Yeah. Chuck Yeager, he broke the sound barrier in a plane. He was the first person to do it. And the day before, he wrecked his motorcycle and broke 3 or 4 ribs, but didn't tell anybody because he thought they would not let him fly
Yeah,
the plane.
he wanted to be the person to do it.
So
Yeah.
he was like busting through the sound barrier, like Sonic
just like
booming
that.
his ribs.
Yeah.
it was the latest dinner in the world.
If you ever get a chance, you should watch. If you've never seen it, you should watch The Right Stuff. It talks about a lot of those guys, a lot of the test pilots and stuff that went into the space program. It's still a really good movie. Really interesting to see the way that they were treated and the way it
It was
was
sort
thought
of a
about.
golden age of where like all these things were being discovered, where health and safety wasn't a very big deal.
Right.
So there's like stuff that happened in the past that will never happen again. I
Yeah,
like that stuff.
one of the things that they wrestle with a lot, and I think this is historically accurate, is that when they were first starting the space program, NASA didn't want the astronauts to be able to fly the capsules. They wanted it all to be done remotely.
What, so
and
they couldn't just
the astronauts
joyride it
were
away?
just going to be there for show. And they had to fight to get a window.
Like a
astronauts
hood
had to fight
ornament.
to put a window in and like actual control so that they could pilot it.
Jeremy Clarkson punched producer and called him a lazy Irish. Top Gear presenter Jeremy Clarkson called his producer Wazin Timon, I don't know if I'm saying that right, lazy and Irish, and threatened to get him sacked before punching him in the face.
So someone wants
Probably
to
an
correct you,
altercation.
Gavin,
Yeah.
but they are incorrect. So I'm just going to point it out.
Okay.
Top Gear wasn't failing. They fired Jeremy Clarkson. But you were talking about the earlier.
Oh yeah, like, Top
Incarnation.
Gear is actually a show from the 70s, first hosted by Noel Edmonds, I think, who you've probably never heard of. but-
Nope.
You ever heard of Mr. Blobby?
No, Mr. Blobby? No, he's Mr. Blobby.
He was a guy with Noel Edmonds inside him.
We should have...
He was a guy with Noel Ed. Okay, I got it.
I think I got it too. So Mr. Blobby's like a mascot type character that somebody gets into in like a suit.
Yeah.
Okay.
It was,
That was Noel Edmonds.
it was one of those prank shows where they would hire these actors to come in and appear on this kids show called Mr. Blobby. But there was Noel Edmonds inside, who was like very famous in the UK. So these actors would be like trying to like do stuff with Blobby, but he'd be just absurd and start like falling over and like smashing up the set, and the people who were hired would be like, I don't know what's going on. And it was just like one season of that, but then everyone knew the character of Mr. Blobby, so they wouldn't buy it anymore. But it just became like this running long thing of like Mr. Blobby's like a famous thing in the UK now.
Okay. Oh, let's look at my picture of Mr.
kinda
Blobby.
like-
What do you think Mr. Blobby looks like?
That's a good question. I'm imagining he looks a little bit like Grimace from McDonald's.
I was thinking.
Which,
Of,
by the way, worst name for a character that sells food.
Yeah.
Grimace.
I was thinking of Fat Bastard from Austin Powers.
Okay.
Oh, hold on.
Jabba
I'll
the
look at
Hutt.
Mr.
Or
Blobby.
Pizza the Hut.
It kind of reminds me of also like Borat. Like how
Oh,
that was a big thing, a big prank
horrifying.
thing, and
Patrick, you gotta put this up.
they made a movie, and now he can't do anything with that character again. 'Cause
That's
everyone-
Oh,
Mr.
God.
Blobby. Look at that thing.
That kind of looked like Aaron's stomach after Chris painted him on the extra live stream.
So this thing would like bumble around, like falling over and stuff, and all it would say in a really messed up voice was like, and everyone would be so confused. And then the gag at the end is that its head pops open, and Noel Edmonds, the host of the show, is
know
like,
what
inside it,
it
and they'd be
looks
like, "You
like?
son of a bitch."
Okay, Patrick, can we see it again? Did we see Mr. Blobby? It looks like that stress squeeze doll. Do you know the one I'm talking about?
Yeah.
Where the eyes pop out?
Where the eyes pop out? That's what it looks like to me. That thing looks horrifying.
Or that character from Inside, what's it, Inside Out?
So anyway, the
Can you
guy
imagine
that,
that thing coming at you? No.
the guy in that suit was the first host of Top Gear.
Okay.
I would
So
not
did
want
he
to
do
find that
this
thing.
before
Blobby was
or
the host of
after?
Top Gear.
Oh, this was way after. Blobby was after.
So you went
How
from
can we
Top
stop
Gear
the
to
Mr.
that.
Blobby show? Did one of the kids get the answer wrong and he decked him in the head and called him the lazy Irish prick or anything like that? Stupid Irish.
People are really into Mr. Blobby. They're sending us a lot of photos
Oh, are they?
and the YouTube videos.
My
But
nightmare.
it's one of the things too. It's like, so BBC fires Top Gear or has to cancel the show because it's fervor because he decks a dude right on the production of on the set of their production. And then Amazon, right? Was it Amazon?
Yeah.
Picks him up later. It's like, oh, we put Top Gear in there. No one cares. Like Amazon doesn't catch any grief for hiring a dude.
It was good for Amazon.
Right, exactly.
Yeah.
For hiring a dude who's
It's
acts like a
lose-lose for the,
lunatic.
for the BBC.
Yeah.
Because they have to fire him.
They
can't
have
keep
to fire him.
Yeah.
And then
they
Amazon
don't-
gets the show because it doesn't carry over. Nobody gives a shit after 5 minutes of anything.
They're also probably going to take Jeremy Clarkson's side because they like him.
What, the audience or
The
Amazon?
audience.
Yeah, well, it's a mixed bag, right? You have some people who demand that he's fired because he's decking people, and then you have some people who are like, he's a funny guy. You know,
Yeah.
Whatever.
Just want to see Top Gear continue.
I'm actually just surprised. What makes me think that that he's insufferable is the fact that if that happened on a set, usually just work it out with the person. You know, hey, I decked you. That was wrong. I'm sorry. Here's
Hey, I broke your
$10,000. You know, something like that. But it's like the guy was so furious about getting punched by him that the whole fucking production got shut down. Everybody lost their job.
And the guy that got punched is probably hated now for like ruining the whole of Top Gear.
Probably is.
Even though he
yeah.
didn't do anything, apart from, I guess, mess up a bunch of times.
Not getting dinner and
Yeah.
being a lazy Irish bastard.
I mean,
There's
just fire
got
the
to
guy.
be
Just fire
something
the guy,
else there.
right? Just you're fired. You leave and don't come back. That's the ultimate punch in the face. It's just like
There had to have been other words exchanged. Or
think-
something
You
underlying.
think the guy that got punched in the face, getting fired would be the ultimate punch in the face?
it'd be the penultimate punch in the face. It'd be right there. It's like 1 and 2. The best follow up to getting punched in the face is getting fired. Hey, Matt Holmes here.
One of the
you up to, buddy?
one of the best tweets I'm seeing here about Mr. Blobby. This is from Katie Loveloo 12.
Oh, Matt Holmes joining the podcast. Set. Come on, jump in here.
My dad once dressed up as Mr. Blobby for my kid's party when I was 5. It was terrifying.
It's a hideous looking thing.
Hey, Matt, there's beer on the. If you don't want to shiner, there's beer on the Achievement Hunter set too.
if you're like Bernie and you're too good for Shiner.
Matt got slapped
I'm not
in
too
the
good
face.
for shiner. I just drank too much in college, and I'm done.
Matt got slapped in the face for the kids this weekend.
You got slapped in the
Who
face?
slapped you?
Chad from
Chad.
Screw Tech.
Oh, man.
They
Oh,
slapped
Chad.
each other, but
Bold fucking move.
Yeah.
a dual slap. Although
They
you
call
guys
you
get
a lazy
building up
English
to it.
prick or anything like that. We're talking about the Top Gear guy decking the Irish producer. Do you know?
Jeremy
Remember Jeremy
Clarkson.
Clarkson from Top Gear? Do you know why he punched that dude? He punched that guy because dinner was late. He was the caterer. That's the guy he punched. You're a CEO of a major corporation that makes productions. Would you fire that guy for punching somebody for dinner being late? Could I get away with that?
Let's find out.
No. Matt asked me if I have already gotten
In
away
the
with that.
employee handbook, there is I think a zero violence policy at this company.
Everything
Zero
else is
physical
like
violence.
carte blanche. So you're gonna see somebody's ass.
Physical violence.
Yeah,
As
you're gonna
opposed
be.
to.
I don't remember the exact wording. I'll have to go look at it. I'm sure it's not allowed.
I know we always reference page 3, article 1, which is sexual harassment.
That might have been moved.
I hope not. 'cause
We're,
then our references
we're
are different.
13 years in and we're violence free. Like there's never been anything like that.
What, a punching?
Hey,
Miles-
how dare you?
Miles slapped the shit out of me the other night.
I'd say the closest we ever came to it was when Jack slapped Gavin at RTX. I thought that was pretty fucking severe. Like
Yeah.
my gut reaction to that was like that was wildly
What was that? Was
over
that
the line.
2013?
That wasn't
2014?
2014.
I think that was the spin of the wheel.
Yeah.
Someone wrote slap on it. so
But
I
also,
think
that
so.
wasn't done in a malicious way.
No,
Like, it was done for a joke.
No, it wasn't. But there's
It,
a lot. There's
it
a lot
rocked me, though.
Yeah, that was pretty hard.
It shook the stage
yeah.
that day.
Also, there was a time you're like in a weird target. Like there was a time that Gavin made a joke at Jordan, and Jordan kicked Gavin like out of anger.
Yeah, he kicked my penis.
Gave him a kick.
You used to hate Jordan.
Because he kicked my cock. Oh, here's Jack slapping my face.
Oh,
God,
yeah,
yeah.
like Gavin's like grinning away. He's like,
Your entire body.
yeah,
my
that
God.
was like,
It was like his hand was on my cheek, and then the floor was on my other cheek, and I don't remember anything in between.
that was a
Your
fuck
head
that smack.
snapped.
And because the frame rate on the video is so bad, I think it makes it look a lot worse.
Yeah, it's like a Charlie Chaplin movie.
Yeah, it's like frame, and I'm on the floor.
Should we talk about the fact that Jack doesn't have a beard anymore?
Yeah, it's cool, man.
'Cause that's gone.
It's really awesome. That's a $500,000 face right there.
He
Yeah.
looks a lot younger.
It's a valuable face.
Very valuable.
Apparently, Katie couldn't look him in the eye because she felt like
It's a different
she was
person.
cheating on him with someone else.
She said, "I feel like I'm cheating on you with you."
Yeah.
I feel like I'm cheating on you with an even less attractive version of you.
You know, next time if we ever do that, like I
Thank you,
don't like, I don't like when we bring in professionals to do stuff. Like I hope on the next pancake podcast we will not have other cooks in here because I like when we do it.
We're
Yeah,
better
we
cooks.
should.
Yeah,
anyway.
but I was kind of hoping we would get like a barber with a straight razor to come in and like really clean Jack up.
Like with
It's
the cape and everything?
amazing what facial hair does to the framing of a face.
Yeah.
Like, he looks like someone else, almost.
Yeah, that big mustache he's got there is crazy.
Yeah.
Plus, you
Look
got
at that.
Joel in there working the razor.
See, he
See,
just
that's-
looks so much younger.
You did
Yeah.
break YouTube. I was watching the stream, and just it cut out partway through
There's
that.
a few people saying that the second the razor touched his face for the first time, that it cut out.
Yeah,
No, it did.
Yeah.
Yeah. We were watching at home. And it was like, yeah, what? Yeah.
yeah, and then
Same
of
thing
course,
happened with Michael too. He got tased and then went down, and then apparently the stream cut. So everyone's like, "Holy shit, is he okay?" Because I thought we cut it on purpose.
Yeah, in fact, Barbara at that point in the stream started going, "We're down, we're down, we're down." When you guys had come back up,
Yeah.
that's because I was texting Barbara, and was that with the were there
I
other
think
people
that was
doing it?
Jack's.
that was Jack's beard.
Jack's.
No, Jack's beard. That's
Yeah.
what I was still talking about Jack's beard. Sorry. Yeah.
Yeah, and I wanted to make sure that we saved all the good stuff for when we were live.
Yeah,
So
sure.
I was gonna pause it and then.
I've never seen such a big audience in here than... I wasn't here for the shaving, but when Michael was about to get tased, there were about
I think there was
50
more
people.
people.
watching.
So frustrated because people kept standing in front of the fucking camera.
Yeah.
I was
People-
like, do you all not know
People
how
who
a
work
camera
here
works?
and people who are constantly on camera.
Yeah.
I
and
remember-
then even when we were here doing our thing later, I was constantly like, hey, you look.
It was funny because Kara was here for some parts of the stream, and she kept standing in front of cameras. And I was like, "You used to switch cameras while you were here. You should know."
While we're talking about all this stuff too, I mean, you know, Gus kind of stole the show in the middle of the night.
Sorry.
But like what Jack did was amazing. What Michael did was amazing. And Matt Bragg too. We gotta give a shout out to Matt Bragg.
Yeah.
Cut off all of his hair, and then Jeremy for kissing him.
Loved
But
ones.
yeah, but Matt shaving off all of his hair is first of all good,
Yeah.
and I'm really upset the beard didn't go with it. Here's a picture of I believe that's Jeff
That's such a close shave.
cutting off his hair.
I
Oh
know.
my
It's
He looks kind of like Bill
insane.
Bailey.
I was gonna say like Trevor from GTA.
I wish they had kept it like that, just for like a day.
That would be such a weird feeling to feel that. That was exactly my grandfather's male pattern baldness, like that perfect.
He looks like he should be like not allowed to give out candy to trick or treaters.
Yeah.
You know?
I don't like the way his eyes are rolling back in his head, like he's liking it. It's kind of.
And this
Does,
was like
does that happen again at the kiss?
really early in the morning too.
Yeah, the
Wow,
$20,000
look at
mark
that
was hit
man.
really
Look at
quickly.
that.
This is like 9:30 or 10. I
Yeah,
think.
I was still asleep when this happened.
That was a
That's
great
a good
moment
bit.
too.
That's a good bit. Yeah, Matt, if you're listening, we were watching Matt get his hair shaved, and then he takes off his shirt, and he's got a Jesus, I'll be back shirt on. That was a good moment.
Yeah.
It makes
Jesus
that
for
beard
Halloween.
look so much worse.
He put on a black hat too, and he looked exactly like Heisenberg
Yeah.
from Breaking Bad. It was great.
Here, let me read this. Then there's something else I want to say about the extra live stream.
Hey, Matt, my cousin Tommy is outside. Do you mind going and grabbing him? Okay.
I want to remind everyone this episode of the podcast is also brought to you by MeUndies. You wear underwear every day. That's 365 days a year, rain or shine. You need it to be extraordinary without an insane price tag. MeUndies understands this, and that's why they've created the world's most comfortable underwear. Luxury at half the retail price you'd find anywhere else. MeUndies is made from Modal. Modal, right? Yay, okay. MeUndies is made from Modal, a fabric that's twice as soft as cotton. That's twice as soft as whatever underwear you're wearing right now. MeUndies has tons of colors and styles, and it's the only place to get matching pairs for men and women. They even release a new design every month. Plus, we all know paying for shipping sucks, so MeUndies has removed that from the equation. All orders in the US and Canada ship for free. MeUndies even has a money-back guarantee. If you don't love your first pair, you get to keep it for free. You literally have nothing to lose. To sweeten the deal, MeUndies is offering you 20% off your first order at MeUndies.com/roosterteeth. Special offer just for our viewers and listeners. Make sure you go to MeUndies.com/roosterteeth to get 20% off your first order so they know we sent you. It's MeUndies.com/roosterteeth. I'm wearing them right now. I wear MeUndies exclusively now.
Nice.
Yeah?
Very, very happy.
You're
Yeah,
very
you're right.
sponsor loyal.
He very much is, isn't he?
I want
Very much
to.
is.
Before we do sponsor bits, I always talk to them or try the product out.
Do you
Well,
think
you
we'll
wanna
get
test it
sponsored
out.
by Lamborghini one day?
I hope so. I'm open to it. Also, Maybach, huge long time
Pretty
throwback.
much
there.
any car that doesn't need to advertise.
Yeah, any car that doesn't.
Have you ever
advertise.
seen a Lamborghini commercial? Have they ever made one?
They must have, right?
What did you want to say before we?
I want to talk about the amiibo cockfight a little more from the extra
yeah,
live
that's
stream.
a great
It was
Screw Attack
just such a great idea that those guys with Screw Attack have, where they take people's amiibos and then they make them fight against each other in Super Smash Brothers, and whichever one loses gets destroyed at the end.
But
And
it's
yeah,
like
they,
extreme
liquid nitrogen.
methods.
they got liquid nitrogen. So they came down to visit us, and we were talking to them a couple of weeks ago, and they were like, "Yeah, we want to do the amiibo cockfight during the live stream. Just, we really want to get like liquid nitrogen." And they had like all these crazy ideas. They're like, "We just don't know how to do that." I was like, "Just send me a list of everything it is you want to do." It's like, and I'll coordinate with Marcus, and I'll make sure we have
Wow.
all of the stuff for you. Like Marcus built that little Iron Maiden coffin for them. He sourced liquid nitrogen. I don't know how the fuck
I'll tell you
do
how
that.
he did it. He talked to I was walking through, and he goes, "Hey," and I go, "Why are you smiling? What are you happy about?" He goes, "I got a liquid nitrogen guy." I'm like, "What does that mean?" He goes, "Oh, they can't sell it to the public, but I got a guy." And I was like, "All right,
Oh my
good
God.
to know."
I
Yeah, like,
love
when
Chris's
they-
reaction too in the corner.
When they put the amiibo in the liquid nitrogen, you could hear it hissing and popping like
Yeah.
as it was freezing.
That stuff's scary.
His Pac-Man did pretty well.
So we were using liquid nitrogen on a slow-mo shoot, and Dan was just staring into the big metal
Oh.
bucket of liquid nitrogen. He was
Oh,
like,
God.
he was like, you can just put your hand in there and just get some out. Just do it with your hands. I was like, you're an idiot. I mean, you're just visiting the country. There's no like health insurance for you here.
Wow.
And he just couldn't stop looking into it. And I was like, don't you do it. Seriously, don't do it.
What does it
Everyone
look
here-
like? Does it look like water?
Yeah, it's like bubbly, like smoky water.
Yeah.
And I look around for like 1 second, and I turn back, and he's just going like, yeah! He's like splashing his hands with the liquid nitrogen. I was like, what? Because your hand is warm enough to the point where it like very temporarily will just evaporate on impact, so it doesn't like cool your hand. But if you stick it in too long, it will like freeze your hand solid. But he was just like doing it for just short periods of
Oh,
time,
my
enough
God.
where it was,
Wow.
and he was like, look,
Wait, were
look,
you
I'm
there?
doing it, I'm doing it. Yeah, Matt was there.
What
Matt,
show was this on?
it was Captain Morgan from a few years
Okay.
ago, and Matt was just like,
Yeah, it's like the kind of thing you can't see. It's like the kind of thing you shouldn't be seeing.
he just cannot help himself from fiddling.
From fiddling or diddling.
God. No, I'm terrified of liquid nitrogen, especially after we had it here for the live stream. I mean, just listening to the way that,
Yeah.
that stuff reacted in there.
That whole event, the amiibo cockfight, was really fun. And like, it's really great that we had it at midnight because I feel like that was a really good like re-energizer.
Yeah. One of the things that they wanted, we didn't get to do it. So initially their time was earlier in the day, and if it was still daylight, we were going to do stuff outside, like how you burned Ryan's shoes. One of the things that they wanted was a monster truck to come and run over the amiibo, and Anthony and Muriel were working on it. I think they found a monster truck in Houston.
Oh my god.
So there were a bunch of other ideas
year.
that we couldn't do unless we go outside. So
We have an immersion that we are trying.
Monster Truck Madness?
Nope. There's an immersion we've had on the dockets in season 1, but it's always been impossible to do. It's weird because it's a very simple trick, but it's difficult from physics. You know the thing I'm talking
Difficult
about?
in real life. Yeah.
It's difficult in real life, but it's like something takes for granted.
Dead easy.
Yeah, dead easy. So it's one where we were trying forever. And it's like finally we have Marcus here now. It's like figure this out. It's like I don't know how are you thinking? I'll figure it out. So it's like it's gonna be probably the second half of the season. We're gonna take a little bit of a break between the two halves of the season. We're gonna shoot these really complex shows, and I really hope we can pull that off. Because it's like really simple, but I think people will love it a lot.
Now I'm really curious as to what it is.
I'll tell you after this.
I think I know. I got it.
Okay.
You know what? Yeah, we've been talking about it forever.
Yeah.
We might even mention it over. So, but we may or may not get it.
Fucking job.
Oh, please! How dare you?
Marcus is like
How
probably the
dare you.
most talented person and skilled person working here.
The most qualified statement ever. He's probably one of the most talented people.
The most.
He's also the guy who made all our Back to the Future 2
So
outfits
skilled.
that we did not.
It's like anything you want done, he's like, he's probably be one of
There's a
those.
lot of talent.
There are.
Sometimes I just stand sort of near animation and I just like stare at the screen. There's so much talent in like that area.
I know. Makes us look cool.
You can't see him over here, but right up camera over here is my cousin Tom. And
Hi, cousin Tom.
he was Tom was in college where he got great at chess, and he decided, okay, this isn't good enough. So he made a whole other game where you take 4 chessboards and put them together, and you play like army level chess.
You're talking about like a square of chessboard?
Yeah, you got YouTube videos that show this stuff off, right? Yeah, what's the name of the game? regimental chess. Go look at it. He designed the whole game himself. So it's like
Sounds smart.
right, exactly. It's like you're actually getting to the point where it's like I've been playing Halo, I'm really good at it. So you play or something like
So how
that.
do you win? You have to do like a quadruple checkmate? How does that work?
It's you can go look at the video, you can check it out, and see it.
Check it out.
Regimental. Check it out. What are you?
Checkmate.
This looks crazy.
I couldn't even come up with a pun once you fed it to me.
Oh wow.
What is that?
It's a screenshot of the storage of NHS.
Oh, yeah. Yeah. What's everyone doing this week? What you got coming up?
Well, I'm filming a slow-mo video tomorrow
Are you?
with someone who I probably should say.
I want to
Basically,
delay my vacation to meet this person.
I'm
One of
excited
my
for you.
childhood heroes just emailed me and was like, "Hey, I'm coming to Austin. Do you want to do a slow-mo?" And then I said, "Yes, absolutely."
I'm a big fan of his work. I would never refer to him as YouTube.
Why not?
This seems like a bad role model to have.
Who was talking? Someone who said that he got that text message at dinner, and they've never seen you more concentrated on like crafting the response.
Yeah.
Like you're just like
Really?
reading
Yeah.
it over and over.
Like,
and
you guys
over.
find out who it is, you're gonna laugh
How
about
do I
that.
reply to this guy?
How do you have your number?
Email me first and I said,
Bug just fell out of nowhere over here. I mean, like it's really.
I thought these lights that we had. I thought the light that we had in the studios were LEDs. I don't know why. Like threw me off a little bit.
You talked about Miles being the new head writer of animation.
Almost said it. That would be funny if you said it. Yeah, actually, people have been asking me on Twitter and on the site. They've been asking me, Miles is the head writer for animation. Also in the blog, they talked about we're going to promote the head writer for live action. And that is Mr. Chris Ramirez is the new head writer of live action.
"He's been here for 5 years."
Very well deserved. Yeah, he just hit his 5th anniversary.
Wow.
Lovely, lovely
Very,
day
very
to
few
assess
people
reunion.
have, you know, many people that are here for a long time, but 5 years.
Yeah, that's when Chris started. I mean, there were maybe 12 of us,
Maybe 12 people in the company.
something like that.
There's Matt, what's the head count? 125. Carrie's number 12. Brandon was 8.
Yeah.
Yeah.
And then was Marshall before them or after them?
It's at the same time.
Marshall was right about the same time as Chris. We hired, here's what happened. We hired Chris, we hired Marshall, we hired Aaron, we hired Josh Flanagan. Basically what happened, we kept trying to hire Zach Banner and kept missing. Like, all these other people that Zach knows.
Zach came on the stream with us yesterday. He was painting with us.
And then Chris explained the miracle of childhood.
That was probably one of my favorite moments.
Zach's like innocence in that explanation was so great. By the way, some of those paintings were really good. Some of those paintings were super disturbing.
Some of them.
One of
Miles
them,
is painting.
one of them was like horrifying. Absolutely.
I was walking around the studio when the painting was going on. I was talking to Zach. And there were people over there, like on the rest of the building, watching the stream on their computers. I was like, you know it's happening like just right over
Aaron's
there.
painting was so good. I was like, where the fuck did that come from?
Was it hang it up at home? That looks really good. He
No,
looks
we
like the
auctioned
dudes
them
who like paint with spray paint at 6th
Oh,
Street.
yeah.
Yeah. Those guys are oddly impressive.
It's very true.
All right, guys, I'm gonna tweet that photo that I put up.
Oh, the one of my eyes.
Yeah, the one where you're like looking into your face.
How much did your auction was off for? Do you remember?
We did a thing where anybody who donated $100 within, I think, we entered into a raffle to win one. And, like a bunch of people donated. We had a hard time selecting.
Raffles illegal.
Are raffles illegal?
They were illegal during the crowdfunding. I mean, they weren't illegal, but they were not allowed. By
Well, I
the
don't want
rules
to say
of it.
raffle, but it was we would select someone random from everyone who donated.
You just
So we would-
defined what a raffle is.
Exactly.
Saying it's
But
not
we
a
didn't
raffle.
call it a raffle on the stream.
Oh, I see. So you didn't
called
call it a raffle.
A random
This is
giveaway.
I didn't assault Miles. I didn't get drunk.
Well, yeah, explain to me the differences between moments and photos.
Oh, don't ask me.
What are my
That's
photos up?
nonsense.
Moments. What are they?
For the likes over there.
They went from star to a...
Makes sense. I like it a lot.
I like a star better because I'm a person on the
Right, I never used, so it's a stupid thing, but I never used favorites because I always thought in my head, this tweet isn't actually my favorite.
Yeah.
But it's like I can see tweets that I like, and then I can like them. No, but what's that part? I have a question.
There's a what?
No, like the favorites never made sense. to
How
me.
did the heart become a symbol of love?
I don't know.
Why wouldn't it?
Why would the brain? Like I brain you. Why isn't it I brain you?
People had love when they first they had
And why is like the cartoon part drawn the way it is? That looks nothing like a real heart.
There's gotta be a story behind it.
No, I
Some-
think
some
yeah,
artist
I think I read it
interpretation
one
of
time.
art.
It's like they showed how you can derive, like, it's like a caricature of a heart.
It makes sense because it pumps your blood, and usually when you're in love or you're feeling something strong, your blood pumps more intensely. It makes sense.
Let me find out. I'll find out why is the heart shaped like that.
Is it true you can stop someone's heart by punching?
Yeah, you can stop somebody's heart.
There's a thing where like killing them.
Yeah, love it.
Taking it out of their body.
I read something recently. It was I think I read in World War Z where they talked about the concussive force of explosion and a certain lethality to military weapons, and just based on like it just shuts you down.
Yeah.
Like, your just nervous system just shuts down as you get to a certain level of force, whether or not. That's
You guys hear that? What is that?
weirdest cough off screen.
It's like a sneeze cough.
Yeah, like this makes your brain. It's like, well, obviously I died.
That's like the most British movie.
Why is the heart drawn like that? The third most popular search for that is, why is a heart important?
It was like the signs of death that Matt told us about all that time ago. Old man
Head and body.
Blood on the outside.
we were all four of us were on the spot last night.
Where?
A podcast session on the spot. We got to play Gus or Google.
How'd you feel about that?
It was fun. It was actually a lot of pressure. It was really hard to try to come up with stuff. That
I always try and come up with stuff I'm actually fascinated by, but could sound stupid.
I was just impressed with how hard Bernie shit all over John.
What? I must admit, I was reading about hearts here. What did I do?
And on the spot.
Oh, I thought we were a great team, by the way. By the way,
great.
we got robbed in the points. You guys did not win that.
Yeah, we did.
No, we
won.
absolutely barred.
No, we know we won.
We won. We're the people's champ. We won the comments.
Sure.
We were awesome.
Team
You won in the
Anonymous
comments?
Yeah.
Where's
I
the
always
comments?
bag. That's part of the fun is bagging on John. That's why you go on that shit.
Has he ever not been insulted?
I bagged him on Twitter. I wasn't even done when I left the show. I went through that funny video of that baby. But that is the thing. I mean, when you walk around this office and you're like looking for John, or you happen to be nearby, and you hear John talking about, "Hey, I need people for on the spot next Thursday." It's like, I mean, it's like if you want a clear set, it's like John nearby talking about that. Everyone will bolt. So you want to hear about the heart?
yeah, I have some people sending in some theories. But I'm
Symbol
curious
goes
to see what
back
you
as
found.
far as the 1400s. This is from mentalfloss.com when it appeared on European playing cards to mark one of the red suits, and it may even be older than that. The shape is pretty much a mystery, though. There are different hypotheses to explain it, but none of them have been.
Well, there's two like main chambers of the heart, right? They're in pairs.
Yes, the atrium
Sets of
ventricles
two
go
are
together.
pairs. Yes, that is correct.
Yeah.
Maybe that's why they see
One goes in, and then goes out to the lungs. It goes back in, and then goes out.
People keep telling me that it's the shape of two hearts sewn together,
Yeah, that's what I keep seeing on
which
TV.
seems fucking disgusting.
That's horrifying. I didn't want to see that.
All right, real. That's like reverse it.
Let's ask Twitter real quick. Twitter, are we not covering anything from the that we should be covering here on the podcast? Feel Gus.
Well, let's wrap up. So, thanks everyone for watching. We'll see you guys next week. We got put out.
Mr. Pete on Twitter wants you to know the heart symbol is based off a woman's butt. So there's your little bit of wisdom.
Thanks, Mr. Food.
Time to close out the podcast. A
Bye.
heart based on a woman's
Bye, I love you.
Hey, everyone. Welcome to Rooster Teeth Podcast number 350.
Look at this. What a surprise.
It's a huge milestone.
350.
350 podcast. Let's introduce ourselves real fast. So, podcast 350.
The four of us together.
Go.
What really happened on the podcast? Go ahead.
Gavin.
Michael. And Bernie.
You know, I really miss introducing myself twice. I really don't know why I ever stopped doing that.
Why did you stop doing that last week?
I don't know. It just felt weird. But at 350 podcasts, I can't believe it. That's almost 7 years worth.
Really?
Yeah. Hello. Welcome to the Rooster Teeth Podcast. This
Hello.
week is brought to you by Braintree, Dollar Shave Club, and Rock Band 4. The fourth of the rock band.
Gavin has a thick beard.
I'm Gus.
I'm with a beard, I'm Gavin with a beard. I'm Chris, no beard.
I'm Bernie with a beard.
I'm Gus with almost no beard.
What happened to your beard?
Turned off. By accident.
Hey, everybody.
No, I had to save it. We did a shoot the other day.
Gus,
and,
you were just saying how you were worried because you don't have anything to talk about.
No, it's not that I don't have anything to talk about. I just feel like the podcast just started. Like
You feel unprepared?
I actually
Right,
get
like
this
normally-
every probably 10 episodes. I panic. I'm like, what are we going to talk about?
no, I've got
And then we
plenty of things lined up. Just like I feel like it just started. Like I wasn't set.
Like,
Like I
what do you
didn't sit
think-
here long enough ahead of time.
In what number are we on now? Like
344, I believe.
44. In the history of the show, what do you think has been the longest pause? Barring when Chris is on the podcast, 'cause Chris is here today.
You mean Yeah. like between
Yeah,
subjects?
just like there's nothing to talk about. Like,
I reckon 3 seconds.
yeah.
We had some longer ones. It feels like early ones. We usually do like 6 or 7 sometimes.
Well, my shoulder hurts. I think my neck is making my shoulder hurt.
I know that.
It's like what it called? A referred pain.
I had a thing where
Yes,
my-
Chris, you have your hand up?
Yeah. Well, like my wrist would always hurt like I was carpal tunnel. Turns out it was my neck that was like really tight. And whenever I started stretching my neck and doing this, it stopped hurting my wrist.
Really?
Yeah.
I know a guy who got carpal tunnel because he did one season of data entry for the IRS. He had to have surgery. Like he had a job for like 3 months.
Carpal tunnel. What physically is it? Is it like
Carpal tunnel seems like it was a huge deal in about the mid-90s.
is it different to RSI?
A repetitive stress injury? No, it's a class. It's one of the conditions that is a class of RSI. So, RSI is the big thing. There's other stuff. Is RSI repetitive stress injury? Yeah. So it is? So you get a repetitive stress injury like on your ankle. Carpal tunnel is very specifically the way a nerve goes through part of your hand, like your wrist and like into the nerve. The carpal tunnel. Right? And that gets inflamed and you get. But it does seem like a big deal. Like that was something we were all worried about.
They made special ergonomic keyboards and all that shit. Remember that?
Yeah.
I don't see that anymore. What
No.
happened?
And you know what? I just saw one the other day. You know what it was?
That makes me mad. That makes me no. I want to talk about this for a second.
Go ahead.
You hit on the nerve.
Well,
Very good.
yeah.
I feel like then we were scammed. Like, I mean, they made these special ergonomic
Yeah.
keyboards, the shit that like spread apart in the middle. Why don't they make those anymore, Adam? Do we fix carpal tunnel? Is that not a problem?
But it's still not. They still haven't, and I'll use one sometimes.
Why?
Because it's comfortable. I started using it when my wrist hurt because I thought I had carpal
There's
tunnel.
no fucking way I would use one of those because I can't type.
You get used to it. You get used to it. You
No, I
just-
don't know how to type.
Oh yeah,
I
yeah.
don't
You
know how to
type like this.
I
Yeah.
just type like this. It's like I'm embarrassed by it, but I had yet to solve that problem in my life.
You have point typed a lot of stuff.
Yeah, I use 4 fingers solo, and then space bars. That.
What is space? Like this.
Mess up.
What is the most these days? What is the most efficient? Like if they were to redo the keyboard, what would it look like?
They're gonna read
They
the
had
keyboard?
redone the keyboard. They have like QWERTY and Dvorak.
I think it's just whatever. Every time I come across an alphabetical keyboard, it's an alphabetical order, it's just like I get furious.
But would you prefer a keyboard where everything was perfectly aligned, like stacked? Because the only reason so you got 2 here, and then the next key is like here.
Oh yeah, I wouldn't care about that.
But that's because the typewriter had to like reach between keys, and they couldn't have the pins go under keys.
Sure, that makes sense. Because it was a
But
physical.
would it be easier to type on a QWERTY keyboard?
Yeah, probably. I mean, unless the offset is, it's hard to say.
The
Because
offset also helps you like get to multiple letters. Like you can reach up in the middle of your letters, so in your one finger you can have
It's like finger climbing.
They have another keyboard that's designed for the letters that you use them with, and it's people their hands are just vibrating too much. 'Cause it's just
Dvorak, right?
something like that, yeah. And they're just like, and they type really fast, and it's just this.
I mean, there's always different ones like that. I saw one years and years ago that was like a sphere that would count, and it was like you would hold it like this, and you go like this, and then like moving your fingers outward also those different users can type.
I want a crazy keyboard like that now.
Sphere.
I was mad a second ago. Now I want a crazy keyboard.
You know what? I've relied on for years and years. That's just to me a lot easier. Is
Pen?
Dragon Dictate.
Dragon
I heard dragging dictate.
Dragon Dictate. You guys have
Okay.
never heard of Dragon Dictate?
I heard dragging dictate.
You guys all know because I text you that I use Siri for like 90% of
It
my
sucks.
text.
I never know what you're talking about.
We're a technology. Well,
Go for it.
kind of, right? We use a lot of technology day to day. in our jobs.
We use it. We
Speak
don't
for
make
yourself.
And so, people type. People can make notes on mobile devices.
What's wrong?
At our weekly meeting this morning, I saw our CFO had notes to talk about. Everyone in the company, she had written them on her hand.
Yeah,
She just put stuff and written on her hand.
it's a very Ivan thing to do.
I laughed out loud when I saw it. I've got a few things to talk about. I couldn't help. I just started laughing.
Does she have a phone?
She does have a phone. She's got a laptop.
I believe Ivan settled some.
Okay. And she's also got a pen and paper.
Look, when your hand's right there, you don't want to lose it.
It's true. You look at your hands. It's just fun. So that's what your hands.
Right
See
on
the
the hand.
text sliding.
Are you guys hungry at all?
Yeah,
I was gonna tell you guys not to eat.
I did
pizza.
not have any
Oh,
pizza.
I already ate pizza.
So I want to do a little bit of housekeeping today, if I may, Gus.
All right.
Well, first of all, in the past, I've talked about how I have a supply of emergency things at my
Which
house.
has to be a gimmick, and is not actually for real use.
What does that mean?
No way you believe it was.
Have I ever brought you over to my house and shown you my emergency supplies?
I bought emergency supplies recently.
There you go.
Look who your company with.
That's right. Responsible, mature adults. Dude, I have kids. Neither one of you guys have kids.
I don't have kids, but I.
Well, that's fine. You are a kid. So you need to be prepared.
What's the best that can happen? You keep your kids alive for an extra week, and then what?
What is wrong with you? Why would you even ask that question?
What does that mean?
As opposed to what? Just like, oh, the apocalypse, just open the front door and you go out and play? You know, have fun, boot them in the ass? Yeah, you keep them
It's
alive as long as
character building.
possible. The secret to surviving the apocalypse is not to live a really long time. It's just to outlive everybody else.
Because then it gets easier.
Yeah, it does. It gets easier. Gas is a whole big world out there. Full of supplies.
That actually makes sense now.
It does.
If you live 2 weeks longer than everyone else, easy pickings.
What do you think we get to
Until
apocalypse
everything
level?
starts.
What's an apocalypse? 50% of the people dying?
Anything over 50.
Are the lights super bright today? Am I crazy? Do we have any lights? No?
An apocalypse isn't just like people dying, but it's like society breaking down. There could be 10% people dead, but with laws.
10% of people die in the world, society will break down. 10%? Yeah. 1 out of every 10 people die? Yeah, people will go apeshit. I mean, remember Katrina? I mean, a bunch of water got in the ground, and people started sniping at doctors and hospitals. That was crazy. Okay, so these are 5-year shelf life rations, and they're meant to be kept in like a maritime never.
So you're not following the rules by keeping them covered.
That's just their use, and I use them. So they have a 5-year shelf life. These were manufactured.
What makes them specific to maritime?
I think they were intended for that use, but no, there's not like. It's not like they're like 100 less calories on land or anything like that.
Yeah.
Yeah.
It's like Red Lobster.
It has a mirror and a flotation device in it. It says, instructions for emergencies. Lifeboat, life raft at sea. Eat 1 bar every 6 hours per person. In small pieces. too well.
It's not like an
Other
MRE.
emergencies on land, eat 1 bar every 4 hours per person. Eat in small pieces.
It's just cold. It's not like a chemical usage to cook the food. I believe it's just cold.
I've actually never tried these. These were manufactured about a year and a half ago, January of last year.
So they still have 4 more years.
So it's got these little things in it, right here. This little nugget.
It looks like kind of like a granola bar, maybe like a part of it right
Individually wrapped. But this package here, so if you want to see, look, this is how big the actual package is. So this has, for reference, I'm holding something that's about a cube. What do you say, about 3.5 inches cube?
Probably more than that.
I think
5?
so. 4? 4 inches cubed.
5.
5 inches cubed.
It's not 5.
It fits in my hands.
4.5.
And it's got 3,600 calories in this thing. So these wafers are 200 calories each. So this would last you, if you ate 1,200 calories a day, which you wouldn't want to do, but you could survive on. This is 3 days of food, like right here. This is everything you need besides water.
What's the flavor?
I don't know. I think it's survival flavored. Here you go. Have one of those. There you go. Nice catch, Gus.
Thank you.
Ooh, yeah.
It reminds me of like marzipan.
Oh, it's bloody rock solid.
Mine
Yeah,
broke
they're pretty
apart
dense. It
instantly.
does say to chew it well.
Can I take a bite?
I'm gonna see these at a coffee shop. Go for it.
Don't eat into the mic.
So, are you allergic
For
to
the love
anything,
of
Chris?
God,
Chris,
do
are you
not
allergic to
eat
anything?
Are you allergic to the apocalypse?
What's the flavor?
This thing is like 20%
So why don't we just eat this stuff?
Exactly right. So that's like
Why mess around
that's
with like
why
sushi and stuff?
I'm doing the housekeeping on this thing because I talked about it previously.
That's what I want to do.
Yeah, Gus, you're so annoyed by the apocalypse.
I'm so
Oh,
put out.
I broke
Can't be
mine.
bothered. Yeah, see? Apocalypse is funny. It'll break your weight.
The last one I tried were like dense lemon balls.
It smells like a crappy shortbread.
Yeah, yeah. It smells got like maybe a coconut smell. Maritime.
No, I think there's a lot of coconut oil in it because it can pack a lot of calories in it.
That's not bad. It's not bad. I mean, you'd be miserable eating this.
It's like a bad cookie.
Yeah. It's like imagine someone squished
It's not bad. It was like a mediocre cookie.
It's not bad.
Maybe a bit hot sauce or something.
I could live on
Hot
this.
sauce. I can live on this if you had to. So,
If I had
if you
to
think like,
push them to shove, I can live on this.
so for perspective, if you have 10 of these cubes, then you have a month of food. So a month of food would take up about this much room for some.
For one person.
A month of food, get you through a month.
That's awesome.
Yeah, that's what I like about it.
So so when you shit,
Go ahead.
the stuff you eat always comes out as a smaller piece of shit than what you ate.
Yeah.
But nothing's ever bigger than shit.
Yeah.
Speak for yourself.
Doesn't gain momentum on the way through or anything.
But like, if you ate all of that, how big? So that would last 3 days. Are you saying I would poo less than that in 3 days?
Yeah. You'd poo less than that in 3 days.
I want to eat this stuff all the time.
Yeah, because you just save time on pooing.
Yeah.
Yeah.
You put out my food.
It's
Well,
just
this is the
annoying,
stuff,
you know,
I,
it's
this
just like-
is the
it takes
stuff I
some
eat
time.
all the time, which is now the 100% food.
So you don't eat
Shake.
food anymore.
I wouldn't say no. I make sure I eat a little bit of solid food every day because I don't want to lose my ability to digest solid food. Right.
Yeah, I can see why you wouldn't want to lose your ability to digest food.
Nah, I'm worried about that.
You go out for a meal with friends and die.
I don't want to reacclimate to food. So
But I got a big bucket.
go ahead.
big bucket
I want
of,
to hear
like-
about Chris's big bucket.
No, it was on Amazon. I was like, I want to have stuff. So if-
Oh, yeah. Okay.
And,
Go on.
and I was like, what can I do that will? I want something I can like either put in my car really easily, or just not like barricade the door and then live off my bucket. And you know, it said it would feed a family. I think.
Bucket living.
So walk around
Did you eat the whole thing?
Yeah. I'm picturing like a piece
want
of
another
meat
one?
on the side of a bucket, which is like Chris's life bucket, and it's right by the door, and you're like looking out the window every now and then. You're like, is it the apocalypse? No? Okay.
Just you and me, bucket.
And then you look out one day, it's on fire. You're like, all right, bucket, now's our time.
It's cool though because I also put like a little
You're gonna be laying starving in the gutter. Zombies chasing you or something. Radiation sickness. And here will be fucking Chris coming along with his bucket. And then you will apologize to him.
You'll be smiling, having a great day.
Gus put that entire, like, day's worth of food into his mouth. And now he can't swallow it.
The crumbs everywhere.
It does say chew it very well. It's like lambus bread.
Wait,
that's what
yeah,
it's
it's
like.
exactly what
You
it's
don't
like.
have to chew it, though.
But it's not as tasty, but it's good.
What if
Have you had lambus bread?
Well, I mean, as described.
Oh, okay.
Yeah, like-
What if you just snapped it off and swallowed it like a pill? Would it expand in your stomach or something? Why do you have to chew it so well?
I think
I don't understand that.
I don't know.
It really turns into
like-
a paste in your mouth.
Like,
Yeah.
surely, if you have
I
something,
think it's because it's like pure coconut.
if you just had this appear in your stomach, surely it would last longer because your stomach would have to break it down.
Yeah, but you use more calories. Well, maybe I don't know. You might use more calories breaking it down in your stomach versus chewing
So
it
you
up.
might like lose energy soon.
Yeah, maybe.
But then you
So
have
you're
to
basically,
use
like,
your
helping
muscles
your
to
That's
chew,
true.
Yeah, it's like which costs
though. Right.
Imagine mashing it up with a hammer instead of using your hand.
Running it
Just
over
eat your
in a
food.
car.
Just eat your food. What are you guys doing? You guys are like running the most efficient apocalypse of all time.
We're just trying to make the food last longer. We're on your side. We're
But I
doing
did
good
stuff. I actually have gas masks, believe it or not.
That,
Gas
oh,
masks.
wow. That's
You know the
good.
Model? Did you see the Model X came out for Tesla and it has a biohazard button? Okay, that's
What's that for?
what is. It's to move like air shooters. You like drive through a biohazard.
That's so cool.
It's not cool. It's not cool.
That is cool though,
No.
because you're like gonna be like see a poison cloud and you're like, hang on guys, go ahead. You
And
just
then-
drive right through.
And then the car comes to a halt as everyone inside suffocates to
Yeah,
death
exactly right.
before you get to the poison
You
cloud.
die. Like, how much air is enough air? Like, for living? Like, if you sealed me in a car,
About a
a
bucket
normal
worth.
SUV, is it a weekend? Am I
No
living?
way. In an SUV?
I'm saying airtime.
Yeah, no way.
No?
You could not last a weekend.
I think it depends if you're asleep or not.
Let's assume, like, just a normal day. Start off awake, then fall asleep. Do I use more when I'm asleep or less?
It's less than.
It would also depend on the how high up you are in elevation, because there's more.
Let's just ballpark this, guys.
Sea
This is a
level.
hypothetical.
You would use way less.
Sea level, noon on a Saturday. I'm well rested from the night before.
Is it a vacuum?
What is it a vacuum? It's airtight. It's airtight.
I bet you couldn't last a day.
Oh, you're full of
In
air.
an SUV?
And you die of carbon dioxide poison?
Well, you would take the cubic amount of air, right? And then every breath is a certain amount. And then every breath in, you take like 21% of the oxygen.
Is
No,
it
that's not
21%?
right.
You breathe
No.
out a significant
No,
amount
the
of
oxygen
oxygen.
is 21% of the atmosphere,
Right.
and you take 6 or 7.
We went through this in The Martian.
Yeah,
I
they
know.
did. He caused a big problem for himself by breathing out at one point. Spoiler. Did you see the movie?
I'm not seeing the movie.
I saw it.
Did you like it?
I liked it.
Have you read the book?
Yes.
Okay. So, as someone who read the book, you like the movie.
Yes.
What's the? You're doing the point. That
The
you're
only
gonna
thing,
refute
the only,
yourself.
well, it's one of those things where you know how when you read the book, there's a lot more, there's more science, it's denser, there's more problems.
Sure.
Yeah, yeah. And so like I missed some of that, but I understand like as a movie, it's like it's good, it's fun.
I watched the movie and I thought, this feels a bit Ridley Scott.
Oh yeah, really? I feel like the perfect way to consume that product, if you haven't consumed it yet, is probably the audio.
That's what I did.
You did the audio, but like the book is even denser science-wise than the audio.
I feel like, I really want to read the book.
It is.
The audiobook's in a bridge to that.
Well, there's a lot of parentheticals in the book. I know, 'cause I got the book after I got the audio. But either way, use audiobooks. Yeah, then you get like.
It's not good.
I haven't seen no, neither Gus nor I.
I thought visually it was very good. And I like the point of movies where you just totally so I'm not even thinking how they got those shots. I'm just like, oh yeah,
Maybe
it's
more.
Mars.
Yeah,
And
makes
obviously
it
they just went to some red desert, probably in Africa.
probably a green room and shot all that stuff.
No, that's a definite sand stuff.
Is there?
Yeah.
You can put sand in the green room.
Probably the same place they shot Red Planet, to be honest.
Yeah, maybe so. We're looking for some pretty cool ones.
So, you know, you talked about how the Model X has that biohazard button. Basically, it just has like air filters that are really good at filtering out bacteria.
Is that what it is?
Yeah.
By the way, not a fan.
Not a fan of that?
Not a fan. Not a fan of it. It's more expensive than the Model S. Did you know that?
Yeah, bigger.
I know. It's like they're trying to get to the Model 3, which is like a $35,000 version. Most people. That's kind of the holy grail of like vehicles. They're going the wrong direction.
Yeah, but they haven't scaled yet. They haven't finished their factory to increase their output of batteries.
Also, those gull-wing doors that they have on it, that's like the big feature, the doors that go up. It's not all the doors.
This is the back.
It's just the back ones. That's weird.
So the driver door doesn't have that.
That's the consumer reaction right there. So everyone's you just watch
Watching
it
it through the back because it's cool.
and clamber over the front seat. Well, in my car right now,
Well, think
it's
about it. If you put like kids in the back, you don't want them opening the door and like banging the shit out of your door. So it makes sense for that.
no, it does.
Little lip in the back.
Doesn't a door that goes like this go out just as far as a door that does this?
No, it like lifts so like they can park like a wedge in
Oh, so they
next to
slide
stuff.
up, they don't-
They go up. They're like hinged up. They go up.
I think they have a sensor that tells them how much space they have.
Yeah,
I read a report on the Google
you read.
self-driving cars.
Did you not read a report? What are you? You're sitting down and reading reports. What report did you read?
A news
Or is that an
report.
expression that you're using?
A news report on a website. What do you call it? An article. A news article.
Okay.
Awesome.
like breaking out a dissertation.
and he was reviewing the Google self-driving cars, and he was just complaining about how boring it was.
No,
It's like, that's
fuck
perfect.
off. No. I saw one in the parking lot. The guy was, two guys were driving around in it. And I stopped them and I was like, how can I get in it? And they were like, you can't. I was like, no, I'm serious. I want to go on a ride. I was like begging them. I was like, please let me go. And they were like, sorry.
I love the car was like, fuck off.
Is it NDA or something?
Huh?
You have to sign an NDA to get
No,
in?
he wouldn't even. He was like, I was like, who do I have to talk to get into one of these?
It's not just NDA. I mean, I'm sure the technology involved with it is very valuable technology. They don't
Yeah.
want lots of random people
to
observing.
a car that looks ridiculous. They put it in like an old Volvo
And
or something.
it drives up. It goes, and it makes like a hovercraft noise.
I contacted Google.
He
to
did?
ask to get into the car. I was gonna surprise you if they let me in, and take you with me, but they said
You would have been in a robot car. And
they're being stored. Have you seen them? They're like right
I
around the
know,
corner
and-
from here.
Ah, man.
You can go see them. But
The guy,
Thank you, though. That's really
yeah,
nice.
I was gonna take you with
the
me.
guy in the
It's
article
like halfway. It's
said
not like
he said the
100%.
experience was too boring and the cars drove too safely.
That was a
Isn't that exactly what you want from a car that's not being driven by someone?
Yeah.
You want it to be just
So,
ordinary,
Google,
plain.
you fucked up by not letting me in your car. I'm giving you a chance right now. You can let me and Chris. He will not bring his bucket. We will ride in your car.
Let me and Gavin and another one will fucking race in the self-driving car.
So it's up to you, Google. Just get back to me.
I want one. I would absolutely get one.
Yeah?
I just hop in a car and then it drives me to work.
That's kind of what happens already.
If it's safe.
You already don't drive.
I want to replicate my current experience without inconveniencing anyone else.
You could do that by getting a license.
He doesn't want Gus. He doesn't want to ruin anybody's morning. He just wants engineers to spend decades of their life perfecting this technology.
It's not just for me, there's lots of people on it. And also, I get a lot done as a passenger or in an Uber. I do all my email on the way to work. I'm like, I'm going to do that when I'm driving.
Actually, I drive everywhere, and like, she's just in the back. Have a great time. Email, you name it.
That
She's
piss
good.
you off?
She's good over there. Well, especially like, I'll start tapping on the map because we're going somewhere. And I go, I don't know where we're going. Like yesterday, we all went to a puzzle room together. Sorry, Chris. We all went to a puzzle room. I didn't know where the puzzle room was, so I'm like, "Where's this puzzle room?" And I'm driving down the road. I don't know where she is. She's in the rock band room, I think. No, she's practicing. But I didn't know where it was, and I made this comment. I don't know where this puzzle room is. And she goes, oh, is it in the email that they sent for it? And I'm like, yes. And so I'm at a stoplight. We get to a stoplight, so I look up the email. And then we start going again, and then I start typing in the address, and she goes, careful, shouldn't be doing that while you're driving. I agree. I was waiting for her to like pick up and do it as well.
Here's
She
how I, being someone from England, am a lot blunter than Americans. Hey, can you navigate?
That's what I do that with Matt all the time. And by the way, it's always a mistake
Why?
because Matt Hullum is great at everything except for when he gets in a car. I don't know what happens.
I would not trust him to navigate.
What happens, Gus, when Matt gets in a car?
There's one navigation thing I would do trust him with. It's figuring out where a fucking on-ramp in LA is.
Yeah.
If you are not on the freeway
Matt
and you
knows.
need to get on the freeway and you know what freeway you're looking for, he can tell you how to do that.
They can tell you how to do that. But I mean, we shot on Laser Team for 40 nights. We were shooting at night in the freezing cold. Did you ever see Matt get like flustered one time? Anything like that? Didn't happen, right? Solid as rock. Gus, you've ridden in the car with Matt how many times? Like maybe half a dozen times?
Maybe.
You've seen him like yelling at other drivers, then yelling back at him.
Every time.
Yeah.
Getting to
Yelling fights?
Lately they yell at him.
There was that one time that woman yelled at him that he had a small dick. And she made the
I was gonna bring that up in particular.
You have a small dick.
You have a little dick. Yeah, that was like the same trip where Gus bolted at the Del Taco. So Michael told me he's going to Vegas for fun. Yeah.
For fun or
I think it's going for fun. He's just never been.
It's like I pictured someone holding
Well, we go to conventions.
Yeah.
we have it for a wedding or for a convention or
I'm not saying that. Sorry, I'm chewing on my food.
I went to I went to the wedding in Vegas, and it was the most surreal thing. Yeah, it was in Becca's wedding. Because like we were waiting, they finished the ceremony. It was at Susan's Palace. We finished the wedding ceremony. We went over to like, where the reception was. They weren't quite ready, so we had to stand in the hall. And as we were standing in the hall, Heather Graham walked by right in front of me.
Right.
I was like, oh, that's crazy. Then we go in, and later Bradley Cooper and Zach Galifianakis show up. Because I guess they were all there doing construction for the Hangover. Whatever was that. It's like, what are the fucking odds?
They crashed the wedding.
Yeah, they just like show up.
That's pretty smart doing a movie in Vegas because you can just go back there for the press. It's just like an excuse to go to Vegas over and over again for the same thing.
I'm done. I spent 8 days in a row or 9 days in a row in Vegas. And
Oh, that sounds awful.
Never going back.
Heather
It's
Graham's tiny, by the way.
Completely burned me out. What?
Heather Graham's tiny.
Oh, I believe it.
I don't think she's a real person.
Why is it that whenever someone
She's
sees a celebrity in real life, they have to comment on their size?
You're up or down?
Scale.
Have you ever met somebody that, like, you've seen on television or anything and met them in person and they're the exact same size that you thought they would be?
You are the perfect height that I thought you were.
Have you ever had anybody tell you that at a convention, Gavin, when you're signing anything? Like, you're the same size I thought you'd be.
No, people say I was a lot shorter and a lot taller. And my nose was a lot bigger and a lot smaller. And it looks in the lab.
People always comment that I'm a lot more than they expect.
Well, I think all the original guys get that because we're all, like, I mean, Jeff and Matt are right about 6 feet, right?
We're all like above 6 feet.
Yeah, and so Nathan was 6'5", so it's like, and Joel as well. So like, all of us appeared together, and nobody realized how tall we all were. We all
Joel's not 6'5".
No, Nathan's 6'5". Joel's
Jesus
6'2".
Christ.
Joel's like 6'1", 6'2".
Yes, like that.
Yeah,
So we're all like that.
Yeah.
Here, let me see.
62.
What is average height?
I think average height's like 5'9".
Yeah, for a guy, 5'9", 5'10".
I'm gonna read this.
Hey Gus, let me ask you.
I want to remind everyone this episode of the Rooster Teeth podcast is brought to you by Braintree. Developers around the world have embraced the Braintree V.0 SDK as the easiest way to add secure mobile payments to their apps and websites. No matter what the payment type, Braintree accepts it. What's over here? Apple Pay, Android Pay, PayPal, Venmo, credit cards, even Bitcoin. And if something new pops up, Braintree will support that too. Same payment solution used by Uber, Airbnb, and GitHub, so you know that it scales. Braintree has simple, secure payments, code you can integrate in minutes, and developers, they got you. Don't worry about taking days to integrate your payments. Braintree is 7 minutes. Integrating into your app is as easy as inserting a few lines of code. Try out the sandbox and see for yourself at BraintreePayments.com/roosterteeth. BraintreePayments.com/roosterteeth. Start accepting money.
Just do it. There's no reason not to accept money.
Just do it.
No reason at all.
Just do it.
That always leads to good stuff.
We did that many years ago.
I told the story, by the way, when I was at the University of Nebraska this last week.
Those people don't listen to the podcast.
Probably not.
You're not big in Nebraska?
What's that?
What do you do?
Yeah. This is actually the last.
Said we're not big in Nebraska. That has everything to do with what you said.
No, I mean, why are you telling me he was there? I know he was there.
Then you told me
No. You're wrong. How am I wrong? You're just wrong.
Yeah, what are you trying to say?
I was making a joke. Oh, we're not big in Nebraska?
So anyway, Gus, I went to Nebraska. Here's the good part about it. That's my last. Like, as soon as I got back from Lincoln, Nebraska, which there is, and also suffers from the same thing. There is not a direct flight in the world that goes to Lincoln, Nebraska. You have to connect from everywhere. You go to Lincoln. And when I got back and stepped off the plane in Austin, by the way, gorgeous weather that we were having in Austin. When I got back, I realized, I looked at my calendar. I'm not going anywhere. My calendar's like wide open. I have nothing in the month of October. I'm not going anywhere. I'm just
I
gonna be
believe
here.
you. You're going to absolutely go somewhere else.
Yeah, Andy said that to me too. He's like, you're fine. You'll be on a plane tomorrow. CIA is. He's bossy. He's type A. Yeah, so I'm sure something will come up. But that's going to be, I think, my last speaking engagement I do for a very long time. Like, very long time.
Why?
Because I did a lot of them for a long time. Like, last year when we were getting ready for Laser Team, and, you know, we were doing the deal with full screen and everything, I was on, like, basically on a speaking tour of, like, just kind of... One of the problems we always dealt with for years and years, and we're still not over it yet, is that people always, like, tell us how big we are, how big the audience is. Like, they're like... A lot of people don't realize that. You know what I mean? We have a huge audience, and a lot of people watch our content, but it's like, in the industry as a whole, like, you have to go and convince video game companies,
Right.
you know, that we have a lot of gamers that watch our stuff, and you should get us, not even just like, don't even advertise with us, just get us a free copy of the game. You know what I
so
mean?
mad today.
It's crazy sometimes. Yeah, and then you get furious when you see like other people with
I saw Greg Miller had Yoshi's Woolly World, and he did a fucking unboxing earlier, and I'm sitting here with nothing. Greg Miller, who the fuck is that?
These are the kind of conversations we have a lot, by the way, is when you see anybody else on social media with something that you don't have, you're like, what the fuck is wrong with this? It seems like such an injustice in the world.
I've never felt that way.
You're full of shit.
I've never seen someone with something before me and gone, damn it.
Let me
get to me eventually.
Let me tell you something else. If they did a collection of people where they were featuring different artists from YouTube, and you were not in that collection of people that was featured, you wouldn't have a thing, something to say about that?
I might make a little snarky comment, but there's tons of YouTubers. Why would I be in everything?
Well, okay, the snarky comment's what I'm talking about. He's not going home and cutting himself. He just wants a copy of the fucking game, Gavin. You're taking that too seriously.
The ground, and there's a 1 in 10 chance of it happening, and I can lose a lot of time. Well, I really can't gain time. I can lose a lot of time. I think that was 6. Dude, Lucky Dude is not helping me right now. Yeah. Ever since Twinova incident. Just giving me one hit was disaster. Yeah, how is Zaval awake? Finder Zaval didn't want to join this race because it was too late. I've used my luck on this asshole before. I've had a lot of runs that have had great database. For the amount of runs that haven't. It's only 8 AM here. It's only 1:24. Oh, dude, come on, Dampe. Oh, good face of Bob Slask. I lost count. Dampe, just give it to me, like, please. Damn it. Oh no, I'm out of play. Okay. So here's what we're gonna do. We're gonna pull this grave. And this grave.
Seriously, I guess. But it is a thing we talk about, like when somebody like if there was a GameStop commercial and they put somebody on it, and it's like we're like, what the fuck? Why did we get that? How come we talked about that? You know, that's the way artists are. We just get like real like
Get in your own head.
yeah, get in your head. That's a good way to put it.
I feel like we've been.
Hey, you want the other half of this?
No,
been in
are you
enough
serious?
stuff.
Why would I do it's rations?
You made fun of me for eating a day's worth of food, and now you're offering me a half.
This only 200 calories. It's another 100 calories right here.
Probably no, a half day too.
Okay. Oh, you can have all these, Chris. Now that I've opened it, I'm not gonna eat it again.
Take it.
Did you hear
I'll
about
add
that
it to the
pilot?
buck.
Yes,
Pilot died mid-flight.
Phoenix, Red Eye from Phoenix to Boston. Pilot died.
They say how?
How do you
No.
die?
And they didn't say whether or not he died in the air or once they were on the ground. They landed. They had to divert to Syracuse.
Do you think the co-pilot who has to take over if the pilot dies is like trying extra hard not to die?
Yeah, I would think so. He's like locked in,
It's
right?
like, I'm now the
Keep
only
living.
pilot on this plane.
Yeah, I
You want
agree
some-
with
I
you.
mean-
Did they say how old he is?
I don't know. I don't think they really.
Does it matter now?
Well, it's like if he died and he was 28, then that's weirder,
Yeah.
you know?
So I wonder in that case if, like, let's say, I don't know what the procedure is for this, but let's say commercial flight, with this flight, pilot becomes incapacitated, he can no longer perform his duties. What do they do with him? Do they have to bring a flight attendant to sit in the pilot seat, or where do they put the pilot? Do they put him on the ground?
There's probably like a cupboard.
No, yeah.
A cupboard?
Here's how they solve
That's
that
a lot
problem.
of wasted space.
I can see how they solve that problem. Eject. That's what they do. Just they fire him out.
I
That's it.
imagine they would just prop him up in one of the bogs and lock it.
God,
No.
I'd guarantee they don't do that.
There's. I know on international flights that some of the airlines have places to store bodies. In.
Singapore Airlines has
I believe you are correct.
That's
So-
probably more comfortable than a seat.
But also on intercontinental flights like that, there are crew quarters.
Yeah.
Like there's a little space with beds for the crew to sleep. But still, it's like so then assuming they move the pilot somewhere else, the incapacitated pilot. Can you imagine the pressure on that other person who has to take his seat? Even if they're not doing anything, it's like they just have to sit there and not fuck anything up. Like just sit there.
In a chair that someone just died in.
Right, and don't touch anything. Just if someone tells you to flip a switch, you flip a switch.
But why didn't they just keep him in the chair? Thinking about it.
Because I think they need to have two people in the cockpit.
It's like a self-driving car. You gotta have somebody at the wheel ready to grab it.
Well, I mean, the co-pilot's at the controls. The other person's
He's not the
just there.
co-pilot anymore. Got a promotion.
Okay, the pilot, the newly promoted pilot, is controlling the plane. The other person's just waiting, right?
Well,
so just stand behind the dead pilot.
I think it's one of those things too where it's like, it's a safety thing where it's like he's falling asleep and shaking.
Behind the pilot, like in your lap? Like you're
Right.
Patrick Swayze making a clay pot and ghost? Is that like that kind of a thing?
It's not like reaching around him, controlling anything. You stood waiting. You're waiting for the next pilot to dip it.
All I think is like that would be so intense for the one pilot. It's like you got like this is why you have it. You have double the amount of people you need to fly the plane in case something goes wrong. Something goes wrong, you no longer have double the amount of people you need to fly the plane.
Right now, you got to get someone else in there.
No, it'd be super tense though for that one person. Oh, who's the other jackass that's gonna take over for the pilot? You gonna get like the head flight attendant or some dude from first class?
Probably a flight attendant. I mean, like when a pilot goes to the lavatory, they have to have a flight attendant walk into the cockpit.
Oh yeah, there's never one person.
Right.
Yeah,
Like the
it's,
German-
it's like a safety thing. Yeah, yeah,
Right.
because they could lock the door and then go.
Like the Air Egypt guy did, right? Was it Air Egypt?
No, you was German employees.
Is that what it was?
Yeah.
Okay. Air Egypt was the guy. They were actually both in the cockpit. They were fighting each other. Yikes! What a nightmare situation. that is.
Close space, just scuffle.
Have you ever heard about that? I may have talked about it a few weeks ago. That FedEx flight where a FedEx employee got onto the plane. He said, he asked for a ride.
Oh, with a hammer?
Yeah, and he tried to kill the crew.
Yeah.
And they got into a fight in the cockpit. And he took a hammer in and a spear gun and tried to kill them.
gun.
Yeah, he hit the two pilots in the head with the
Was he
hammer.
just like in the back opening FedEx package? He's like, spear gun, let's do this.
Then turned on like the flight engineer, and like they just ended up fighting. And I've seen pictures of the plane, and it's just and the pilot eventually regains consciousness and like starts doing like barrel rolls and shit.
Barrels, yeah, that'll
And,
fuck you
It's
up.
a movie.
there's just blood all over the place.
So who? No, excuse me. Who was the guy fighting the crew?
He was also FedEx.
So you just got like
Yeah, he
disgruntled
was-
employee.
Yeah, he was.
You gotta be seriously disgruntled to start beating the shit out of a pilot that is flying the plane that you're
He
in.
was trying to insurance his family, right?
Right, he was trying to.
Oh, he's trying to die.
He was trying to make it look. That's why he took a hammer, because it would look like blunt force trauma, and that they wouldn't be able to tell that anything had happened. It would just look like they died in the crash.
Oh shit, that's such an asshole thing to do.
That's a mega asshole.
Man, that's pretty bad.
So yeah, there was a air disaster about it recently.
Oh.
It was pretty good.
It must suck to wake up from a concussion knockout and try and fly a plane. And then try and kill someone like,
and then yeah.
spinning it around.
You can see that if you go online and you look up those people in those slingshot rides. And then, you know, it's like the bungee, reverse bungee, where they like pull the pod down, and there's two people sitting in the pod, and they let it go and it fires up. You know what I'm talking about?
Yeah.
Is that right?
When they land on a net or something?
No, they just stay connected to things and they bounce up and down for a little bit.
it's
And
not
then
like the release.
they put the tether and they pull them back. It's not like shooting them like a catapult. But they just spring up and down. But it's a really high distance. And a lot of people pass out on it. The ride lasts about a minute and a half of good bouncing back and forth, up and down. And there's a camera right there, too. So you see the person pass out. And then, inevitably, after the G-forces subside, they wake up, and they're in midair. And they always, like, they always freak out, like, grab the handles. And they're like, what would it be to wake up on that ride? And it's
I wonder if you would dream in between.
My favorite is the assholes who all run that ride. Will do things like they'll throw a bolt out under the guys, like
Yeah.
right before they get released, and be like, and then so they hear something fall, and they're like looking around. The guy walks up like, oh, here it is, it fell off, and then they they release him and let him go up into the air.
It's like the guys who like throw a loose bit of rope off after a bungee jump.
Yeah.
Like, oh shit!
Seems dangerous too. I mean, it's like, why would you put anything like someone's gonna like throw off their form or anything like that? I just did that recently. Did that indoor skydiving?
Yeah.
You really?
Yeah, I did it. Ashley and I went and did it 2 weeks ago.
You guys are like a bunch of teenagers in love, like with all your little activities. Like puzzle rooms and this skydiving.
Yeah, we've been having fun.
You went to the puzzle room too. You can't make fun of him for that.
Yeah, but I was invited.
You still went.
Yeah.
It was still an activity you participated
Thank you for
in.
going, by the way.
It was
I
well
can't
fun.
believe I got both of you to
I
one
was
thing.
blown away when I saw you in there.
It was fun.
I almost pulled the Herman trifecta. I almost got Ryan to go. He dropped out last minute because he couldn't get a sitter.
You didn't almost get Ryan to go.
I know. I
He
got
was
a
never going. Oh, there you go. Look.
See, we have 9 people, but you're allowed to have 10. That was fun.
Well, that was
We only had space for one more person. Sorry.
Yeah, sorry, Chris. We didn't have room for you. We just had a person. But we, Barbara didn't invite me the last time I talked about puzzle rooms in Twitter. And did you go on that trip?
I did go on the last one.
Well, there you go.
Yeah, we saw your picture there.
Yeah.
We had fun.
We did good, except for the last.
We did the same place. You guys did the villain.
Everyone complained about the exact same thing.
Yeah. I bet.
We we had
Oh,
ours was like
somebody got lost.
ours was like a Harry Potter. It was Wizards.
Yours Blaine was ruining the presentation of it for the poor lady.
Yeah,
Because it was all like non-Harry Potter stuff. And it was like, is that like Dumbledore? There we go.
So
You guys having a good time.
Where are you?
What do you mean? Where is he? You can't
I'm
see
the
him?
one on top of everyone.
He's just very dumb.
Honestly, you were so like flamboyant, I just ignored it. I was looking for like someone more quiet.
That's a lot of fun. So, speaking of Federal Express, going back a little bit, I recently found out why American Express is called American Express. It started off as a postal service, as a parcel service.
Really?
Mhm.
I didn't know that.
And then it evolved and became, I think, the first credit card?
Oh,
No,
I,
or-
thought, I was thinking of American Eagle.
That's right. The clothing company?
Yeah, I was like, huh, could they went, they went from
Is that more interesting?
I don't know, it's
that a
a
clothing
company?
company?
It's a little more interesting.
Did
That
you
they
say
went,
American Eagle was a clothing company?
It is.
American Eagle Outfitters.
Oh, okay.
When he
I
said
thought you were
American
talking
Eagle,
about the airline.
I thought about the airline. But I do use my first brain engaged and I go, he thinks the clothing
So
company.
is American Eagle and American Apparel?
It's American Eagle Outfitters. It's like it's kind of like a Gap for people who just like good Gaps, like too formal. I don't know what American Eagle Outfitters is. Patrick, how would you describe? Is that an accurate description? Today's podcast is brought to you by American Eagle Outfitters. We like flannel.
Used to be, they used to sell, what did they do? American Express or
They
whatever.
were a postal.
They were a postal service. Postal service. So that's what they were called.
I also want to point out to you now that we're in October, I want to point out
So using the public service.
this is your reminder that never in the history of the United States, and probably the entire world, definitely the United States, never has there ever been a recorded instance of someone showing you Halloween candy. It's never happened.
Every time you mention it, I feel like someone's going to do it. You say it like that,
It's not a challenge. It's not a challenge. It's just this like mass delusion that everybody has that we're not taking. It's literally never happened. The only thing that could be close to being qualified for that is a guy poisoning his own nephew's, or maybe his nephew, maybe his son's candy because he was an idiot. He got like a $40,000 insurance policy on a kid, and he was like a poisoned kid, and gave it to him.
Kill him. Kind of candy.
Yeah, kill him. Yeah. What do you think it was? Like a vomit insurance policy? Oh, my kid threw up.
Liquid gold.
But never, honestly, never a recorded instance of anyone poisoning Halloween candy and handing it out to strangers. That's never, ever happened.
Did you hear about the Minecraft streamer?
Oh,
who
God.
burnt his
Was
apartment?
that what the Japanese guy
I
was?
saw the video.
Yeah, like he was like messing with something.
He got an oil lighter as a gift, and he was showing it off on his webcam to his
Did he get it
wife.
from one of the viewers?
I don't know if we got where.
I'm gonna buy those from him.
And he filled it with oil, lit it, and
It just like exploded in his
it
hand.
basically started two fires. It started a fire
No,
from him.
that's the big mistake.
Yeah, he tossed the
Look at
match
that bag to the left.
into a bag of tissue.
And then he takes the bag of tissue into the corner and throws cardboard boxes
he's
on
like,
it.
I'll smother it with cardboard. It's like, I was gonna say, streaming pro tip. If you're gonna be on camera, move the enormous bag of used tissues just a little bit off camera, just for everybody's sake.
That's a lot of
Basically,
specimen.
yeah. So he burned down his apartment with his.
He burned down. He burned down.
So everyone's giving him shit for like the way he handled this, and I'm sure he was panicked. But surely in like panic situations, you just do like raw instinct, and his instinct was to put cardboard boxes over it.
Maybe the fire hypnotized him. It was like a god to him.
What a
He's like,
dipshit.
And did anyone die?
Yes, one person died.
One person
No,
died.
somebody died from that?
Yeah, it burned 3 different apartment buildings. Multiple people had to go to the hospital, and one of his neighbors died.
Oh my god, I didn't know that. That's all. That's really awful.
Can you imagine if they were watching the stream?
They probably would have known. They'd probably be a little more alert. That's crazy.
They'd be like, what an idiot. Where does that guy live? I had no idea. You're on the parking lot with the guy covered in a blanket and all still on your face going, I'm a huge fan, dude.
I've always bought fire extinguishers for my house. I've never had to use them. And I've always thought maybe it was a waste of money, but then I watched that like, no, I'm absolutely glad that
I'm pretty sure I have fire extinguisherless at my house. I'm pretty sure. I need to get some fire extinguishers.
I'm pretty sure everyone's fire extinguisher. They're not like those ones. They're like mini ones. You sure? No. All right. It's fun.
fun or effective. Because I want a fire extinguisher to be effective.
Like they actually so fun.
I know in high school we had friends with get little fire extinguishers and fire extinguishers.
Oh my god. Okay, first of all, there's basically 3 different kinds of fire extinguishers, and 2 of them are perfectly fine to play with, and like, you know, it can spray people. One is the CO2 ones, that's the big fog ones.
Yeah.
That's like the ones we have on immersion, and I made sure we tested those. The other kind is the ones that just have water in them. Those are super old school, pressurized water. You can spray them. We used to do that in my grandmother's apartment building. Every time there were fire extinguishers, it's like you take them down and spray each other.
It's like a Laurel and Hardy skit.
It's
Or
that
Three
third
Stooges.
kind, which is the chemical sand, whatever the hell that is.
The
in
fun
it.
stuff.
That is awful. Well, I guess there are foam ones too. I consider like the CO2 ones, but no, there's this like foam stuff that some of these fire extinguishers spray out, and it's like it dries out the air. I don't know how else to describe it. It like sucks every bit of moisture
I
out of
was
the air.
waiting to see which one you said was the one not to play with, and I was going to cross-reference that with the one fire extinguisher that I fired at Dan. Same one.
Was it? Was it the powder one? That just and did he hack and cough for hours?
He almost collapsed.
Yeah.
I love how you're laughing about it. He almost died.
He was like, he couldn't breathe anywhere.
Here,
What are
And
the
it was
foam
his
ones?
idea,
I haven't seen a foam fire extinguisher. Yeah?
it's like type A, type B, and type C, right?
I feel like I've seen it, but I've never encountered a foam fire extinguisher. Not that I fire out fires, but you know. What do those look like?
Different kinds.
I think all fire extinguishers.
I don't see a difference between fire extinguishers. They're just all fire extinguishers.
Okay, here are the different types, and they're denoted by the band on the fire extinguisher. At least in the
In the UK, they're all just different colours.
in Australia and New Zealand, they do it by band on there, and then in the UK, they do it by different colors. But in the US, that's not what matters. There's an A in a green triangle. Ordinary solid combustible. B fire extinguishers for flammable liquids and gases. C, fire extinguisher, is for energized electrical equipment. That's probably your phone right there. And then B is for combustible metal. It's combustible metal, like magnesium. You say magnesium or you say some stupid British pronunciation?
I said magnesium.
Like magnesium. And then K, there's a K fire extinguisher. That's for
Potassium?
oils and fats. So K would be for kitchen.
Okay.
It is K for kitchen.
It's filled with like baking
I don't
soda.
know if the one I have is for my.
They have it's all a mnemonic device. A is for ash, for solid
Oh, there you
combustibles. B is for barrel. I don't know what the hell that means. C is for current, for electrical stuff. And then D is for combustible metals. D is for dynamite. I'm not spraying a fire extinguisher on a stick of dynamite that's lit. I'm getting the hell out of
Yeah,
it.
you don't really want to aggravate dynamite.
That would be a fun thing to do for
Immersion.
maybe immersion, like light something, light a fuse, and see if you could stop it from reaching the thing. Like have faux dynamite, but a real fuse.
What I found out, we were trying to blow up different liquids. Take one of those firecrackers.
Who's we? This one here?
Yeah. So I'm take one of those firecrackers and weigh it down and drop it into water. The fuse will still go. You drop it into gasoline, it goes up.
What?
Yeah.
Wait. So you're saying if someone has a stick of dynamite,
Throw it in
be like,
gasoline.
quick, put it in gasoline.
Well, whatever that particular fuse was made out of, it couldn't stay as.
Follow-up question.
I'm sure there's a very good reason for that.
Why are you throwing firecrackers?
Yeah, really. How did you discover that?
To make an explosion. What do you think? What?
Is it like you talking about like petrol or diesel?
Petrol.
Wow. Okay.
Do you see the guy who?
That's dangerous.
That's
Do
dangerous.
not mess around with gas and fire. Just don't do it.
Have you
Small
seen it?
amounts are
Have you
very
seen our
combustible.
safety checks?
That's true. You are very thorough.
Yeah, I've seen it, but you haven't fucking kidding
I
me.
was laughing at Dan on this guy. You were literally laughing about it a second ago.
You covered him like burning oil at one point.
We had a B-type fire extinguisher on the standby.
Did you? It's for barrel.
For your
Very
beat.
good.
There was a guy at a gas station who was filling up his car, and he saw a spider, and he decided to kill the spider with a fire.
With the lighter.
Yeah.
What?
So he tried to light the spider on fire, and he did.
It was
but also
right-
his car and the gas.
It was like on his car next to the gas tank.
Have you not seen that video?
You
Oh my
fucking
god!
idiot.
And then it's on fire, and then he pulls the nozzle out.
Oh, what an idiot! Do you think at the moment it all caught fire, he was like, oh yeah!
I used to think
Fire also kills people.
people always fuck up with that in fire. Like, do you remember the? I think it was in Rome when the fire chief was doing the was doing the demonstration, Gus, of how dangerous fire is, and he's lighting the fire in the town square, and the mayor's there, and then the canister that he's using to spray like some kind of fuel for this fire, it itself catches on fire. So he starts shaking it, and then it starts throwing fire everywhere. And then he like throws it to the side and makes an arc of fire that covers the mayor and some other people, and they all go running away. Patrick, let's see if I can find out. He did. He really proved his point.
While you look that up,
Before we get too far away from it, and you can read that because I'm really interested in what you have to read it. But what's ironic, or what's interesting to me about the Minecraft streamer who lit his house on fire, the very first video I ever saw from Minecraft was the dude in the game that lit his house on fire.
Yeah.
And that's how I first learned about that game. I thought, that game looks like fun. I was like, why is that a big deal? Did he find all that stuff and build that house himself? Be like, yeah. It's like, oh, what an idiot. I gotta play this game.
It was totally like, it could have been real life.
all right. I want to remind everyone this episode of the podcast is also
same
brought to
thing
you by Dollar Shave Club. Stop shaving with an old razor; it's gross. Why are you torturing yourself with a gross old blade week after week? Probably because you don't want to shell out $20 for a pack of new ones. DollarShaveClub.com has revolutionized the way men shave. With Dollar Shave Club, you can shave with a fresh blade as often as you want because they deliver a whole sleeve of amazing razors for just a few bucks a month. The razors are so good, millions of guys enjoy. Even the billion-dollar razor companies are freaking out. Instead of lowering their bloated prices, they're trying to fool you into going to the same blade for an entire month. And that's gross. Never go back to squeezing weeks and weeks of shaves out of a disgusting rusty blade. Join Dollar Shave Club and use a fresh blade whenever you want. It feels amazing and it's a third of the price. Join the millions of others who figured out a smarter way to shave. Join Dollar Shave Club now by going to dollarshaveclub.com/roosterteeth. DollarShaveClub.com/. I use
Could you shave just the other day?
shave just credit.
I'm using mainly a razor to shave my neck, but I love Dollar Shave Club. 'cause
Why
they're
bother shaving your neck?
disruptive company. I like that.
I've got weird hairs that grow like out of my Adam's apple, like right.
Your Adam's apple's serious. How come I've never noticed that?
Do a profile of that. That's foul.
Wow, that's serious.
What is one? Like, if you were to pull one out, what does it look like?
I don't know what that is. Is it on the outside of the esophagus or is it on the inside?
Like, what's the
And why don't girls have them?
Mariel, why don't you have one? Likely answer.
Let me look
Claims
it
to
up.
not know.
You want me to look it up? Hey, Patrick, I sent you that world's worst fire demonstration. You want to see it?
Yeah, let's see it. It's already bad. Where'd you say this was? This was Rome?
Oh, there you go. This is it. This is it. So he's got a canister with some fuel in it.
Oh, God!
Then he's like, oh, nope. Then he throws this thing. Good lord.
Oh my God!
Oh, I love his reaction was to chuck that thing and he took it right into the crowd. Oh my god.
That's a trained professional.
Yeah.
So imagine how we'd react.
What were we just talking about?
You were gonna.
Adam's apple.
You want to take guesses? Or?
Like what it is?
It's gotta be something. To
I
do
think it's
with
just.
Cartilage.
It will make your voice.
So if I pulled it out, would you not talk as deep?
It's a weak spot, right? I mean, that's the only reason it exists.
Okay, Adam's apple is it on the inside of the esophagus or the trachea or the outside?
I think it's on the outside.
I think it's on the outside too.
If it was in your esophagus,
It feels like
then
it's
girls
on
would be able to eat faster. It makes sense. What?
All right, that's it. We're done. 344 episodes. That was it. You saw it. Right here. Let's group it together.
The Adam. Anybody want to guess what the actual official name of the Adam's apple is?
Apelia adamia.
It is the laryngeal prominence, often referred to as the Adam's apple. A feature of the human neck is the lump or protrusion that is formed by the angle of the thyroid cartilage surrounding the larynx.
Gus, your prominence looks really good today.
Very prominent.
Very prominent.
I know where my larynx is.
What's the larynx?
Right, exactly. That's what I'm getting at. But it's like I couldn't, like, if you said draw a larynx on a piece of paper, I wouldn't.
Sounds
know
like I'd draw some sort of cat.
If it's like a valve of any sort,
that would be accurate. I think for you.
That's it.
everything on the inside looks like a vagina.
Everything on the inside. Go ahead.
Well, everything's like valve looking, isn't it? And it like breathes through it. It just looks like.
Do you
Like, I
think
could
are you
have
saying
sex with that.
vaginas look like valves? Do you
No, it just
do you
looks
get turned on? Like looking at your water hose, like the little thing.
So larynx is just the vocal cords. That's the whole shebang there?
Is it?
Yeah, because you lose your voice when you get laryngitis. Right? What's good?
that is true. That is
We're
true.
breaking this down here for
You also
you.
lose your voice when you get hit in the head if you get knocked out.
But
Someone,
they don't call it laryngitis when that happens.
someone on Twitter is saying that
You also lose your voice when you die flying an airplane.
Adam's apple is a secondary sexual characteristic for men.
So it's just
secondary to what?
We know that though.
So it's just for like.
It's just
symptoms?
Secondary to what? What's our primary?
It says Adam's apple is a secondary sexual characteristic for men, like boobs are for women. I need some
that's
sources
That's not.
or some.
I would not compare this to a movie.
Yeah, I don't know any girl who thinks an Adam's apple is attractive.
You want Adam's apples, Mariel? No, she's not. She's very quick on the answer.
Absolutely not.
Can you imagine if you had to wear like special clothes to like cover up and like hide or like show little parts of your Adam's apple?
Maybe that's why
You
priests.
get like this is the cleavage right here. You're like trying to show off like just a little bit, yeah.
So, in the American South, this is according to Wikipedia, in the American South, the Adam's apple is colloquially referred to as the goozle.
Never heard that.
that in my life. The goozle. Oh, I just got punched in the goozle. Why do you think?
I don't know, doctor. My goozle's just been sore lately.
It's like you're hitting on a girl at the bar and your bud's like, hey, goozle. Pay attention. I can't find, what's the primary sex characteristic in that? I don't know. Penis, Oh, I got one of those. I'm okay.
Ladies and gentlemen, Chris Damaris.
I just want to make sure I'm checking all the boxes. You know what I mean? That's what I'm saying. That's what I'm saying. Google.
You gotta make sure your goozle looks good, make sure your penis looks good.
It's weird though how something, how like an attractive thing on a girl can be the emission of something.
Right.
Like,
Wait. Attractive to a girl can be an emission?
I'm sorry, I was thinking of Google.
An omission of something. Okay, totally different. I thought it was the emission. I was okay.
No, I don't think the lack of an Adam apple is attractive.
no, but like a girl's smooth neck is attractive, and like a girl's lack of penis, even though you're not seeing anything.
It's all valves.
You just can see that there's no penis there. It's attractive, isn't it? As a straight man. Yeah.
So let's say you meet
You could
somebody
say a
new.
penis is a lack of vagina. It's all your frame of reference.
No,
That's
a
what I'm laughing at.
A penis is external, and it like bulges through jeans. But the lack of that is attractive to me. But you could also, what about what? No, but it works opposite. Are the increase in chest.
Right.
Like
There you go. Yes, there you go.
Yeah, there you go, Gab.
Yeah, that's your pretty woman. There's nothing going on down there.
The lack of everything.
You can slide your dick
What
between
is
those legs,
that?
no problem.
What is that?
It's a Barbie.
Is that put that back up again. Look at the distance between your thighs for a Barbie. I never really got the whole like. I mean, I'm sure they measured the part of the Barbie and thought it was ridiculous. But see there, that's absolutely ridiculous.
Also, that waist to hip ratio is crazy.
Well, that's what they always say, but I guess I've just seen so many like cartoons and stuff and I've seen like women in like corsets, like real women in those, and I've seen that on a person. That's ridiculous. That looks like somebody with a hip condition. Her legs are so far apart.
So you don't know what I'm talking about.
Wait, the lack of a penis is what makes a woman attractive? I think we're all
No,
going
I mean
along.
just like the physical look of that.
But what about boobs?
Oh,
Boobs are the.
Do you think about that every time you're attracted to a woman? Is that what you think though, or do you think that's an attractive woman, or do you walk up to ladies and go, "Hey, nice no dick"?
hey baby, I noticed you got nothing down there.
Good help, but notice you don't have a penis because I looked at your pants.
I think
And I happen to find that very
I
attractive.
think I'm not wrong, but I don't know how to explain it.
What you're saying is that
It makes total sense to me though.
you're saying that you find something attractive due to its absence of something.
That's exactly what I'm saying.
Yeah, like something is attractive because it doesn't have something. Whereas normally you don't know, like, you don't think a kitten is cute because it doesn't have horns. You know what I mean? It's like that kind of
So
thing.
people are clarifying that secondary sex characteristics aren't necessarily attractive. It's just that they appear after puberty.
So hair as well, I guess.
Right. So
Wait,
probably-
so you don't get your Adam's apple until after puberty?
I guess.
Really?
Yeah, it's pretty hard.
So Chris's thing about the deep voice might have something to do with it.
And also someone else is saying that both males and females actually have Adam's apples, but they're just more prominent.
Oh, what a bummer! Because everybody thinks that there's an indication that somebody is a dude, and I'm sure there's a lot of ladies out there who have a prominent Adam's apple. Because it actually physically, anatomically exists in women. Right? Is that what you're seeing there?
That's what they're saying.
It
Yeah.
doesn't work out.
Well, it's like
It's not a
like man
prominence.
nipples.
It's not a prominence. It's not a laryngeal prominence. It's a
Goozle.
It's a goozle.
Yeah, there's a question.
So that's interesting. That's gotta be a pain in the ass. I wonder if, like, you were a person who had a prominent Adam's apple, a lady, could you get that reduced in some way?
Actually, it's not.
Yeah, they don't do a lot of plastic surgery right now.
Normal people sometimes have like that.
No, I saw pictures of them
If he like spilt food, it would go on.
I'm reading Twitter. You guys and I both reading Twitter. No, that's not even like this is the recent one with his Where to Invade Next. He's reached a whole new level. Speaking of new levels, the Twitter service got a new CEO. They got Jack is now their CEO.
Jack
I
Dorsey?
think Jack Patillo hates that guy.
I would imagine Jack Patillo doesn't like him either because he's never going to get the Twitter handle Jack ever because one of the founders of Twitter and now the CEO of Twitter is named Jack. But I saw this and I'm always reminded, I've always wanted to talk about this in the podcast. This is one of the dumbest things I've ever seen on Twitter. And this happened, I don't even know what the dates are. Do you know the dates on that thing, Patrick? On that picture I sent you? Did you get that picture I sent you about from Twitter? Oh shit! I sent it before the podcast. Yeah, podcast. Yeah. So this exchange happened July of last year. July of this year. 24th of July this year. So this guy was made the CEO of Twitter. And Chris, we're gonna role play here in a second, so get ready. And Kim Kardashian West, as she is now, she made the following tweet. And you read Kim Kardashian, and I'll read Jack. Before he was CEO.
Okay. I just emailed Twitter to see if they can add an edit feature so that when you misspell something, you didn't have to delete and repost. Let's see.
He replies, at Kim Kardashian, great idea. We're always looking at ways to make things faster and easier. You're fucking kidding me. 9 years that service has existed? And they're just like, he's gonna say publicly, that's their first discovery of a fucking edit feature? Is that Kim Kardashian brought it up?
Great idea.
Great idea. You can edit text. What a fucking phenomenal idea.
You could tell he just wanted to talk to Kim Kardashian.
You know that's exactly it. By the way,
Did she misspell? How do you spell misspell?
I believe she spelled it correctly.
Is it two S's?
What do you mean? Yeah, misspell. You're making me second guess myself, but yeah.
It just looks funny from here for some reason.
I also wish it would tell you, like, in everybody's tweet, like a little number at the bottom, like how many characters they used.
Why?
Because she put a U in there, the letter U, instead of spelling out U.
Oh, so you're wondering if she was scrambling for characters?
Yeah, was she? Or it wasn't, like, that wasn't really necessary. The really aggravating thing about that is her tweet about, like, thinking about it. What a deep thought that was. To think of, wow, we can edit text. That has 61,000 favorites and 30,000 retweets, Gavin.
That's an engaged group of followers.
Dude, that's unbelievable. That is a lot. That's a lot of engagement on Twitter.
I see a lot of people with many followers who make a tweet and just really get nothing. Like very small engagement.
They say it's one of the best indications of people who have like bought followers. And I don't know how you do that. I guess you just go like pay a service. But, I always figure if you do that, they just, like, cull them out anyway or something like that. But, yeah, you can look at, like, the number of people that favorite a tweet versus the number of people that actually follow the person. Like, there's people that have, like, millions of followers. They'll put up a post, and it's, like, 2 people favorite it. It's kind of strange. Yeah. High vol level.
Yeah. I see it a lot. I'm always wary of that. Like I say, people can buy followers or buy social media following. Like, how many people throw money into very social media things just to try to inflate themselves and get free copies of games that I didn't pay Greg Miller?
I'm pretty sure you have more Twitter followers than Greg Miller, right? You should. Yeah, you deserve them. He doesn't deserve them. You deserve them, Gus.
I deserve them.
You do. You deserve them. Hey, why don't you tell me something?
He hit me in the head.
You told that story on the RTX podcast. Give me the rest of my little Lambus bread.
Oh, stop eating that stuff.
No, I want to. Shut up.
Don't you have a photo shoot coming?
The CAPTCHA. I understand what a CAPTCHA is, and I understand what it does. Except I keep running into a CAPTCHA in a place where I don't understand why they have a CAPTCHA there.
Let me guess. Find Wi-Fi on a plane.
Why
the fuck is there a CAPTCHA there?
Why is there a CAPTCHA on a Wi-Fi on a plane? Why does that exist?
Would they be running bots to buy Wi-Fi? Like, who wouldn't be human trying to buy Wi-Fi?
It's on the payment page.
Yeah. It's on the payment page. After you pay, then you type in the CAPTCHA, then you get access.
It made me not want to buy the Wi-Fi. I was like, who do you think?
Okay, I'm glad I'm not the only person that was bothered.
It's by far the most bizarre place to see one of those.
Yeah.
We should explain it better. We haven't explained it really, have we?
Well, when you log on to use Wi-Fi on a plane, they ask you account information, like your address and your credit card information.
Go,
you do all that, you
inflate.
buy it. It's like $8 to have Wi-Fi on a domestic flight. Then it comes up and says, hey, here's a CAPTCHA. Type it in. It's always 5 letters. And you just type it in, and then it's like, okay, now you can have access. But it's a whole different step that it makes you go through after you've paid for the service. Like, want to make sure that you're a human on a plane.
Yeah, there's only like... After you've already paid.
Yeah.
There's only a couple hundred people who can possibly be doing that.
Or let's just say somebody's like gets into first class. They have a fucking laptop. They set it up. It's got 80 bots on it that all log on to the Wi-Fi in the plane. Why would they want to stop that? Like, what's that person doing? Like, what's the? Is it just they just put it in because they feel like they have to?
But it's on the payment page. It's like, do they want to stop 80 bots from paying?
That's what I'm saying.
Just let it happen.
What's the behavior that they're preventing there with the caption?
Nothing. There's nothing. Nothing I can think of.
There's got to be somebody who's asked the
I've
question.
thought about this before.
It's weird because you're in a captive, like, you're in a position where it's like you're waiting for your Wi-Fi to like, why am I doing this? I don't have to do this capture thing on anything else.
Any other internet you
In a
connect to.
hotel where I'm convinced that every node in a hotel is like a Russian hacker set it up. I'm convinced of that. And yet there's still no captures on
Free
any of that.
hotel Wi-Fi.
Yeah.
No. I'll always use a hard line. I will look in my room and I will find an Ethernet cable and I will always
Do you have a Thunderbolt to Ethernet?
Sometimes
Yes.
they don't have them.
In fact,
I used to do that. I used to go through all that trouble.
I got it right here. I had to use it earlier.
I have one too. I have one in my bag.
Are you really glad I asked you if I had that?
Yeah, I probably use that earlier. And I also have a VPN service. So I connect, then immediately VPN.
Just for no reason, just other than to...
I'm convinced it would try to steal
We
my
can
shit.
steal it through a VPN.
Yeah, it's a lot harder though.
If they were between someone who had one and doesn't, yeah, they're like, let's screw this guy, we'll go to the next person.
Right.
I just don't see how wired is safer than Wi-Fi.
Wi-Fi just broadcasts your shit out to everywhere and listen to it. Especially if it's open Wi-Fi with no password.
Yeah, that's right.
A hotel, they're almost all open. Like you put up, like there's no, when I'm saying no password to connect into the network.
Oh, right.
Right.
Okay, that's
like
it.
a later step to get access.
Patreon got hacked. Everybody's information gone. Boop.
So who donated their
Hey,
information?
to everybody, if you have an account on Patreon, everything's been hacked. Thanks, Greg.
I'm sure it's his fault.
Patreon.com/.
Is that like who's like the leader of Patreon? Who has the most money
Mr.
coming
Petrie.
in?
Oh,
Like who?
Jack Conti. That's the guy who started. The Pamplemousse guy started the Patreon.
really? I didn't know
The
that.
bearded, skinny dude from Pamplemousse is one of the founders of Patreon. Bet you didn't know that.
I did not know that.
There you go.
How
Jack
did
Conti.
you know that?
Kim Kardashian told him it was a good idea, so she's in touch with all the Jacks.
Problem is that like cute girl and the way she sings.
Natalie Dawn? Is that her name? Natalie? Natalie spelled with a Y? Yeah, and then Jack Conti, yeah. I'm a big fan of Pamplemousse. Their early stuff.
There's lots of cool. I don't know much original
I will
stuff.
admit
but
I'm a
covers.
typical shithead fan where I haven't kept up in a little while, but I will go catch up on this stuff.
I feel like.
Whoa!
I feel like everyone's heard of them. Like, for example. But I feel like loads of people have heard of them. Like loads of sort of regular people, not even nerds, have heard of them.
Yes, Natalie Dawn. Fucking Natalie Dawn and Jack Conti. Let me see Patreon Jack Conti. He's probably one of the early guys.
People are
A lot of
saying,
money in that, by the way.
Do they take
A lot of money in that.
on Patreon?
Indiegogo makes a lot of money. We do very well with the crowdfunding campaign. Make a lot of
I
money
mean,
from
like
that.
they take a lot. They take a large slice.
Take a percentage.
What percentage is it Patreon?
I don't know. I don't know. I've been told.
Like everyone knows what YouTube takes,
I know you're not supposed to talk about it, actually.
but it's like you just sign up and they tell you that.
Yeah, but I think the idea is that you can like negotiate different rates and stuff. But I will say that the common thing that people say is if you're going to do anything crowdfunded, whether it's Indiegogo, Kickstarter, Patreon, that you should like take the number, whatever you have, and knock like anywhere between 10 and 20% out of it completely, and really somewhere between 15 and 20% because of credit cards take money. The service takes money, and then the biggest thing that nobody really knows about is the number of declines that you get from credit cards. And you get tons of declines from those services. Oh, fuck God, look at that. They're gonna reboot Shenmue? $1,000. Then they're like, rent's due. Nope, my credit card charge didn't go through. I'm not gonna go bother with that. Like, they're not gonna follow up to like make sure they get adequate
Because
payment
they charge
information.
it later.
Yeah. Well, it depends on the model. One of the things I liked about Indiegogo
think
is
it should be charged
they
right
charge the moment you do it.
That makes sense. So that's like
Kickstarter charges at the end like one big batch. There's a drawback about that. I did a lot of studying crowdfunding in the last year. I don't know if you know that. So the drawback is that if you charge right away, then people's like it takes the money from their account and they've made their commitment, and it's all good. It works the way it should. The benefit of waiting to charge everything until the end of the campaign is that you can then modify the campaign as you go and add items in. We just went through fulfillment of a lot of the physical goods for the Laser Team campaign, and like the challenge coin was one of the ones I keep people seeing tweet to me. That was something we had to add in just as a separate unit because we couldn't add it into packages. Like, we couldn't like layer it in and say, oh, if you want the challenge coin, just contribute another $20 to the campaign and we'll do it or something like that. We had to add it in as a separate level. And people had to make multiple donations instead of just upping their pledge. So, that's the way it works.
Someone is saying that the captcha is probably to prevent people from saying they didn't intend to pay for Wi-Fi. If you put your credit card in.
It's a good that the person's got a good rationale. That could be a reason for it.
You can do that anywhere else. But Amazon doesn't ask you for it. Oh, I added it to cart and I pressed purchase. Whoops, didn't want to. Doesn't make any sense.
Conti is a multi-instrumentalist, songwriter, entrepreneur, and filmmaker based in the San Francisco area who lives off the sales of MP3s online. Conti has recorded 2 EPs, names of the EPs, and released them along with compilation video songs Volume 1 for the iTunes Store. Conti is also the co-founder of Patreon.
Oh, that's mentioned last.
Also, by the way, he put out 2 albums. He's also the founder of Patreon. So, there you go.
This episode of the podcast is sponsored by Rock Band 4, the only music rhythm game with a full band experience. Be sure to tune into our live stream to celebrate Rock Band 4 Day, Tuesday the 6th from 7 p.m. to 11 p.m. Central Time. It'll be on the Rooster Teeth YouTube channel, youtube.com/roosterteeth. The breadth of music found on Rock Band 4 is so much more fun. Pre-order now and receive 30 bonus songs using the link below. Remember to tune in and watch some of your favorite Rooster Teeth faces on Tuesday the 6th, which is tomorrow, if you watch the live stream. On audio tonight. So Tuesday the 6th from 7 p.m. to 11 p.m. Live stream with Rock Band 4. And you can pre-order their 30 bonus songs.
Rock Band 4 is awesome, but Greg Miller thinks Rock Band 5 is way better.
Greg Miller! When I didn't get a chance to talk about this last week, talking about Japan, but I did something really cool there. I do something I don't like, where it's like I'm really cynical about a lot of things, and I'm really jaded. And I feel like that's not healthy, right? Don't choke, Bernie, please. I know you.
I almost choked. Did you just realize that?
I know it, but I know it's not a healthy thing.
Like, oh shit.
It's really rare that like I'm genuinely a fan of something, and there's some Japanese YouTubers I'm really huge fan of, and I got a chance to meet them while I was out there. There's a guy who did Hamburger Challenge.
Oh my god, I saw your photos of this and I knew you were in heaven.
And they're the guys who took me to the horse restaurant to eat horse.
Had they heard of you?
Yeah, they've heard of Rooster Teeth. So it was really
So
cool.
international now.
They
That's so cool.
they asked if I wanted to do a challenge. But I didn't have nearly enough time while I was there, so we didn't get to do it. So I told them they should come to Austin and that we should film something.
I'm right here, but I'm way too busy. So just come all the way to where I am.
They want to do it. So we'll see if we can get them out here. They were awesome. It was really
Can you imagine taking 3 teams from Japan and like 3 from Austin for something? Make them go through that challenge thing with it? Because I mean, they were doing it with American fast food, which is like, okay, it's decadent, but actually I think fast food is like, it's meant to be like, you tear through it pretty fast. But like if we did that same thing with them at Salt Lake, at Rudy's, you know, and a bunch of barbecue places.
Yeah, they did. The downside is they did barbecue in Australia for some reason. They did a barbecue. So I told them, yeah, we could maybe do tacos.
Yeah, but it's one of the few places I think that they call it barbecue, besides America.
What do they call it elsewhere?
What do they call it in the UK?
Grilling, just meat. Yeah.
What do they call it in the UK?
Like the event itself is called a barbecue. Like I'm going to a barbecue.
Yeah, we have that in the UK.
Like the barbecue is
Usually,
the party, but the actual act of it is grilling.
Well, you have a barbecue. And then you cook it.
Where's that from?
Okay.
You have like actually the English barbecue is right. It's not great. It's just like sausages and hamburgers.
See if she knows. I don't know where my phone is.
You got your laptop right
It
there.
was beeping. Oh yeah, I forgot about that.
You can fucking text from that.
You also got Apple Watch.
Yeah, I was gonna say, no, I don't want to find my phone because I don't know if you noticed, my phone was vibrating earlier, and Gus was like, it was like spider sense. Gus was like, he was looking for it.
I was looking for it.
It buzzed one more time. I knew he was gonna lose his shit.
Hitting it right now.
Let me see.
One of the
This is
most
actually, by the
useful
way,
features.
this is probably the most useful feature of the Apple Watch. Where's my watch? Where's my phone, Apple Watch? It's on her leg.
You didn't feel it vibrating on your own leg?
I don't know what it is. Is it on my pillow? What the fuck is this thing?
Stand up. You can stand up.
Guess what? Just keep pressing it. I don't know why you would stop pressing it.
What happened?
Press it again.
Press it till you find my phone. You have to. It's not like.
Oh my god!
It's in my pocket. Got my phone.
Technically, it wasn't your leg.
How fucking loose are your pants? Put it in your pocket and not feel it?
I worry about that. It's even on, by the way. It's even like nuts on. All right. This is not gonna be worth it to find out what barbecue is for in Australia.
Pop another shrimp on the barbie.
Fuck a duck. All right, let's find out.
Someone was talking the other day, I think it was on Reddit, about how they call shrimps prawns in Australia.
Yeah,
In
and
the
that's
UK?
that's why they think that's bullshit. That saying.
Yeah, it was a tourism
There you go.
slogan. A tourism slogan.
Yeah,
Yeah, we call them prawns, like king prawns and stuff.
You wanna piss Gavin off?
Go put your phone. Okay.
Send a text to my girlfriend. Can you come in here for a second?
I've got one of those Alexa things. No, the Echo thing.
Oh, it's great.
Because it can never. Like, you should try and read text from them. They're just gobbledygook.
Oh, you know what? No, that's actually. I can say what this is Gavin off. When you said prawns and shrimps, it reminds me that Gavin's compete with his own channel is when you spell it slow-mo, guys. Like you leave off the W on a not just a regular basis.
Well,
It
apparently
is
that's
the
how-
proven spelling of slow-mo,
That's how
guys.
you spell slow-mo. Is S-L-O-M-O. It looked good when I wrote it down.
Slow-mo.
I'd rather have slow. The word slow.
Right.
But like everyone calls it slow-mo. Even Apple, like slow-mo. When you go into slow-mo mode, yeah, look, it's called slow-mo.
Whenever like there's like a freeze frame too of like Gavin and Dan, like and they're like, you know, when you stop it, like, the screen and the face goes like this. I was sick.
More that is why, for every video I put up, people comment, you're shooting at this massive high frame rate, why did you upload it at 60 frames per second?
Okay.
Because it makes the slow-mo much faster. All I get from the camera is stills.
What's up? Hey, Ash. So Ash is here. What do they call when you go to a place where people are grilling and eating food? What is that called in Australia? Barbecue. See, they call it the same thing. So it's like you're talking about barbecues, like one of the few places. Like we call that in the U.S. and then they also call it that in Australia. Like we
Bought
used to
Ashley
say
over to
turn
say barbecue.
Yeah,
We already had that.
Oh, she's working. We're doing a big thing for tomorrow for Rock Band 4, which we just talked about. And Ashley's been doing the run of show for that tomorrow.
Looking forward to it. We're gonna have 6 seconds.
Sick.
Can
Are you
see-
on one of the bands?
What can I say? Yes, I am.
No, you are?
Yeah.
Who's in your band?
Can I say?
Come on, it's promotions.
Blaine Miles and
You just didn't even. Where was I on the list? If you need like.
I didn't
12
organize. I
band
didn't
members?
organize. I got approached by Megan Castro asking if I would do it, and I got assigned to it.
Okay. I'm not on a band, and I'm like, you know, I wondered why.
You can still show up. You can take my place.
I'll show up.
Why'd you get left out?
I'll show up. What's that?
Why'd you get left out so much?
I get left out a lot.
I think it's because people assume you're busy. Which you are busy.
People will say to me, Chris, they will walk up and go, that's like, I'll be like in my office staring at the wall. Someone goes, hey man, I know you're really busy. Can I talk to you? We're out of money in the checking account. It's like, that's okay. You can tell me about stuff like this. I'm not too busy to talk about the business or anything like that.
Mr.
No, I think it's like, think about this. When you worked at Waitrose,
Yeah.
that was your last job. When you worked in the film stuff, and you're like, oh man, what a hard day at the film place, you know?
to the set.
Long days. Film place.
The film
That was
place.
actually the studio we went to the most was Film Place.
Film Place.
Film Place London.
And
Iconic.
you shot the movie thing,
Yeah.
and you did that. You did that for 16 hours, and it's like,
Starring actor.
I just want to go out and get a beer, or like rap or whatever. You would never think,
Get a pint.
I'm going to call my boss and ask my boss to go out for a drink with me, because that's what you're getting away from. You're getting away from that. Did you ever, the entire time you worked for that guy, ask him to go out for dinner, or to a movie, or to drinks? It just doesn't work that way. It just doesn't work that way.
I
Like,
guess maybe I see you wrong.
if ever I want to go, if ever I want to like do something with a group of people, it's I have to organize it. In fact, I dealt with this just recently because I went to the Streamies with Ash and Meg and Gavin and Kovic and Streamies, and we were there, and I forget what it was, but we were going somewhere, and we were not going to make any progress unless I moved us. And then it was like even a point in time where you guys were all huddled up. We were gonna go to dinner or something like that, and I got pulled away and was talking to somebody for like 5 or 10 minutes. I came back to the group, and I'm like, "Do we have reservations?" And I was like, "I don't know. Do we?" It's like, so it's like I had to call for a reservation. Got pulled away again. I said we have reservations at this time. I went back to another conversation where somebody else got pulled away, talked, and then came back, and it was like nobody had moved. So it's like I become like this weird like de facto organizer, and I don't want to be. I don't want to be. Gus can vouch for this. I refuse to organize.
You're bad at
in
it.
personal stuff.
If we're all
I
there
refuse.
because of your company, we're not have dinner without you. What does it mean?
Or it's just like when I know the conversation came back and nobody had like made any progress on moving this forward. Like we were.
I have an
It's like
excuse.
navigating all over again.
I have an excuse, and it's valid. I was drunk,
Yep, you were pretty drunk.
It's always an excuse.
but
So-
I think
That's for night though.
it was fun. I just think that, well, I invited stuff, right? I don't really organize anything, to be
I've
honest.
never been to your house, and you're moving, from what I understand.
What?
So Mr. Charles Casey has maybe the best tweet of the night.
Okay.
Yeah.
The best feature of the Apple Watch, making you look like an idiot.
Yeah, that was pretty fucking good.
So thanks, Mr.
What
Charles
time is it? It's idiot
Oh
o'clock.
my god, they updated it. I was just gonna sound so douchey because I've got an Apple Watch. They updated it to allow the ability to reply to emails, and it says "sent from my Apple Watch."
Oh yeah, you sent me one. the
You
other
sent
day.
me one of those.
I
You sent me
literally,
one.
I selected what was it? The replies are already on there. It just said yes, and I sent it, and then it put yes. Sent from my Apple Watch. It's like yelling, "I'm a douchebag!"
Yeah.
from the email.
Why couldn't you
I was-
respond to emails before now?
He could. It just didn't say that. It didn't
Oh,
say
why
sent
would
me.
they add
No,
that?
no, you couldn't respond to
You could-
emails.
you could
could
reply
read
to
them.
texts.
Version 2 of the Apple Watch, you can reply to emails, and I had no idea it adds the douchebag.
I don't use the
at
mail
end.
client.
Oh yeah.
I have a weird thing, like I use a mail client, a very specific mail client. I don't like talking about any kind of like cloud services I use because I just don't want that out there. Like there's cloud services on because Patreon gets
You know,
hacked.
it's gonna get out there.
Yeah.
At some point.
Well,
you should
we
never
all
put-
know Greg Miller has account information on Patreon. I'm just saying.
But really, just never put anything online. Never put anything bad through the internet.
Okay, you just told everybody who listens to our shows online to not put their account information online anywhere. That's a bad idea to do that.
Good stuff,
I'm
though.
not talking about like financial stuff. You can cancel it. I'm talking about like dodgy anything.
Nudes.
Like
Yeah.
secret. Yeah, like anything.
I
Yeah.
don't know. To me, it's just a hassle. Like, I just recently got my credit card expires this month. It expires in October of 2015. And at the beginning of October, I got the new credit card. And so I have a new number now associated with the new card. And I have all my credit card numbers memorized. And so it's like I'm putting off the new card as long as I possibly
actually
can. I
memorize
have to change everything everywhere.
I used to until the, like, I forget if it was like the Target breach or the Home Depot breach. Like, I went through like 3 different credit cards within 3 months, and I stopped. I was like, I can't do this anymore. I used to always memorize them just because it was
You got
sometimes.
me having a conversation with you, and you're like, do you not memorize your credit cards? I was like, no.
I don't think I can memorize a 16-digit number.
It's easy.
Or is it 12?
You start with the last 4, then you work your way back. 16.
Is it 16?
Because it's 4 groups of 4.
You're right.
All right, jackasses. I know you can't hear me.
What is Twitter saying tonight?
Not much. I mean, someone said in Australia we don't just use the word barbecue as an event. We also use the way of cooking a meal. Most people do that. I think when they talk about barbecuing food, but like call it a barbecue is like that's the thing that makes it
Yeah, like
It coincide with the way we see.
in England, I would say we're gonna have a barbecue, and you probably just cook meat on an outdoor barbecue.
Yeah, barbecue's like an event. Like a lot of people are place to cook out too.
How often do you barbecue? How often do you cook?
I do it less so now at the new place, but I used to do it all the time. Because ever since I discovered sous vide, which by the way, if you want to do that steak challenge, I will absolutely do it next week.
Steak challenge.
Yeah. And somebody said that I said.
why aren't we doing
That I said you can't overcook with sous vide. But if I said you can't overcook with sous vide, I mean it's like it's so difficult you can't possibly do it. You can't fuck it up. What is it?
Okay.
What sous vide? You will learn next week when I make you a delicious steak.
Are we doing that
just
next
for
week?
you? I'm gonna make you a delicious steak.
All right.
Chris is so happy. Before we came out tonight, Bernie was talking about how he was bringing those zombie food or whatever for us to try, and he asked me like, "Do you think Chris is willing to try it also on camera?" And I think I said, "Yeah, it's free food." Chris will absolutely eat it. Chris is all about it.
It's also cool free food. It's like got I love stuff that has like secrets and like practical things where it's like, oh well, this is a candy bar, but it's also made of the tongue of something. It's stories, you know.
You like a
What
plot.
candy bars made of the tongue
I don't
of
know,
something?
I don't know.
The tongue of
you know what I mean? Like
stories.
just weird, like
Chris,
Tongue of stories is like
there's
a
candy
relic from
there's candy
D&D.
bars that have like toys in them and stuff, and anything.
don't
that's-
ever go work in the food industry. Chris.
I'm just saying, like,
Now
I love
with
stuff
tongue
that
of
has
stories.
like stories. It's not just like this is a good piece of food. This is a piece of food that when you eat it, it also turns your tongue purple.
I used to like that about toothbrushes because they used to make toothbrushes out of pig hair.
Really?
Where? What, I mean, when you were alive?
No.
So you
Sure,
used to like
artificial.
toothbrushes that didn't exist since you've been born.
I just thought it was a cool story about toothbrush.
That is
like,
cool.
Yeah, like,
I
like
mean, it's
oh, it used to be
gross.
the hair of pigs.
It's all silly.
Yeah, it's funny, right? It's got like a little bit of bonus.
Yeah.
I
yeah.
can see what you mean. Yeah, I'm with you on this one, Chris. Even though you told me I was wrong earlier, I'm with you.
You were wrong because
I don't think I was
confusing.
wrong.
You were okay. You weren't necessarily wrong, but what you said was so confusing to everyone that it just defaulted to wrong.
Okay.
Does that make sense?
Yeah. Sure. It was so confusing it defaulted to wrong.
I don't know.
No, I get it.
They're
Nobody understood it, so it defaulted. He just described Gavin's appearance on the podcast in general. He says it's so confusing that the default is wrong.
okay.
It's like
Okay,
nobody
okay, I
understands
see,
Nobody
I see.
understands what Gavin is trying to say, so he must be incorrect.
But
You actually described Gavin perfectly. That's Gavin's full experience.
Yeah. Just like it.
Does it annoy you? I'm a little annoyed by the camera on the iPhone because in order to adjust the frame rate for your slow-mo or to adjust between HD and 4K or whatever, you can't do it in the camera.
Why? Right?
Right. You have to go through like the settings to
It's
get
the
to
same.
it.
Yeah, I mean,
There's no fucking button in the camera.
I assume they think you'll just stick with it. Like, you'll always want 4K or you'll always want 1080,
Right.
120 or 240.
Set it and forget it.
Yeah,
It's
but it's just like, why hide that away? You know that most people won't ever go in there and see that. Like,
Yeah, but you
90
took a picture and you accidentally set the resolution at 640 by 480. You're like, oh, no. Why would I ever want to do this?
Well, you can't do that.
Do you ever want to take less than the maximum resolution?
Well, not for a picture, but for video, you set the first resolution.
Right. Like you could do 720p at 240 frames a second, 1080p at 120 frames a second, or 4K at 60 frames.
400 frames a second?
240. 240 or 1.
240 or 720.
240 at 720. That's good. 240.
That's where you need to get in there. Set.
And it's
Those
normally
things.
is it normally a 30 frame per second camera? So it does?
Yeah.
With just 30 in it.
That's the base. This should be 25.
Let me see.
That's like
You
PAL
still shoot at
format.
25.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Because if I ever want to make a Blu-ray, every video is at the same frame rate.
Okay.
So
every
And I
yeah.
started because the cameras I was using were UK and we always shot 25 on TV shows. I would never adjust them because I might forget when I go back on set.
Yeah.
So I would just shoot everything at 25.
so it'll do 30 frames a second or 60 at 1080 and 4K at 30 frames a second. Then for slow-mo, it'll do 1080 at 120 or 720 at 240.
Have you noticed that the 4K is stabilized?
Yeah, that
It's like you can do all this and it's just like,
No, that's not good. Is it good?
yeah,
Oh, okay.
it looks legit. I mean, I haven't messed with much of it. I haven't-
Stabilization is actually really good.
But 4K on a lens that's this big, it's not really 4K.
Yeah.
You might as well upscale 1080. It's gonna get the same.
See, I was associated like visual smoothing of shake or anything like that. I
I
was
don't think it's
associated.
digital. I think there's some like stuff in there. Optical.
Like, yo, you mean the lenses moves around?
I think so. On the big one, on the plus. On the plus.
Well, the first time I got TVs when they had that smoothing on them, I played a video game with that on, and it like took away the stereoscopic effect of turning Halo. Like, everything was perfectly clear. That was fucking weird. And I had to turn all that stuff off. I still turn all that stuff off.
Yeah, when I got my most recent movie that has smoothing, it's like most of my time setting it up was figuring out how to make it.
I turn all that stuff off.
Are you talking about like motion blur? Like, no, they have
Smoothing, yeah. It's
It's
like
like
where
a
it does
weird-
40 40.
but it interpolates frames between
Exactly.
frames.
Yes. Increases your frame rate, basically.
Which
with
on
interpolation.
paper is more natural to the human eye, but in practice looks like you
Yeah.
want to throw up.
Sure. It's just, you know what it is? I'm sure like 10 years from now, 15 years from now, I will prefer 48 frames a second for movies, and I will prefer 60 frames per second for video games. I even said in the patch way back. I prefer 30 frames per second for
That is weird.
It's just too much of a change all of a sudden. Yeah. It's just that I prefer it. Yeah, I just prefer it. Because I play so much it's 30 frames a second. So I just got used to it.
No, old games.
No?
Yeah.
Back in the day, 30 was the benchmark.
But like old crap, like Super Nintendo is 60.
No, we're talking like PC games.
Yeah, I'm saying like 60 frames a second for gaming isn't real. It's not like you were old when it happened.
Super Nintendo was 65.
I don't know.
Was it?
My Doom is not. I'll
No,
look it
Doom
up.
I don't think was.
You
I
want
don't
Gavin?
think anything 3D. I think
Listen, I learned when Gavin says confidence, don't immediately refute it, because he probably is right. What was the first 60 FPS
I mean for me it was 50
video game?
when I was a kid.
I looked up, I did a Google search for SNES frame rate.
60 FPS.
It just at the top of the search.
So the
Wow.
SNES was 60 frames a second.
That was the standard, I think, for that whole generation of gaming.
Yeah. Yeah,
And
I
then,
did.
like, obviously, the hardware, like, to be cheap or to be affordable, had to like. I'm sure that was a game developer's dream. Moment they were like, let's do 30. We can do like twice as much. For
Well,
it.
it's crazy too because it's like, you know, I mean, I don't know how much those assets take up. If you're doing 60 frames a second, it seems like your animation cycles have more frames in them in order to be believable animation. I would think.
Yeah.
Because you're programming 60 frames a second, and that would just fill up more room on those what were very small cartridges. I heard a weird stat. Do you remember what it was, Gus? Where the original Sonic the Hedgehog cartridge, the one on the Genesis,
Oh,
or
you're
the,
talking about this?
the Sega, when you turn it on and go Sega, like that, that took up like 1/5 of the overall cartridge. Just that voice file took it up. You remember that?
Yeah.
How?
It's a ludicrous because there was just no storage, and they were having real like captured voice playback or synthesized voice.
Because that was really cool at the time.
It was.
But even on 60 frames, I don't think they had to animate for 60 frames. The sprite could be however animated as you wanted it to be, but it would move around at 60 frames. So you could only have 5 frames of animation. But it
So that's why
would
you
move
didn't-
around
you
with the
didn't-
sensitivity of a 60 frames game.
So it didn't really look 60. Like 60 now.
It's mega
Yeah.
smooth. Like you could tell
One
side by side.
1/8 of the cartridge.
Yeah, that's great.
So that every game necessarily ran 60 of course Star Fox ran 19 frames a second.
Yeah, because it was all 3D polygons
Right.
and
It was just
stuff. Everything 3D was mega.
That was an
That was
8.
it. It's 1/8 of the space.
I think
on
I
the
lost
cartridge.
my shit. the
Why
first
didn't they
time I
build
heard
that into the console?
It's a good point. Have a chip that just does that.
Yeah.
Yeah. And, like first party games can grab it and go play this.
Yeah, but I just found it kind of trying to achieve 60 frames again. It's like,
Yeah, but 60 frames on PCs, like that's like something that feels like that was a benchmark. that
It used
never
to be-
hit until like the peak.
Everyone was happy with 30.
Is that what it was?
Yeah, I think that's what. And then now it's like 60.
on PC, I feel like 120 is like.
Going back to my is I don't like 48 frames a second in movie. I can definitely say
I
for
agree
sure.
with you on that. I think the 24 frame per second look has validity.
And like people like James Cameron hate it because they hate that stereoscopic effect that happens in hand and things like that. I like that. I don't want it to be turning because I don't think your eyes work that way. Somebody showed this test where if you go look yourself in a mirror,
Yeah.
you can look yourself in a mirror and you look at something like one eye and then you look at the other eye. You won't see your eyes moving. It's just you go like that. You see the click, click, click. But if you have somebody else look at you doing it, still see your eyes moving because your brain blocks when your eyes move, so that you don't see that strobing effect. You know what I mean? So it's like I don't want to have a perfectly smooth pan, you know, because that doesn't. I don't feel that really exists.
Did you ever do that thing
eyesight
as a kid where you would like throw something into water and then shut your eyes so you could see the frame?
No.
So you can do what?
Well, like if you shut your eyes, you'll have like a better memory of that exact moment than if you kept your eyes open.
No, that's really interesting. Did you do that as a kid?
Yeah, all the time. Like
I
if
never
ever
thought
I was
about
like
that.
eating dessert, and I would just like throw my spoon into the sink. As it splashed in the water, I would close my eyes, and I remember like the way to splash.
That's really interesting.
That's yeah.
Because if you keep your eyes open, there's too many frames, and you can't remember the exact one you're on.
Just now we're talking about the thing about the way that memory works. It's amazing the way memory works. No, I think it says a lot about Gavin. It's like I've always been amazed that Gavin can take slow motion footage 7,000, 5,000 per second, which requires so much light in order to do that. And calculating how much light the frame's filming is like one of the hardest things to do in film. It's like how much light do we need for the scene? When you add 5,000 frames in a second, it really diminishes the amount of time that the frame spends in the light. And so Gavin can do that, but he can also do that. What he typically shoots is something sitting there, and then that thing explodes. And I've never seen one of your things that had like really super shitty exposure. The only thing I've ever seen that had bad exposure for you was clearly before you had the resources, you just didn't have enough lights, and it started off dark and stayed dark. But I've never seen like you have a huge explosion and it that frame. I've always been amazed by that. So to hear you say that like you used to do that as a kid, I just think that whether or not you realize it, your brain is wired for the way a camera works, and the way like cinematically your brain is very wired.
Yeah, it's interesting. I do a lot of weird stuff. Like I do a lot of weird stuff I've never talked about that I, as a kid, and I just can't get rid of. And I don't think anyone anywhere has done this.
Like what?
Okay. So, and I still do this. When I'm in a car and there are street lights, they cast a shadow across the road, right? So there's like lines on the road as you drive. In my head, I try and figure out how many car lengths will fit between two shadows of street lights. You do?
Mm-hmm.
Yeah. So like when I'm in a car, I'll be like tapping, and I think when the car has like gone past its own width or length, I'll start another car, and I'll see if it's like 3 or 4 car widths between them. And I just can't stop doing that.
I also do that with scenes in the road, like when you go and the scenes in the road. You probably have better roads than we have. But when you hear that when you're as a kid, you know, you get bored of the car as a kid.
Yeah.
When you're an adult, like Gavin is.
Yeah, I'm like 27 and I still do that. I was probably 4 when I was doing that.
Yeah. It's always funny too when people like talk about things they didn't realize that other people did it. We had a funny experience. I'll talk about it in a second, but I was like when people find out like they do something that other people do as well. Like somebody talked about one time in a forum I read about how they used to sit and look out the window when their parents were doing it, and they would imagine someone running next to them, next to the car, a little man, and he would jump over everything, like the mailbox, you know, the newspaper stand, you know, stuff like that. And you would just imagine that person having to jump over all those obstacles. And people would freak out. It's weird how the exact same thing.
People come up with the same crap.
We freaked a dude out one time that we went to dinner with. We ever tell you the story about the time we went to dinner with somebody we started talking about sleep paralysis? Which I know I've definitely talked about on the podcast before. So we just got on the topic of sleep paralysis at dinner. And I talked about like being locked in place and being awake but not being able to move your body and how strange that was. And somebody in the kid was like, I think I've had that feeling. And then I said, did you have a feeling also that somebody was in the room? And he goes, are you being serious right now? I'm like, yeah. He goes, yes. How do you know this? And I said, that's part of it. It's called hag syndrome. You have an envision that someone's pushing you down or sitting on you, like leaning on you and staring at you. And I looked up photos online of like an artist rendition of that hag syndrome. I showed to him. He had thought about it from when he was a kid and said, that's exactly it. And it was something that, it's not an image he saw 20 years ago. It's just that he experienced that same thing. Yeah. If I want to look at those images up, okay, so I'll allow it.
My hair sucks though.
Your hair is different today.
I don't know
Your
what happened
beard
to
is
the
like
collar.
mush. It's like mush. It's like mush. Yeah, like Gavin.
last night.
What
so-
happened? You got it's like 20 minutes. What happened? Though? It was super quiet.
No. Wrapping up in a moment.
Oh, we didn't push it.
That's it. I'm just thinking about the next one. That's all. Alright, thanks for watching, everyone. Check out our Rock Band stream Tuesday the 6th, 7 p.m. to 11 p.m. Welcome to the podcast. This week brought to you by Audible.com and Braintree.
Thank you for a wonderful sponsor, I didn't listen. They bought that.
Yeah, we really suck at them according to every fucking time.
The first podcast that we've been on since you left and I did the ad reads. I completely fucked up the ad reads for the underwear company, which they didn't sponsor. But I completely fucked it up tonight, so I had to redo it.
Let's introduce, we got some new faces joining us today. I'm Gus.
Wait, are you the new face?
I'm the new face.
Oh, James Willems from Funhouse.
I'm Bruce Green
He's the new face
from Funhouse.
and I'm Bernie.
And of course, I'm Gus.
You already said that.
I'm James
I
Willems.
guess
I'm Bruce Green from Funhouse.
And introducing Gus Cirola, featuring Gus Cirola. I get billing everywhere.
What is that? When they're in the credits, when they do the credits for a movie, the first one's important, and then the last one is the next most valuable real
If
estate?
it says and
Yes.
or introducing,
With.
then with is another.
Season 7 of Seinfeld. If you check out season 7 of Seinfeld, it'll still say, and Jason Alexander as I know. I've been watching for 7 years. I got it.
They're found by luck. Do you know that Jason Alexander never won?
I didn't know that, yeah.
Yeah.
Was he nominated?
He got nominated 7 years in a row by the brother of Fraser.
You got beat by the brother of Fraser, so you got beat by
Someone clapping?
Niall.
Michael
Richards
Richards
as well.
David Hyde. He's a master of his craft.
Of what? Niall?
Yeah.
That was it. Oh, geez.
You guys made that.
Yeah.
This guy.
It's a love letter. What? Oh, Seattle. Where's Frasier? Which one has the Drew Carey show?
That's Seattle.
Oh, Seattle.
No. That's Cleveland.
There you
Oh,
go.
right,
Cleveland. Whoops,
right.
Denver.
Oh, Denver, Colorado.
I'm trying to see how many times that fucker won.
David Hyde Pierce?
Yeah.
That fucker. He's
Best
watching. He's like, oh,
Supporting actor, a record 11 consecutive years.
what?
Nominated.
Oh, nominated.
No,
Oh, anyone could get nominated.
Well, how many times did he win?
He won in 95, 98, 99, and 2000.
Yeah, what's he done?
What's his name? Hellboy.
Oh, he's the fish guy?
Wow. Knocked it out of the park.
yeah.
Yeah, he's the fish guy.
Also, that was like 10 years ago.
Doug Jones did most of it.
Years ago. No, he's right. That's a good.
Yeah, the really hard part was Jason Alexander was up to the part of management in that. That's why they got me out by fucking David Hyde Pierce again. Fish boy. What would possibly, what could you put into a sequel for Hellboy that would throw off the artistic integrity of Hellboy? Are you a Hellboy fan?
Me?
Yeah.
I like how you scoffed, like, you feel so
Those
disdainful.
movies made a lot of money.
The first one's cool, but the second one's garbage. But
I don't know about garbage.
Yeah,
It's garbage.
garbage.
It's
Golden
not
Army?
that great.
it's Del Toro
But it's-
like
It's
masturbating
got the
all over
Crimson
street.
Twins in it.
Who?
The Crimson Twins, the brother and the sister that feel each other's pain.
Like Tomax and Zemo.
What kind of
from
power is
G.I. Joe?
that? It's like double the pain.
Yeah, it sucks. It's really bad. It's a really stupid power.
Like if they hit the one twin, does it not? Does that twin not feel it, and the other one does?
Yeah.
Okay, so they're invulnerable a little bit, but the other one's somewhere like crying their eyes out.
I don't know. So it's the kind of thing where if like one twin's having sex, I don't know if the other one's like, what's happening to me?
Does that mean the twin can't feel the sex, but then the other one can?
So you gotta have sex for your sibling?
Yeah, I was gonna say, if you're having
like-
sex with your sibling, then you never come, but they do.
You gotta coordinate your cum.
Hey, brother, I'm really horny. Can you go fuck someone for me
No
right
shit.
now?
Absolutely,
Talk
bro.
about arguments with your sibling. You'd be like, fuck, go good fucking leg, motherfucker. God damn, I'd be so mad at that person.
Well, because if you masturbate, then that means They come, but you never do. That sucks.
It's the perfect storm of masturbation.
Like $1 million butt episode.
What happens if you both masturbate at the same time?
Well, that's the dream right there. I mean, that's what you hope for.
Do you think, like, a good-looking set of twins, like, let's say there's like those twins?
Bruce would be like, I'm here. We'll find out later.
Sure. Oh, we were masturbating at the same time. What were we thinking?
What were you doing last night?
All right, guys, I want to hear.
Outside of porn,
Yeah.
how frequently do twins fuck each other?
Outside of porn, I don't
Yeah.
understand.
They're brother and sister, sister and sister, brother and
Probably
brother.
not.
Right.
Never.
I see what's gonna happen, right?
Au contraire.
It's like a
You guys
perfect
should
mirror
read
image of yourself.
Reddit relationships. It's more common than you think.
Reddit.
I'm telling you, have you read the Reddit relationships subreddit? Fantastic. Fantastic reading.
What have you read?
It absolutely.
I'm curious.
Let's go peruse Reddit relationships and see what's on there right
But
now.
Reddit relationships has to be like Reddit personal finance. Like, have you ever seen these? Where like some guy's like, I just got $25,000 worth of property in the middle of wherever. What should I do with it? And someone's like plant a garden. Like that's all useless advice because it's Redditors.
Yeah, it's garbage.
Oh, I don't know. So what's relationships gonna be?
It's a bunch of fan fiction.
I had
That's
sex
what it
with my
is.
twin once.
I saw one on personal finance the other day that was just like this long series of paragraphs. I gotta read this. I read it, no questions. It was just like, I'm in a bad relationship. I'm leaving my husband. We own a house together. We got our kids. I don't know what we do about custody. And it went on. I had to scroll several times. Then at the end, it just stopped. Like, what are they asking?
Yeah, so
The
what
top
was the
comment is like, invest in gold. Precious metals will only increase in value over time.
What do you got?
I mean, there's tons of stuff on here. There's
Give
a
us something.
my 30-year-old, the person who's saying this is a 30-year-old male sister-in-law married a loser and consistently impacting my life. So help. Then there's a guy, his wife wants to read a book and suddenly wants to be a surrendered wife. Familiar with that concept?
I think it's like a submissive wife for like where maybe you have to tie them to a bed or do something like that. Is that what a surrendered wife is?
She read a book. She wants to make it part of our relationship. If you don't know, it's basically women give up any control in a relationship. They hand it all over to the quote man of the house, from the sexual freedom to financial. They don't turn down their partner's protection or how to feel. They look to the man for finances and make all the decisions. Basically, whenever the man asks for the woman's opinion, she says whatever you think is best.
Little known fact about James Willems, he's actually a surrendered husband. He's a surrendered husband. She tells him what to do, and then
True.
it's really fun.
The fun thing about it, what you should do is when you're gonna become a surrendered wife or husband, don't tell your significant other. Just start being agreeable. Like, just start doing everything. Just don't get real cool. Because they'll say, hey, do you want to go to see the new G.I. Joe movie? So here's something, and you go, absolutely. And they'll go,
He doesn't like G.I. Joe.
I'm just gonna do this.
Yeah, twins.
And then it auto
I get the feeling a lot.
They go, twins having sex with each other.
I get the
weird.
feeling on here that a lot of this stuff is fabricated. It's kind of like
Every time I read something, I have to know this is corroborated. I have to know everything is just total bullshit. But you can type whatever you want. Oh, I'm an expert in this. I've done this for many years. Time for garden. It's just like, it's just noise. There's no way to sift out what's actually valuable.
It always want to cook. Like,
What was that story that we have internal chat going, and there's a Funhouse chat. What was it? I think someone facing some really dumb ass. Someone puts in the story from CNN that was like, the British Navy has trying to fix it, but they destroyed it. When you think, they're gonna have magic technology, and like all this shit. And I think it was gold. My sub replies, what a fucking worthless story. It's like, in the future, stuff's gonna be magical and amazing. It's like, who fucking wrote that? Like, who took time out of the day to be like, We're gonna call
But he
it.
was reading it, probably thought it was so fucking cool. He's like, oh man, the guys are gonna love this. Pasted in the first response within like 10 seconds. Gus had not read the story. Like, this is fucking dumb.
Yeah,
I had read the story earlier in the day, and I was already mad about it.
Oh, that's why.
So then
That's why.
Joel pasted it in, and I was like, oh, and like it made me extra angry because I felt like the story was coming back at me.
yeah.
Like I'd already dismissed it, and then somehow rewritten it.
I have to say though, Gus, that is the first time I've ever seen you out of chat ever. We drove you out of the fun house.
Yeah, he's left you for
I quit for comedy.
Yeah, I was gonna say it's really tough because this chat program you can read. That this person, so you can time it, and it can be perfect, but you don't get to enjoy it. It's the most just like forgiving comedic move ever because you don't get to relish it.
Because you leave and you never see what they
And
say.
then everyone laughs, but no one's gonna. You're not gonna see any of that.
All that space between us, and so I find that I learned a lot in the chat.
We do. You're just staring at them. It's surfing.
Because I made it.
It's surfing.
Yeah, so but people have manipulated it into this weird thing that isn't what I intended it to be.
Why don't we talk about that?
How did they do that?
I don't know. It said clearly in the description for the room, this is about surf-related topics.
It does actually.
Probably close to zero. Probably pretty close to zero.
Like, just like if people
Get out of here.
there was a
That would be great if, like, in our own internal chat, we put together a thing. You know what I mean? Like, someone had to have or Funhouse team.
They would just keep making a bunch of
So I remember when we first brought you guys on, and it was like 2 or 3 weeks before we went through a lot of different things. And I remember finding the day we went to find out. You guys Funhouse team for a lot of
I couldn't get
There's someone on Twitter that hadn't seen anything in like a year. And it was very unclear. I think we tried to reach out to them. But then once the channel launched, they started tweeting it looked like then they were trying to put us in
one of the craziest things I've ever and so we tried to get in contact with the person, and like you said, radio silence as well. And they were actively liking the Christian, and I never found out who this was. Like, they just 1 month ago, so we went to youtube.com/no, and that's the channel that we use now. But the person who we know on YouTube, 1 month ago, they liked a Rooster Teeth animated video. No, I just looked it up. It's right here. It's,
Son of a.
it's like the only activity because they don't post a lot of videos. They just watch stuff and then like stuff. And it's like you're actively like liking and watching the videos and we can't get hold of it. It's enormously frustrating.
Maybe they don't speak English.
maybe you should make a video on the no.
Why do you think our videos are? They're like the visuals.
You should make a video on the no, just directly addressing them.
That one dude.
Yeah.
He's gonna try and find it by going youtube.com/no.
Right.
And it's gonna take him back to him. And then he's just gonna be in a cycle.
Just thought of everything that goes
I'm assuming it's you.
Did you ever find any twins?
Dr. Doom.
I'm curious. I'm actually very curious.
There's some twins talking about
Did they sleep? What, did they sleep with their
Yeah, did they sleep
twin?
with the other twin?
One of them says, almost returning twins, no like twins, but waiting for magic. And then someone else, I guess, was talking about the twins from Hellboy. Those twins, which I think they jacked off fight, where they masturbate to the time for their sibling.
I would do that. Just jack off. I would have done that to my siblings. Absolutely. Yeah.
Would you like turn just before you can stop?
Like, no, it's my older brother, so if he was just going on a date, like, at the beginning of the date, I'd be like,
I did post a story to our Funhouse chat room earlier. I don't know if you guys saw it. Apparently, Terrence Howard, remember him? He has developed a new method of mathematics. It's going to take the world by storm. He's calling it science.
That's a science. That's not math.
No, math is science. All science is math.
Sure. Okay. Whatever. Yeah.
He started this because we've been lied to all our lives. 1 times 1 is not 1. 1 times 1 is 2.
Why? How?
why?
1 times 1 times 1.
One set of ones
No, but
is two.
why is one? Why is? So what's 1 times 1?
I have to look up his reason because it was
I'm sure it makes plenty sense. Terrence Howard has a history of being just totally logical.
Yeah, you know, it's funny because he was in the first Iron Man. Road That's it. Never heard much about it, but
It's apparently because he wanted more money.
Yeah, he turned it
He was like, "Are you kidding me? I'm Iron Man's friend." He's like, "I should get more money."
And they're like, get out. We got Don Cheadle.
Well, Don Cheadle was actually in the room at the time, going like, "I'll do it."
Yeah.
Like, no problems.
did he win an Oscar?
He was nominated. I thought he won.
Hard out there to be a like
Wait,
Oh, Hustler. You're talking about Hustler and Flow.
I thought Don Cheadle won.
Don Cheadle
He
won.
won for Hotel Rwanda.
The song won. Right?
Yes.
But Terrence Howard did not win.
But he did.
Every time someone says Hotel Rwanda, Jason Saldana, that was his Netflix used to shoot movies like 3 at a time. Everyone had one that they were like, I'm going to watch this, and they keep it. And he calculated that Hotel Rwanda cost $135.
I might have that beat by someone. She rented a disc of a season, like disc 3 from season 5 of Buffy, and we were allowed. She was very generous enough to share her Netflix with everyone, but no one could ever get any of the discs because that one was always out. And so I would check it every 3 months, and it would still be out. And then finally, I went to. She owned all the Buffy seasons.
Oh, so she had this one from Netflix and she owned it?
And so I asked her about it, and she was like, "Oh well, I lost mine of that disc, and so I rented it so I could watch it. But then when I went to open the volumes, it wasn't there, and she had no idea where it went. But it was like literally like a year and a half that Netflix was like, she must be really enjoying this season 5
Particular episode. Yeah. I can't think what the longest one I ever had was, but I'm sure it was something that I swore I was going to watch it.
I think for me it was Bridge over a River Quad.
Yeah?
I think I had that for a year. I was like, I'm going to watch this. I never watched it.
Eventually Netflix just forgive you and be like, you just take it.
You can just
have it.
you can just click a button and go, "It's lost."
Yeah.
And they'll say no problem.
Oh,
yeah, no
okay.
questions asked.
Oh, okay.
Like if as long as you do it all the time, yeah, you can just hit a button.
They had buttons for everything. Like I lost the red envelope, and they send you another one. I lost house. You can say those and go, I hit all that worked out to
A science is very similar to
I thank you for the segue back to me. I have Terrence Howard's rationale here. Going to change the world. So he's talking about the science of 1 times 1. How can it equal 1? If 1 times 1 equals 1, that means that 2 is of no value because 1 times itself has no effect. 1 times 1 equals 2 because the square root of 4 is 2. So what's the square root of 2? It would be 1, but we're told it's 2.
Wait. Hold on. Hold on a minute.
Wow.
Let's
It
step
checks
through
out.
this. Let's
It
step
checks
through this.
out.
No, I want to hear because I'm trying to follow him. Let's step through it one more time.
How can it equal 1? If 1 times 1 equals 1, that means that 2 is of no value. Because 1 times itself has no effect.
How come one having no effect makes 2 less valuable?
Well, hold on a minute. So if 1 times itself has no effect, meaning it's still 1.
It doesn't change itself.
Well, then so what about 3 times? What about 3 times?
Hold on.
That's 3.
One time.
So okay,
That doesn't make any sense.
It does not make any
I
sense.
think I see where his brain got off the highway. And I think he's confusing something like conservation of matter, right? Like that they're like that's
About the conservation of matter?
well, he may not be calling it that, but like I think he's confusing the fact that like 1 times 1. He thinks these are entities, and
thus if you have one of something and you multiply it by one of another something, I think he's confusing the fact that you can't just create and
He's saying that if you multiply, he's multiplying
yes,
times
yes.
1, right? You're
like,
multiply
how come-
1, and what that means
But he doesn't understand that when you put the multiply sign, it now becomes a representation of the first number. That's how math works.
So he doesn't understand the definition of the word multiply.
Or
He
math,
also doesn't
or
understand
anything
how
else.
square root works
Right.
either.
Well, yeah, get to that part, because I was trying to follow him there.
To me, it's backwards logic.
1 times 1 equals 2.
Right.
Because the square root of 4
That doesn't make sense.
Yeah, yeah.
4 is 2.
That's true.
But I think he doesn't understand what a square root is. He just divided. He thought, they divided by 2. So the square root of 2 divided by 2 again has to be 1.
So what's the square root of 2? Should be 1. We're told it's 2.
It should
And
not
that
be 1.
cannot
He
be.
doesn't. So
Neither of those
So
true.
he doesn't know what multiply means or square root.
He definitely doesn't know what a square root
He
is.
doesn't know what a square root is for sure.
Or he took it like 2, 4, and then tried to figure out what the pattern was going backwards, and didn't go any further.
I guess this was
Like he
from...
probably thinks the square root of 8 is 4.
Right.
He probably does.
So I guess
Square root
this
of
was
7 is
taken from an
3
interview.
1/2.
This was an interview he did with Rolling Stone, and there's another quote. He said, I guess he said he developed a true universal math. Quote, if Pythagoras was here to see it, he would lose his mind. Einstein too, Tesla.
Wait,
Just the word? Oh no, maybe his car was leaving.
Come back, Tesla. Wait. So was he establishing the fact that he would blow their mind if they were there?
Right.
Talk about math?
Right.
The only way you can convince him, you need to show him, it's like with children, you need to show him scars. He understands scars because he always wears a lot of scarves. So if you show him one scarf, right, but you have to explain, that's not multiplication.
That's addition.
That's addition. That's where the problem is.
So if he had 3 scarves,
The conservation of scarves dictates.
so if you have 3 scarves and then you multiply that by another scarf,
Multiplication is just an expression of addition, though.
but
Yes.
you'd have 4. Because you do 3, and you got the
8. I agree with
4.
Terrence.
I know. I think he's on to
I've
something.
got one more quote here from Terrence Howard. This is a quote. This is the last century that our children will ever have to taught that 1 times 1 is 1. They won't have to grow up in ignorance. 20 years from now, they'll know that 1 times 1 equals 2. We're about to show it in truth, the true universal math, and the proof is in the pieces. I have created the pieces that make up the motion of the universe together. What?
Was he
fucking
an
mind.
acid or something? Yeah.
I don't know.
A situation like this, I like to think, because you don't just walk out and start saying this. You tested with other people that you're socially around. I want to see their faces.
You've been thinking about it for 20
And they know that, like, he's probably, like, paid for it. He always buys the beers and stuff like that. He's always cool. It's always cool to hang out with Terrence.
Is there going to be like a mathematics event for Terrence Howard where he tells us exactly this and reveals it to the world?
I haven't read the Rolling Stone interview. I've only read minus about it. They say that he's been spending 17 hours a day working on this. He has patents on it, and he's created his own symbol.
Has he done that yet?
I don't know. So I don't know if he's like working on something, like he's putting some shit together.
All the money he has by one.
He's gonna make it all
He's gonna be
every time.
super
No.
He doesn't know what a lot of
I'm actually gonna look at
You're right. Just needs to like
No, yeah.
half.
Based on what he said there, yes.
Do you think after he basically did this interview, he's like, I can do actual math?
I finally figured out the Iron Man thing. Probably like, first movie went well. We give you $2 million. That has zero value. That's $0
You
million.
only multiply my salary by one.
Be a professor.
I think get it.
So, square root, it says in mathematics, the square root of a number is y. That's y, second power. Otherwise, y squared. Result of multiplying the number by itself, or y times y. This is where he got this from. Look this up. It's like, multiply y times y. 2? No, that's not it. So we have the 4 negative 4 third equation. 4 squared equals negative 4 squared.
Damn, negative numbers in a fucking mind. I didn't even think
Like,
about
why'd you
that.
put that dash on the beginning?
How can you not have a 1?
Yeah, what's those? What you saying? We go below 0?
I'm fascinated. I can't wait. Let's go.
So is it coming?
He's coming where he's going to talk about it.
There is?
Is there? I mean, he's going to reveal it to the world.
He's working on it. He's 17 hours a day. If he doubles his workload, he'll be all
Interview for Rolling Stone. It's like, how do you sit there with a straight face and just let someone do an interview? Okay.
Dude, it's like an article that writes. All you have to do is like do speech to text. You don't have to do anything. You don't have to put these words. Just one of the words you do sometimes is to someone their quote in its entirety. And then so you watch this email.
Everybody did.
Sure.
Including his support. Does he have anybody in his life?
No, I know. I feel
He
you.
has a really big...
There are people in the world that like they get to a point where you know it's not the worst thing. Can't really look touchy about it. Certainly some people who get famous in the people that surround them, they are invested in all the time. You know, they don't start off great. They get to the part nobody ever tells them no word. You know?
on this podcast?
I would love to.
Maybe.
What's he got? He's on Empire.
Yeah. Apparently,
That show's doing really well.
Wait for Don Kitty. I was always wondering, why does a bubble take the shape of a ball? Why not a triangle?
Wait, hold on. I'm still trying to follow his logic.
I was always wondering, why does a bubble take the shape of a ball? Why not a triangle or a square?
Oh man, that interview. What did I say about man?
Because with like a lot of people get really upset when celebrities talk about politics. I mean, Terrence Howard is talking about politics.
No, because it's fucking funny. Oh my god, how long have we been milking this for?
This is awesome because a lot of times in politics, there's no right or wrong answer. In this case,
In mathematics, they're
it's pretty easy. Yeah, this is one of the few situations where you go, no, you're wrong, you're crazy. And it's really good.
And no one can be mad at you for me for contradicting them. You are literally in the right. I like that. How foolish we're gonna look in 5 years from now. They're gonna make one of those videos where it's like a hard cut of us talking about how bullshit karaoke is. In 5 years, it'll be like, thank you for
the king of the world.
Kudos to the New York Times for their very subtle headline, which is Terrence Howard.
Maybe
Thank you for your time. And then close the door and then go.
Do you think that friends like in order to try to square bubble machine in his house?
Oh, yeah.
That like just makes square bubbles or triangle bubbles.
That's like a law of nature. That's a law.
He also said ball. A bubble takes the shape of a ball. It's like he doesn't even know what the word is.
The sphere.
It's
Yeah,
like-
that's true. That's true. You're right.
He doesn't even
He
know
doesn't-
what
He
that
also
word
said why not a triangle, which is a two-dimensional
Yeah.
shape.
He doesn't know. Yeah, he doesn't know the definitions of words. It turns out at all. That's why he keeps saying those other words. He
Wow,
doesn't
that
know
is
what they are.
fucking crazy. Like, I mean, someone like that, like, if someone had, like, I guess we're seeing, who's the teenage star?
Well,
Britney Spears.
No, that's goes nuts.
Oh, Miley Cyrus?
No, not Miley Cyrus.
Demi Lovato.
Amanda Bynes? Am I the
Oh,
one?
yeah,
that was like months ago. She went crazy.
Yeah, but she goes off meds and, like, every
Yeah, that was Amanda Bynes.
Has a genuine, like, obvious, gross,
vintage whereas most times
Flash receiver and stuff.
yeah, exactly. Like just like that genuine I mean, it's like it's so rare. Like if someone like starts to decline, at what point do you tell them? You know, like ride it out, or, like use entourage for a celebrity. Just like
You just write it out.
I gotta pay off my car and just like try to stick with it.
I think you just write it out. I think that's what happens. I think that's why people don't like it because like you said, for years and years, all these people around them just saying, yeah, you're all good.
You're paying for dinner, right?
I know, yeah, you're paying for dinner. All right, well, 1 times 1 equals 2.
Anyway, you
They're
want another
paid to
beer?
agree. They're paid to be there and be like, yes.
That's great. If I can hang out with Terrence Howard and just tell him, hey, sounds good, let's take out those balls. Like, let's go outside and pop some balls.
Well, it's a triangle level.
Those are trying.
Show me how. See how we figure it out. One thing that's always amazing to me is like when someone. It's like having you made Laser Team, which is nowhere near the production level. It's just like to the set, which they required to be there like an hour early anyway. I felt like I was gonna like cost everybody a ton of money, and everyone was sitting around to come out of my trailer. They really don't care.
They know the show cannot go on without.
Yep.
And that is one of those things that working in and will say, well, that one. So fuck it.
An actor actually turned me on to the thing that people do, which is like when they get so far into a production, it's more expensive to replace them. So here I come. I'm about to be a complete asshole for everybody. And some of the stories too we heard, like from some of the people that worked with us on Lasers, were just like it was. We love you guys. It's such a nice set. We're like bitching at each other constantly, and like everyone here is so happy and upbeat and like joking around. It's like, well, what do you usually deal with? And it's like, tell us specific questions about that. People talk about that. Like, it's an adult. Screw that. No reason. Other than the fact that it's and everyone's like, it's just your day in the barrel today.
Yeah, that's part of the job.
Yeah.
And so they can do whatever they want.
It's crazy.
It's the worst.
Only because they've appeared in front of that lens. Yeah.
Crazy.
Do you think the lens makes someone crazy?
Well, it's like you can't replace him. You know, you can replace your lighting guy 50% of the way through, and it's like the lights might change a little bit, but they're not gonna. Nobody's gonna notice that guy is gone. I mean, look at Frank Darabont started with Walking Dead. It was like after season 1, it was like punt. See you, buddy. They didn't do that with anybody in the cast. You know, for any problems.
You know who they can't replace? Terrence Howard. Oh, wait.
I can replace
Oh, okay.
Don, you're in. You want to be part of this
Because 1 minus
extremely
1.
profitable franchise?
One
All right.
minus 1 is 1.
I love that he also called it teriology.
Yeah, that's not a
I was going to say, that was his term? He came up with that, or did they come up with that?
No, he did. That's him.
Can I call, do you think you can call Terrence Howard Terry? He doesn't seem like a Terry. He doesn't seem like Terry. So what's weird that he's calling it teriology?
He can call himself that. You can't call him.
Over under on Terrence Howard Twitter followers.
Let me read this while you look that up.
It's probably double what you think.
I want to remind everyone, this episode of the podcast is brought to you by Audible.com. Thanks to Audible.com for supporting the Rooster Teeth podcast. Audible.com is the leading provider of audiobooks with more than 180,000 downloadable titles from all types of literature, fiction, nonfiction, and periodicals. Audiobooks are great to listen to when you're driving, stuck in traffic, on the subway or the bus, doing chores around the house, at the gym, whatever. For our audience members, Audible is offering a free audiobook to give you a chance to try out their service. One audiobook to consider is The Martian by Andy Weir. To download this audiobook for free or another one of your choice, go to audible.com/roosterteeth. That's audible.com/roosterteeth. It's right there. Yeah.
Can I make it as a suggestion for an audiobook to listen to on Audible? I recently listened to the Elon Musk biography, which was fucking really interesting. And then also Felicia Day's autobiography. Yeah, she does. She reads her own. It's only like, I think it's only like 6 hours. Yeah.
All fine choices.
Is it Elon Musk?
I've never heard anybody say it. I've waiting for him to say his own name.
He's the invention dude. You know, he was one of the founders of PayPal. But like, then it was disputed whether he was or wasn't, and he was part of like a couple different companies where he was ousted as CEO. It kind of like shaped who he was and like the way he approached his business, which is, I think you would actually like it, guys. Because one of the things he does when somebody's like about a job and wants a raise, he goes, "I'll do your job," and then like literally does their job for a month, and then lets them go. And it's like, then people say like, if Elon starts doing your job, he will actually do your job.
Oh,
Yeah.
then you're in trouble.
Yeah, you're in big trouble.
Do you guys remember when PayPal first launched? It used to be X.com.
Yeah, he was with X.com.
It was like, if you want to send money securely on the internet, use X.com. Like, that was the thing. I think they still own the domain, X.com.
Letter X.
The letter
Yeah.
X.com. Like, I think they operated for like 6 months to a year as X.com. But I guess it started catching on, so they switched to PayPal. I guess to make it more friendly.
You should get the biography there. It talks all about that. And it was I'm not gonna remember. Zip2 Global was his other company just before that. And you know, it's just his approach to business and everything else is just crazy. Like the guy's like apparently just an information suck. He didn't know anything about rocket science before he started SpaceX. And he hired people and sat with them and learned rocket science, like just by osmosis.
I know I got the
Did you?
I did. I sent money once for this, or actually, somebody sent me money, so I sent them a camera on eBay, and all the money, no,
Yeah.
they just took it back. They took, is that a thing? If they can send me money and then take it back?
What they say.
What kind of website is that? So they sent it over, and it was like, oh no, like, he didn't get the camera. And I was like, but I sent the camera. And I called them, and I was on the phone for a long time. I remember talking to them, being like, I sent the camera, I can track information. They're like, well, they took the money. He took the money back. He has my camera, and now he has my money. And I remember PayPal, finally, since I yelled at them, they were like, here's $200. I sold it for $60. It was just like a sweet, you know, like one of those cameras with the tape on it. You know,
Like a bolt on the side.
I mean, like I
you
used
know.
it to find, yeah, it's like,
Yeah.
I used,
Cool.
I used it to shoot like dumb videos with my friends, but it was one of those things that it was just like the first.
With my twin sister.
It was my, it was my first foray into business, and PayPal fucked me so hard. So ever since,
Some annoyance that like completely turned me off of PayPal. The first time I used it, and that was it. It was like one of those things. Like I used it, I was like, "Can I put my credit card online and spend money?" Nope, I can't. Okay, I'm never doing that again. I just stayed away from it forever after that point.
well, supposedly they've gotten better now since Elon Musk left or whatever. But I'm not. I mean, like I'm not sure. I stay away from the website.
So they were bought by eBay.
Yeah.
Now
Well,
they're using,
Yeah, that's a smart move. That's
think
a smart
so?
move. Yeah, I think ultimately PayPal's worth a lot more than eBay is.
I think it's one of those things.
Bro, what?
Businessology,
That's how that is.
businessology, like where they separate the company and make it smaller to then allow themselves to gain more growth on paper because they lost money.
Oh, okay.
It's like, oh, we don't have all that revenue anymore. We're a smaller company. Now we can, any amount of revenue increases a larger percentage.
I know that. Yeah. One time, Dylan.
Joel too much.
No
So
shit.
when I mentioned Joel earlier, people thought I meant Joel Hayden. I meant Joel Rubin.
Oh, right.
About this.
That's just a rule at Rooster Teeth that we have to hire somebody who has somebody else who does it. It's crazy. I think the moment we hired Clayton, he worked in our sound department, we immediately started a relationship with Clayton. So it's like a Colton and Clayton. I literally have to pause every time I say one of their names. I haven't yet. I'm confident it's going to happen. Yeah,
Two of them work in the
Ellis.
IT department.
yeah. Two Adams working in the IT. Is there a
Fourth Adam.
I don't know.
Is something slipping my mind? Today was a crazy thing at the office. Today was the first time I've ever been to the office. And literally the entire parking lot was different. Like, there wasn't a single space.
I'm glad you brought this up
Because I parked in the fire lane.
because you parked in the fire lane.
I did park in the fire
We
lane.
had an announcement this morning at the meeting that was very explicitly, don't park in the fire lane.
Well, that was...
I walked outside, your car's in the fucking fire lane.
I parked-
They just said, don't do it, and you did it. It's like you took your dick and rubbed it all over that space.
Well, I do that all the time anyway, but... How, Gus, do you understand what you're saying, the logic of what you're saying? They told us in the meeting, I parked there to go to the fucking meeting.
4 hours later, it was still there.
Well, I'm grandfathered in at that point. Right? I have to be.
You can't make the rule after the fact and then punish people for breaking it beforehand.
Well, you were in the bungalow. I know you walked by your car after the meeting.
Maybe. I didn't really. In my defense, though, I wasn't paying attention to that part of the meeting.
In my defense.
Yeah. Those meetings get kind of long. One of the funny things about the Monday meeting is that Bruce is always on a laptop from LA. And it's just like, we're a technology company that takes video and puts it online, and we can't talk.
Well, it's because it's constantly cutting out because the Wi-Fi's down. So I know, like, I'm sitting there eating like food or like as the meeting is happening with hundreds of people watching, and I don't care because I know you guys can't see it. And so when you're like, all right, Bruce, what's happening with Funhouse? And as soon as I go, oh, there's blah, 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 like that, it cuts out. And then everyone like stares at me, and you guys all freeze. And I'm just like, this really sucks. Like, I wish I was standing next to Bernie, parked in the fire lane, so that I could be with the whole
You
family.
should just record like a video file, send it, and then we'll just play it.
Oh, that's a good idea.
Yeah.
That's
It's like
really...
in Speed, when they just record themselves on the bus, and then that one idiot moves his hand into his pockets or something. That'd be me.
Kind of scary.
What? Speed? People don't know Speed?
We're remembering even the specific part about the guy with his hand in the
Here's
pocket.
what I think that is. That's probably judging by TV. That's like if you had a VHS.
I had HBO as a kid, so like that would be the kind of thing where like May is on HBO, you know, and they remember when they had the little HBO pamphlets, like pamphlets, their little squares. Whatever was on the front of that pamphlet was going to be on every day. So I remember Speed specifically, but
Let's all fall asleep. So
I did,
why don't
and we
you
were
ask-
walking.
It's a great movie.
I'm curious to see if Gus is
Here and there.
So we go. What is it?
Here and there.
That's
probably why-
Perfect time. So we were walking through the HEB parking lot, right? And I said this grocery store, or this chain of grocery stores reminds me.
Say the whole thing though. There was like 4 sentences.
It was like, well, first of all, it was, do you remember What's Eating Gilbert Grape? Everyone said no. And I said, well, anyway, he worked at like a smaller store, like a mom and pop store.
Yes.
And then later on, out of convenience, when like he just gets shit on that whole movie. By the way, what he's eating is shit because he's getting shit on through that whole movie. But he out of convenience is like a Walmart or like a store that almost looks exactly like a storefront for like an HEB, and I was like, that reminds me of that, and I just, and we're walking, so the fact that they fell asleep is pretty impressive.
So do you
But
guys
no one has any idea what I was
Do
talking
you guys?
about.
Do you remember?
I know exactly what he's talking about.
And somebody sees him in the superstore too.
And they're real disappointed.
They're
in him.
disappointed in him for being at the
Yeah.
superstore.
'Cause- yeah.
In fact, I rewatched What's Eating Gilbert Grape probably about 6 months ago.
That's the problem.
Well, okay, so
Gus is watching old dumb movies.
I have a
Bridge Over River
Netflix
Kwai.
account. It's like if there's nothing new, if there's not a Netflix original coming out, I've got to watch a dumb old movie.
Like what's eating Gilbert?
Well, the weird thing about
You
me
never
though,
seen it?
No, I never have actually. I hear it's good.
Leonardo DiCaprio does an excellent turn as a mental handicapped.
That's what I've heard.
that
It's really fucking sad. That performance.
it is sad, but it taught me kind of like when you listen to a Sean Connery impression. It taught me how to do an impression of someone with mental handicap for like the longest time because he's got the.
Is
he
it
got
too
he's like,
soon?
Did you not go to elementary school? You missed the whole time.
This is how we did it. This is all the performance. I could have drowned it. I could have drowned
Is this
it.
2 Rooster Teeth shows in a row you're doing
He does
impressions
the
of a
hand
Down
thing.
syndrome
I've never
person?
seen a mentally handicapped person do this. Like touching their fingers.
Put this on the spot.
It'll be fine.
Riveting performance.
This is a case where 1 times 1 is 1. It'll all work out fine.
Man, we were
Did he win an Oscar? Was he nominated? Nominated for that? Johnny Depp and whatever happened to Julia Lewis? I mean, she was awesome. She was at that point
Started a band.
Is that what you did?
Yeah, I think she started playing music a lot.
I remember she was like Gap at the Daft Punk guys. That was when I first learned about the Daft Punk guys.
that was back in '99.
Yeah.
2000.
A while ago. Stuff like that.
Why are we talking about all this old dumb shit?
Because we're old men. That's what we do.
Yeah.
Remember when stuff was still good? Before it all sucked?
Before Teriology came in and ruined it all.
Before that guy on the bus moved his hand and ruined it for
Yeah.
everybody.
What an idiot.
It was all good until that point.
Remember what? Do you guys remember what referred to Sandra Bullock as?
Wildcat!
Wildcat. That's right.
Oh my gosh.
Yep.
What year was Speed? What year did that movie come out?
94?
It was pre-Matrix.
Yeah, probably something like
It was
that.
pre-Matrix, yeah.
It was because it was one of those movies when the Matrix trailer came out, and I saw Keanu Reeves was in it. I was like, oh my god, terrible. And Matt dragged me to see the Matrix, and I was like, sitting through, movie starts, and I was like, oh, it was like the greatest movie experience of my life because I had such low expectations going into that film. You remember the trailer to the Matrix? Like the only line I think Keanu has in the whole thing is.
At the time, you know, I was dating a girl at the time, and like he got part of some focus group, and they showed her like movie trailers to get her opinion on it. And one of the trailers they showed her was the Matrix trailer before it came out, and like at her home computer, she was watching it. I was standing behind her watching it. And as soon as it was done, I said, that looks like the dumbest movie I've ever seen in my life. That looks so fucking stupid. So when the Matrix came out, it was terrible. I gave it. I couldn't avoid it.
So my dad.
Might have been. It might have been.
I think it was rated R.
No wonder it's so good.
So my dad took me to see The Matrix, and he sat there the whole time, and he watched the whole thing, and then afterwards I was like, oh, so what do you think? He's like, yeah, it was pretty good. He's like, I don't know what The Matrix is. I have no idea. I was like, well, it's like a machine. He's like, didn't get it. I was like, but I thought it was a lot of fun. So I appreciate it. I know.
You can say, what is the Matrix? Let me explain it to you.
Yeah. It didn't click for him, but he took me, and I really appreciated that. So.
What kind of guy is that? Is he like a? Where are you from originally?
I'm from North Carolina originally, but he's a New Yorker.
Oh, okay.
Yeah. So he moved down from New York City, but I grew up watching wrestling with him, watching movies like that with him, but he would just basically watch them with me, not necessarily because he was getting something out of it, because he knew I was interested in that stuff.
Well, so how did you East Coast, North Carolina, or West? Where in North Carolina? Yeah.
Charlotte, North Carolina.
Okay, so Charlotte. That's where Matt's sister lives. Yeah, it's a beautiful town. Oh, sorry, you're right. Charleston.
Doesn't sound beautiful, no.
But my dad moved to Asheville in the western part of the state. We used to go there. I always think about going back to some They just don't exist until we have to travel to see fall colors and travel to see snow. Like an hour. Yeah, you can't drive an hour and a half in snow in Texas. It just doesn't happen anywhere. At any time of the year. But
It's too flat.
what's that?
It's too flat.
No, it'll snow sometimes. It's like that's the whole city. Tail end garages are over. You drive to Texas. It's 900 miles. Yeah, if you're driving from like LA to Austin, half your trip is through Texas. It's pretty awesome.
Someone made a trick.
So all this Photoshop needs is it needs Terrence Howard Green crossed out, and then it's just a Don Cheadle.
There should be a picture of Don Cheadle.
That's a beautiful mind too.
Thanks to Mega KX.
Did you see it said a beautiful mind?
So while we're showing stuff, on top of that, we have somebody who's actually here tonight, Anthony, who's here. He came up to me at the for the end of season 13 of Red vs. Blue. We did a marathon of all the episodes and showed it, which usually we write Red vs. Blue to be like a feature, so it's usually about 90 minutes, 20 minutes. fucking miles, dude. The season was 189 minutes. So that was over 3 hours with no internet.
It's like the two towers, right?
It was nuts. It was a long time. Anyway, we met Anthony at the thing afterwards, and he told me he's the guy who animated all those years ago our iPhone 5 article from Podcast 111. Patrick, do we have the show?
I was correct about.
What?
I was
Oh,
gonna say,
because
wait, just wait, just wait.
Because
Hold on,
it was after the iPhone 4. We were arguing about the future iPhone 4S. We didn't know it was going to be called the 4S at the time.
Let's roll.
I usually don't like reporting on unofficial information, but these days it seems like everything that you've heard about things that's unofficial has turned out to be true. When was the last leak thing?
Some of the iPhone 5 is rumors about design.
Is the iPhone 5 out?
No, it'll be out soon.
What did you know?
But there's conflicting ones, so they can't all be right.
How are they conflicting?
Like different designs, different looks to the phone.
One of them says it's going to be the iPhone 6.
Yes, one of them says it's going to be the iPhone 6. How did you know? Did you read the article?
4.8. Don't just throw me like I'm an idiot.
You are an idiot.
You're just proving my theory something that can't possibly be disproven.
What? They have different designs. They're not going to release two iPhone 5s that are
What
the
if
same
they
product.
do?
They're totally different.
What if they have two different
Okay,
versions of
you're
the
right.
iPhone 5?
You're going to sound like an idiot in about 4 months.
With that, as opposed to sounding like an idiot right now.
Not to play devil's advocate, but how many versions of the iPod?
What's that?
I'm not sure how many versions of the iPod.
That's an excellent question.
One. Because every revision is just revised to one uniform. I mean, that's it.
So the iPod Nano.
Oh,
I'm saying they're both iPhone 5 prototypes. They're not calling them iPhone 5, iPhone 5 Nano,
iPhone 5
I read a rumor that there was going to be Verizon. I read You're saying that? You don't know that!
I do know that! You
You're
don't know.
saying it! You're just saying it! You're saying it's not
You're just
true.
saying it! Why is you saying it better than me saying it?
I'm saying most of the leaked information that has come out lately, that when the actual product comes out, it turns out it was true. And you're saying that's not true because the iPhone 5 didn't do that. Well, the iPhone 5 isn't fucking out! So you don't know that!
It's gonna be wrong when it comes out because there's different schematics.
Wait, that's speculation!
You're speculating!
No, I'm not! Am I speculating?
I will say that I did read that one of the rumors was that the iPhone 5 and iPhone 5. So there could be two different
You look
products.
so scared.
No, that's incorrect. Gus is saying that's incorrect. You didn't read that.
I didn't.
Because he's from the future and you're not.
I'm having a lovely time with you guys. I don't want to get stuck.
Now I don't even want to talk about the stupid new Nintendo. Gus ruined it for me.
And a silent Matt Hullum. I forgot he was there.
Yeah, Matt just said nothing the entire time. Smart man. Nothing so better. Man, that was really funny. We love when you first made that. So, unfortunately, we don't have the sidecar set up today, so you could say hello. But
We were speculating about the future iPhone 4S, so I was correct. I was correct. We kept saying
what were you right about?
that there was only one type of iPhone.
All I saw was he saw some
turns out it's been true. You know?
usually special games like that. Because they're very arcade.
Right. They know where like something came from China, like that, part of the source, and just enough.
That was correct. In retrospect, I'm glad. I'm glad to see myself in the
But you were
What
saying
was
I
it?
was not right based on something that had not yet happened.
What wasn't true?
There weren't no iPhones. Look at him coming out and stepping
Come on,
camera.
say hi again. Come on in. Come on in. Lean in right on top of Gus.
No, but we were at the time. Look at the date. Play it back. What was the date on that?
Something
Get out of here.
I still don't know what he was talking about.
Welcome to the podcast, Anthony.
different versions of the iPhone. This was what was the date? Does anybody
What was that date?
remember?
Look at RT Podcast 111. RT Podcast 111.
2011.
I'm looking up the RT Podcast.
I don't know what you guys are arguing about.
iPhone 4S release date, October 28th.
So they were talking about the 4S.
We're talking about the 4S. They called it the 5 argument
Gus is
because
proving
that's what we were
everybody
talking
wrong.
about.
He's proving
We were
everybody
calling
wrong.
it the 5, but we didn't know they were going to call it the 4S. How does it feel to be wrong?
But they could have
You spent all that time animating
Could have had the
you're
5
wrong.
schematics.
Hold on, wait. I wanna know when you animate this argument, how embarrassed are you gonna make yourself look?
So Gus is wrong. Bernie might be right because they do design those things at least a year ahead of time.
But we were talking specifically about the
Go down this rabbit hole. Let's go.
I get what Brian's saying is that they may have been trying to do the 5 much long before. Yes, they know.
I see that.
You know what I'm saying? So they know the 4S is just going to be this tiny little upgrade, and then they're moving on to
Fucking iPhone 5.
It was the 4S.
the 4S is what the release this year, but those.
It sounds like you guys are arguing about two different things here.
Welcome to the
Yeah.
I like how the 200 took the episode. Let's just go back and see.
Sally LePage. We should do that again where we have such occasionally we have to bring it back. We have to bring in a science expert like go over the last year of stuff that we talked about and tell us why we're wrong.
Yeah, essentially. I had to make a really long list. It was like, everything we've gotten wrong science-wise in the past year. Please let me know. We better write it on there. So I actually had that really long shit. Okay, we have an hour and a half. I'm just going to read things I know are wrong to you. Tell me why they're wrong.
Oh, okay. We're actually.
We're upsetting Tumblr. Alright, so I'm on Twitter now. If anybody wants to say hello or has anything to say about the podcast, just tweet us using hashtag RT Podcast. Everyone likes Sally
We're really
LePage.
going to tone it down for
No.
Yeah, it's not worth it, exactly.
You guys, speaking of arguing about stuff, you guys cannot be Half-Life.
Look,
Guess me, I'll leak schematics and everything.
hold on a minute. We about Half-Life 3 that we wanted to talk about. And so we did it. It was corroborated. Gus, it had sources.
Oh, like this?
It had sources. So we reported it. Did it make you upset about it?
Because I saw you release another one today.
Well, no, this was, what's his name, Naughty Dog, said, hey, if you give us the license, we'll make Half-Life 3.
It's like you got some kind of beef with it.
You didn't say hi. And you didn't pass the Cheez-Its. Alien, I don't want to hear it. No, don't. I'm walking. Last. Alright, well. Yeah, too long.
You stand by your heritage.
Absolutely.
Yeah, exactly.
Absolutely.
The argument we just had over something that doesn't exist.
No, yeah, we can still say
All the reasons that were in that story, that your source. So I don't know the source. You guys Never will let.
I'll tell you later.
We'll continue. Because we talked about it. And I totally agree. I was well. That would be
Came up with. That was the action. That one of those things that you got the actual story.
I bet Lawrence had to walk away just because we talked about
The thing is, it's funny because our biggest problem wasn't necessarily ever the information presented or our perspective on that information. It is people angry at sources. And that was never that was the problem.
damage that person's job at the very least, and then do you care?
There's so many good games out there right now. I don't have time for already put 3.
It does seem weird though that they went to episode 2 and just kind of like and stopped. Like there was no commitment on their part to keep going. It's just like, and especially the way they ended episode 2.
There was a ship in the Arctic.
No, it was the dude gets killed. One guy gets killed like a bug.
I mean, like, I honestly
I don't remember the name of the
Well, I don't remember either. I've played it so long ago. I know what the first one was, but it's kind of like. It was like 2009, right?
We gave away the twist in the Matrix.
What's even good at
I think
So,
we're in the clear.
Yeah.
Anyway, somebody gets killed at the end of it. That's it. Who knows? You know, one of my favorite stories from The Matrix was talking about Terrence Howard and like him not appearing in the other Iron Man movies. Was there was an actor in The Matrix who kind of lost his shit, but he wasn't famous enough for them to really put up with it. Remember the guy who was very pivotal in the first movie called his name Tank and Dozer.
Oh, yeah.
Dozer gets killed. Spoiler. And Tank survives and actually ends up shocking somebody. Not in the movies, actually. And that was because apparently he was just like out there, and like even like when they didn't cast him in the subsequent movies, he showed up anyway, and then also showed up for the premieres.
Really?
Yeah, and just like tried to like, you know, hey, I'm Tank.
Tank.
Yeah, everybody
Signs an
remembers me,
autograph.
right?
Tank.
That's me, Tank.
He was a great character. He was one of my favorite characters in the original Matrix.
Your favorite character?
He was one of my favorite characters.
How many favorite characters did you have?
It was Trinity and Morpheus.
You're naming all the characters, Bernie.
I like him.
Did you ever read that story?
I didn't like the Jill Pantaleone character. I thought it was
Cypher.
nice.
Did you ever read that supposedly the character Switch was supposed to be a character that switches from male to female all the time? That's why the character name was Switch, and that's why they cast like an androgynous-looking woman for the character.
Not
because it was supposed to, it was supposed to be this character that just constantly changed her appearance in the Matrix.
That makes sense. I mean, it's still attractive.
Who was the other dude that was with Switch all the time?
The one who
APOC?
Yeah, it was APOC.
Yeah.
Someone thought
Was that another one of your favorite characters?
He's another one of my favorite characters is APOC.
That's the not like this.
APOC.
Not like this.
Remember that line? Not like this. Boy, that was good.
I can't remember a single APOC line.
There's at one point where he goes.
Is that a line?
Yeah. For him it is. If you ask him.
I was in the Matrix. I was APOC.
Yeah.
I
loved A-Plot.
Bill Murray's favorite character.
I had that line.
I'm literally, in the script, he's the guy. I'm the character that they kill to demonstrate how they're going to kill the other characters. That's literally the purpose of A-Plot.
Pivotal. Exactly right. Oh my gosh.
How sad is that? That's my whole purpose in the film.
And then the other guy was Mouse, right?
Mouse. Yeah, that's cool. He was the one who designed the women.
Can we just put it on? He had the two guns at the end, right?
Yeah.
He let himself die. No, not the gun. The gun machine.
In the house.
In
Where
the
there's
house,
glitch.
he basically has those boxes and then he gets blown away.
Yeah.
Real cool.
I mean, The Matrix is a good film.
Yeah,
Did you guys watch-
he demonstrates the other way you can die in the Matrix.
Yeah, by getting shot a lot.
Did you guys watch Jupiter Ascending?
I just watched it.
What did you think of Jupiter Ascending?
So,
Another
Bruce,
Wachowski.
this is when we were going to go to Seattle. He watched it on the plane ride to Seattle, right? Back. Okay, but either way.
Great plane in Lawrence?
Oh, is it?
Still playing on planes?
I saw Fear in the theaters.
He was crazy about it.
Fuck, I loved it.
I thought it was garbage. But
Okay.
sorry.
So
go ahead.
Lawrence and I had both seen Jupiter Ascending. We were really excited for it, and then Bruce is like, I downloaded it. And we're watching it on the plane. We're like, all right, well let's give you the prologue,
Sure.
and which is our theory about Jupiter Ascending, because it's not good. It's actually terrible, which is sad because I wanted to like it, but I couldn't at all. But it's basically, I have a theory about it. Have you seen it?
I absolutely.
So you know it's horrible,
I
right?
saw it with my 13-year-old kid, and he was like, ugh.
Oh,
Yeah.
he didn't like it either. Oh my god.
So my theory is that
exactly
it's
what it
very much. That's what you said.
It's modern day man. That's exactly
It's basically, it feels like the Wachowskis were like, we have an idea for a movie. It's basically our twist on Twilight because we know the last couple of movies we've made haven't been super profitable. So we're gonna make a profitable like Twilight type franchise. And so they're like, you just give us $500 million and we'll kick out this trilogy. That's gonna be a space trilogy with a handsome lead and like a damsel in distress,
All we
but
need
she's
is
also a
$500
strong.
million.
We just need $500 million. And some studio went, you got $80 million. You can make one movie. And they're like, oh boy, oh boy, because it is watching that movie is like you just read a one movie adaptation of a 2,000-page book trilogy that doesn't exist. It's really weird.
So how long ago did you see it? Okay, so my favorite part of Jupiter Ascending is asking if you've seen it. How long the movie? You tell me how long.
Oh my god.
How long is
2.5 hours?
2.5 hours. How long do you think?
I only think I remember because you told me.
You told me it's like 2 hours 45 minutes.
I probably would have said
It's
2.5
really long.
hours.
And Lawrence is like, I think it's like 2 hours. When I finished it on the flight back to Seattle, it said 1 hour and 58 minutes.
Really?
And it was nowhere close to 2.5 hours, and that was when the credits had ended.
Well, but hold on.
So
If you multiply the times one,
No, it's nowhere close to 2.5 hours. And that's the sign of it terrible.
The toughest part about the movie to me is there's a lot of tough things in that movie. The toughest thing is the actor's choice who plays the lead villain to play it as like an asthmatic kid.
I want to take the planets and I want to crush them.
he's always crying. Yeah, but then he goes,
And then I'll destroy the world.
The actor's he's actually really good. He was good in the movie Theory of Everything.
It was a very specific choice, and it's one that like just didn't pay off, and like nobody. Like I only think the way he played that part was right when they called action. He'd go, "Hold on." I'm going to go. Like, he's like literally has
Out of breath.
no air
of
left
breath.
in his lungs. Gets rid of all of it.
that movie could have been really awesome if there was at least one point where someone went, I'm sorry, what? What was that? Like you were whispering to yourself, and this is a really big room that we're standing in. So
They're saying I shouldn't watch that.
Like you might enjoy it because it's dumb and like the original effects are not so bad.
It's like an article written about a future warfare.
It might Jupiter Ascending might hold a very special place in cinema history in that it might be the only sci-fi movie that no one has ever cosplayed. Based on it. I mean, I've literally never seen a Jupiter Ascending cosplay. I've seen just about everything, but not
it's
that.
just Channing Tatum with slightly pointy ears.
Slightly,
Yeah.
slightly.
And then he sniffs things.
Which he's
and can
really upset
somehow
about.
whole history. My favorite thing about Jupiter Ascending, is that his character's name is Cain, right? He's Cain, and he's a dog.
Right.
And then there's another character whose name is Stinger, and he's a bee man.
Yeah, that's true.
What are the other dog men and the other bee men names? Like that, they took the only names that you could possibly have as a half bee and a half dog man.
I don't know. We've been talking about Jupiter Ascending for weeks.
Yeah,
Really
talk
tired
about
of it.
Jupiter Ascending. It feels longer.
I'm
just
really
like watching
tired
the
of
movie.
it.
You didn't
Really
like
tired.
Fury?
No.
What was it you didn't like about Fury?
So Fury, there's a. Okay.
What did you like? What's a good movie you saw? You gotta give us a very assumption. So like Ant-Man?
I mean, like it's like.
So you just don't like stuff.
No, that's not true. That's
Mad
not
Max.
You can ask me. I love Mad Max.
I don't like.
He's the one that doesn't like stuff. I typically like stuff. The reason I didn't like Fury is because it hit beat for beat every single thing that a war movie should hit.
Okay, that's fair.
And I didn't like that because I was like, I thought at some point this movie with Brad Pitt and a good director and good special effects and good actors would give me something other than exactly what I expected.
I'd never seen a movie about a tank.
You know what, that was the only thing that I thought was cool was the fact that they were in a tank. Like other than that, it's like, this guy has just come to war and he doesn't know how to fight. You gotta learn how to kill dudes. And then they kill dudes and one of them dies. And that's too bad. Let's move on. We gotta go hole up in this place with the people in the house. They're like, they're Germans, but they actually do love us. And we had sex there. Yep, that's right. We moved on. Well, now there's a big standoff. We're gonna fight 100 million Germans.
There's some moments even in a German household that are like not your typical war movie, like the way that Americans the dark side of war.
Yes.
Like, there was never that moment in Saving Private Ryan.
That's true. There was that. You're right about that. There was never that moment. But Saving Private Ryan is 100 times better.
Yeah, Saving Private Ryan's
Yeah, I mean, I'm actually not. It's more
You know, you miss your song lyrics and you hear about it later that like you completely misunderstood something but it was like really poignant to you. Was you know how the Tom Hanks character would give you information on himself, right? That was a big thing. He would never tell the guys. He told them to do this to mature, and that's all. Well, his last line in the movie is "earn this." He says to Matt Damon's character, he says "earn this," like at the very end of the movie. And I thought he said Ernest, like that's my name, Ernest. So I had this thing where I thought, he told him his name right at the end. So it's really cool. A personal piece of information. I thought that was really poignant, all that thing. And then I found out later I was completely fucking wrong. Of course, my friends realized that they were pretty brutal about it too.
Ernest Goes to War. Love that movie.
Someone pointed out to me that like they say his name multiple times in the movie. And somehow still, I thought he was revealing his name at the end of it.
Like his real name, his true name.
Yeah.
I'm ready to talk. Reminding you that this episode of the Rooster Podcast is brought to you by Easy Online Payment. If you're building a mobile app and searching for a simple payment solution, check out Braintree. The Braintree SDK makes it easy to offer multiple mobile payment types. Start accepting PayPal, Apple Pay, Bitcoin, Venmo, cards, and more, all in a single integration. Braintree gives you an easy way to accept multiple payment types with one integration. Quick and ultimately developed support for any questions. Start accepting Apple Pay, PayPal, Bitcoin, Venmo, cards, whatever's next, all with a single integration. With Braintree small snippet of code, you're all set up in less than 10 minutes. To learn more for your first $50,000 in transactions fee-free, go to
So, what do you guys?
So
Yeah, it was when you guys initially started, which was back in January. The plan was that you guys were going to settle into your new office, and then your new office after that, and then your new one. But then we get the summer too, and it's like then it just became like.
It's funny because I remember when we were on the first time, and Not really strategizing, but just like thinking ahead. You were very much like little bits and pieces, maybe one person at one time. Basically, what it amounted to was nothing, and then all of us just for the first 3 days do absolutely as much as we can.
I remember the one of the big things I was like, the big thing we have to do is like one time we had to like keep getting separate for like 6 months. So everyone was like, I just want to see fun how to play Achievement Hunter. I just want to, and it's like we'll just play with that and we'll extend it over my time. We'll have a big event and summer where we get to play each other. It's like, no, you did it like week 2.
That's because Smite was like, hey, we want you guys to play. And we're like,
You know, I don't.
and then they cheated.
Oh, did you? No, they cheated. Oh, they cheated. Yeah, they did that ringers thing. You guys.
Yeah, they cheated.
You okay with that?
I'm fine. Yeah, I mean, because it
guys-
wasn't them.
I mean, like, we were all pretty bad at
First of all,
shape.
you ran out of the room. You were pretty pissed off.
I didn't want to play.
You yelled at school.
No, that's not true. That was a different.
Oh, okay, whatever.
Actually, school yelled at me.
Oh, right, right.
But regardless,
School yelled?
he yelled at me about Smite. Yeah.
You
Yes,
yelled?
he did.
It sounded like
That's
that.
bullshit.
It sounded like that.
That's bullshit.
He
He
said
yelled
he
at
didn't
me.
yell, he raised his voice.
He raised his voice. It sounded like the villain from Jupiter Ascending.
Yeah.
No, but we were like, we all were putting in Smite, and then when we lost, we were all sort of kind of shit about that. Like, we're like, that's really weird. We didn't think they'd be good at Smite. And then when they cheated, we were like,
I didn't feel duped. I was okay. They're the dupes. Because we were like, hey, well, we played our best and we did pretty well against people who are like the best players here. So, you know.
Let's play against Caleb.
Caleb Walker.
I don't know.
And then Jack played.
They're all dead to us, so it doesn't really matter.
I suck at it. Hey, are you excited about the opening cinematic that was released for Legends of the Void? Yeah. Are you?
I'm incredibly excited.
I didn't even know that was coming out. It's a StarCraft 2 expansion.
Oh, yeah, that's right.
Protoss, right? Is it all Protoss? Legacy of the Void? What did I say?
Well, Legends of the Void.
Oh, sorry. I hit mobile on the brain. Sorry. Okay, Legacy of the Void.
Yeah, it's the pros. I used to. I haven't played it.
We talked about it forever.
He talked so much
I
shit.
talked a lot. I mean, it was like a 6 minute.
It was over so fucking fast.
It was tough.
It was like he talked shit for so many months. I was like, all right, fine, let's do this. And it was just like over. And
We
it was just like,
destroyed him.
that's it, done.
It wasn't even like a Zerg rush or anything. It was like he had like 10 buildings in his base. So it's like there's no catching up, and it was like it kept destroying.
What was your highest rank?
Oh, I never played rank. I just played my friends.
Oh.
Yeah.
Keep it local. That's smart.
Keep it low. Yeah. Once you get ranked, it's like you just feel bad about yourself.
I was hoping you'd get higher.
No.
You and Lawrence.
I'm only recently getting into ranked play and stuff. Like I've been doing a lot of ranked at like Hearthstone and trying to get my characters. I avoid ranked a lot.
Are you scared?
I never want to feel bad about myself after playing a video game. And I feel like ranked games, you always feel bad about
Almost
yourself
always.
when you're done.
Yeah, almost always.
Yeah, it's just like you set yourself up to feel bad.
We should start a wiki.
What we do?
No, I mean, what we play.
Oh, I don't know.
We don't have to actually be the players. We can just sponsor a team.
Just hire a bunch of like
Ringers.
South
Can we
Koreans.
sponsor a Maple Story
Smite
team?
makes sense. Like pronounce unconventional. Would it be?
I like to mix it up. Something like
Oh, yeah.
like we just get in there so that we know
Nobody's good at that game.
It's like-
we can be the best.
You like pick a game that doesn't even have multiplayer, like Euro Truck Simulator. Yeah.
Somebody pointed out something really funny about the state of esports right now, which it is catching on. Like ESPN is hired as the right and it's getting there, right? It's like people are understanding this is a big deal. International is a $17 million purse, is that right? Or $18 million purse? Yes. Yeah.
I thought, yeah. Yeah, it gets really, really high.
Lawrence didn't say, like, he said he didn't know, but he deferred by saying something he did know. Like, it wasn't enough to say, I have no clue. It's like, I don't know, but here's what I do know.
That's what I like about
He
Lawrence.
has perpetual knowledge, not always the knowledge you want.
That's what I like about that's what I like about it.
Yeah.
But somebody pointed out to me, there's somebody in Discord, it's like that those events are really cool, but like 95% of the events are like in a hotel room, you know, still. It's just like, if there was like the Super Bowl, essentially, but everything else was still played on like high school. And that's the same thing.
Well, that's like what LCS is. I think that's probably the biggest one, right? At the Staples Center 2 years ago, and that was a big deal, right? You had a bunch of kids.
Yeah.
But it's still nobody knows this stuff. I mean, like, I know what League is. I know what Smite is.
Well, see, that's the thing too. Is like even within like gaming, people like specific games, and it seems to focus on. You can either focus on games, it's just not like a big esports. Back in pro gaming, keyboards. Fatality. Thank you.
that's
I
what
gotta
it is,
forget
yeah.
that. Fatality with a 1, right, instead of an L. And he was playing Pain at the time. That was a big esports title. Or pro gaming. I'm like, you know, he was talking about like going to some tournament for big.
And it wasn't cool.
No, they don't. It'll catch you somewhere like. I think the big one right now is I can sort of firestorm by saying it's either Dota or League of Legends. It seems like those MOBAs are Call of Duty. You know, I mean, what's next? Rocket League. I can actually watch people play Rocket League all day long.
Yeah.
Rocket League. Great.
Yeah, it's a great
I've
game.
never had a ton of fun playing that. You all play?
I thought
We're gonna try doing it. Jack wanted to be part of it, and Jack had to go to the event. He's not here, and he was like, wanted to try we're gonna try to do a common live tournament. So, you guys can come back. Some of you can come back. And so we might try to do that. Yeah.
that's just gonna be Adam.
Jack will be back as well.
Yeah.
Can't be on the team.
Right.
I want to be gone.
Where are you? You not going to Fantastic?
I want to be gone. Yeah.
What are you doing? Skipping town?
On vacation.
Were you on my team? I don't remember us being You're confusing me with Blaine, the other hockey. That's what's happening. I never asked you. What's between me and my team?
Another
Right
argument. Here
here.
it comes.
An email?
Oh, Gus is gonna prove it. Go ahead, Gus. Go ahead.
Ashley, be at my
I
team.
don't actually, we can't settle this until, what?
The episode. We'll come back to it.
Yeah.
See, and Jack wanted to do 2 versus 2. I want to do 2 versus 3. Isn't that the standard version of that? I think so, right? What are you doing?
There's the email. I guess it's done. Wait, read it out loud. Read it out loud.
We are planning. We are.
We went to Jack and who?
Right,
That's a very important
No. I wrote it. No. I wrote it to Jack and CC'd him as the company.
That's true, because he wrote it. I got it too.
I wrote. We are planning a company-wide university save the date. December 15th. We need 8 teams of 3 players. Anybody interested? Gus wrote. I'm in.
I thought you were saying.
There's nothing.
Oh, that's
Gus
embarrassing.
thought he was on your team.
That's
Hey
embarrassing.
Gus, I like you too. Okay, I really do like you.
Oh,
Nice throw, Nancy.
I hit you in the fucking hand.
You hit him in the knee.
You hit your
See how
hand.
I could have done this, but I went, just let it fall to the ground.
yeah, Gus.
Sorry,
You
Gus.
didn't even reply to me.
Because you're not on my team. You're just saying you
Yeah,
want to be in the
I replied to
tournament.
email.
You're just saying you want to be in the tournament. That's the whole purpose of the fucking email.
I replied.
Hold on. It's
No.
just a moot point. This doesn't matter because he's not going to be here.
That's true.
Everything could proceed as usual.
Well, no, but Gus is defending.
Well, you weren't on a team, so
He's
don't
not
worry about it.
Other people came to me asking to be on their team. I was like, no, I can't. I'm sorry. I'm going to be on Bernie's team.
He's not.
Like, literally, I turned people down.
Really? You turn people
I
down?
turned people down.
Oh, no.
He's not offended though because he's not on my team. Like it's a personal thing, and he's like, "Oh, I wanted to be on Bernie's team." He's offended because he was wrong.
I'm offended because I was wrong. That's entirely correct.
He's sitting in that chair right now, stewing because he was wrong.
This is the opposite of the iPhone argument. Totally.
I'll talk to you off the air. I don't like to say on the air. It's like a bad idea.
Through and through.
Never looked
Never lived anywhere else.
Most people do.
I read that and I thought that was really sad and pathetic until I realized.
To die within 50 feet of where they were born.
Let me get the fuck out of here. I had a cat that did that. We had it for 13 years and just like walked away one day.
Yeah.
Like that's it.
I had a cat once that
I'm sure it was a courtesy, like
Yeah,
you don't have to bury it, but
I had a cat that kind of did the opposite. We had this cat for
rolled in your lap and died.
In your lap.
when I was a kid. We had this cat. We had it for a couple of years. I don't know, 3 or 4 years, whatever. It was like an inside-outside cat. One day it was just gone. I was like, all right, cat's dead, whatever.
Cat's dead, whatever.
Literally, like 6 years later, it showed up at our house. I was like, what the fuck? I thought this cat was dead. I was like, ooh, cat's back. You die in my house.
I got like 3 extra ones I usually don't get in this run. Hey, Alan. Thank you. Appreciate it. Why are we saying summit? Yes. I almost reset early. Yeah, Link got a PB too? Nice. Oh! You meant to say submit, but you said summit. Okay, got it. I almost didn't make it. Oh wow, Alien, you're doing Hundo too? I didn't know you did Hundo. 448's a really good time. Nice. Hmm. Yeah, I still have a long way to go. Yeah, it's a really good time after 2 weeks. Yeah. It's a long way to go until I get times like that. I don't know if that jump slash registered in the cutscene. I don't like where Morph is. I don't like this. Get over here more. Get more in the center. There. I've never seen Morph go in that, like, not in the center like that. Whatever. That's where I want it. Whatever, that fight was dead. PB for 30 right in, okay. That will probably mean the rest of your run is like amazing, except for that split. So yeah, that would be kind of dumb to run against. You failed Spirit BK hit. Skip 4 times and you still got 448. Nice. Yeah, that kind of sucks at the end of the run. Are there 2 frames for that chain jump slash? I think there are. I always get the first one, so I just go with it. Okay, I'll take it. Second try. It's so hard to just go down one pixel. Yeah, being done with school is cool. I still have to go back to grad school to become a teacher, but I'm currently out of school now. It feels pretty good. There's a lot of pressure when you're in school. That was directly on the cell phone. My Chow 2 split's gonna be more than that. Yeah, it's not too bad, Arthur. But to be fair, my PB really sucks. Adult 2 being bad is good to run against, though. That should not have been a gold. I can't, like, I was trying to get the far one because I can't get the little quick grab on the ledge for the near one. I don't know, you must have to be standing at the right angle or something. I can't get it though. Yeah, 0.2 rainbow. The dream. Yeah, that's how I feel, Dennis. The West, the Brown Warp, and guards. Those are your three things. Never know where this guy is.